Chapter 1. On the first day of spring, Sarah and I were in the sunroom examining our shallow trays of dirt. A man stood outside the window looking at us, but we ignored him. He'd been out there for days, and he was alone. His clothes were shabby, and he was dripping wet from the rain. He had no nose, just a dark, jagged hole in his face. "Here's one," Sarah said excitedly. I peered over her shoulder. There was a tiny sprig of green poking out of the dirt. Soon it would grow into a pepper plant. "Another one," she said, pointing to a second tray. It made me smile to see her so excited about our new babies. I always got excited over seedlings too, but I rarely ever expressed my excitement openly. "Good," I said. "If all the seeds we planted germinate, we should have 12 tomato plants and 10 bell pepper plants." "That's good, right?" she asked. "It's better than nothing," I said. "We'll need to go seed hunting soon. These leftover packets I had from last year aren't going to be enough to feed us." "But you have several partial packets." This was true. I had a few spinach seeds, some carrot seeds, some squash and Swiss chard, and an unopened packet of cucumber seeds, but they wouldn't be enough. I wanted to have enough to put away for the winter. I didn't want to deplete our food stores too quickly. "I was hoping we could stay in a while longer," Sarah said. "Give them more time to die off." When she said this, she nodded toward the man outside. I glanced up at him, not wanting to stare too long at his gray, noseless face. "It's been over a month since Canton B," I said. "The infected don't seem to be going anywhere." We hadn't left the house in more than a week. We'd found a place that was relatively safe and comfortable, and we'd been content just to hole up and lick our wounds, figuratively speaking, of course. The house was on the edge of Clayfield and sat on a little quarter-acre lot. The whole property was surrounded by a tall wooden fence in the front and a chain-link fence in the back. It had a gas stove in the kitchen and gas logs in the living room and in the back porch/sunroom. We'd had running water, too, until 2 days prior when the water turned brown, then stopped completely. When the man made his first appearance, we were alarmed, thinking he'd climbed the fence, and we wondered what that might mean. But when no others showed up, we presumed he must have been inside when we closed the gate. We spent an afternoon discussing where he might have been hiding, but then forgot the matter. This house wouldn't be our permanent residence. We'd have to find a new place when it was time to plant a garden, and when we ran out of water. We still had most of our stuff loaded in the school bus and on the hay truck outside. If we needed to, we could leave right away. I'd gotten started on our garden the day after we'd moved in. We wouldn't actually plant a garden until after the late frost, but we had to start our tomato and pepper seedlings early and indoors. Sarah poured some water on the seed flats and then gave me a quick hug and a peck on the cheek before heading back into the kitchen. She was an affectionate young woman, especially so since Jen had gone. But I hadn't been able to return her affection. She was undaunted, being open with me about her feelings, but not putting any pressure on me to reciprocate. She knew I was still upset over Jen's absence. She also knew I'd get over it eventually. I was never that wise or patient at her age. Sometimes I questioned my hesitance when it came to Sarah. If it had just been a matter of physical attraction, there would be no hesitance. I was attracted to her plenty. But she wanted more than that, and she was a good person. I couldn't take advantage of her like that, even though my body wanted to. My conscience had been one of the things that had survived the end of the world. She made better decisions than Jen. She was prettier than Jen, and she was far nicer than Jen. It might have been the age difference. She was only 19, soon to be 20, and that did bother me a little. Really, though, my resistance came down to this. She wasn't Jen. I looked out at our noseless visitor. He'd wandered over to the fence and was just standing there, staring at nothing at all. I followed Sarah into the kitchen. She met me with a steaming cup of coffee. She smiled as she put it in my hands, and looking at her, I couldn't figure out why I wasn't completely smitten with her. I just couldn't get Jen out of my head. Jen was still out there, and I was scared as hell I'd run into her again. I put on my raincoat and took the 30-06 upstairs to one of the bedrooms. Just outside the bedroom window was a steel television antenna tower. It was narrow and bolted to the house. It was constructed in such a way that I could climb it like a ladder. There was still an antenna mounted on the top, but I don't think the homeowners had used it in a while, because there was a small satellite dish attached to it too. I opened the window and climbed out onto the tower. It was wet and slippery from the rain, but I was careful. I didn't have far to climb anyway. I was going up on the roof. It was uncomfortably steep, but the black asphalt shingles gave me enough traction to reach the peak. Once there, I walked over to the chimney and sat on top of it. Sarah and I had been coming up here every day since we arrived more than 2 weeks prior. We had a good view of the surroundings, and we liked to keep tabs on any infected people in the area. We didn't want to be taken by surprise. So far as we knew, the only one that was aware of us was Spiteface, Sarah's clever moniker for Mr. No-Nos. Even so, we were still diligent about checking every morning and evening for any changes in activity. The week before, we'd noticed a large group 2 blocks to the north of our location, and made the decision that day not to leave the house anymore until they had dispersed or until we absolutely had to. We hadn't left the house much anyway, because we hadn't needed to, but we did go on a couple of supply runs during the first few days, not out of necessity, but as a distraction. Over the next few days, the group of infected grew. It was obvious they were interested in a particular house, but neither of us could determine if there was a survivor in there. I put the rifle up to my shoulder and looked through the scope. The crowd had added to its numbers. There were both kinds of infected over there, but mostly it was those in the second stage. The virus, Canton B, changed its victims in 2 stages. In the beginning, the infected suffered from a high fever and basically lost their minds. They became animal-like and violent. Pain had little effect on them, and they operated from their lizard brain. The second stage of the virus occurred after the victim's death. We had not been able to determine if the virus itself was the direct cause of any deaths, but it was a possibility. Instead, most of the deaths occurred due to violence or accidents. In this second stage, the infected corpses became animated. They were still violent, mindless creatures, but even more so. Thankfully, the Stage 2 individuals had even less dexterity, coordination, and speed than those in Stage 1. I looked over the crowd, trying not to linger on the faces. I feared seeing people I knew. Then I examined the windows of the house. Every day, we'd scan the house for any sign that someone might be inside. That day, I got our answer. The blinds on one of the windows on the second floor were open. They had not been open before. I couldn't see inside or any movement or activity, but it was a sign that there was another survivor over there. I watched the window for a few minutes, hoping for something. Then I checked out the rest of the area. Back downstairs, I removed my wet coat, poured myself some more coffee, and sat next to the gas logs in the living room. Sarah was in there, reading an article about gardening from one of my magazines. "It says here that we can start squash indoors, too," she said. "Did you know that?" "There's someone over at the house," I said. She put the magazine down in her lap. "Did you see them?" "No, but the blinds were up on one of the windows." "Are we going over there?" she said. "Eventually, maybe," I said. "I was thinking that maybe we could do something to signal whoever it is so they'll know we're here. Maybe we can communicate with them to see if they need help." "Well, unless the crowd has diminished since yesterday, they need help," she replied. I reluctantly nodded my agreement. "I still prefer to signal them first," I said. "They might not need our help right away. We might be able to stay here a few more days. If we go help them, we'll probably have to relocate, and I'd like to rest a while longer." "Okay," she said, lifting the magazine again. "But soon, I think we need to get to the dirty work." The dirty work to which Sarah was referring was her plan to clear out the infected. We decided after losing Jen and Brian that we needed to go on the offensive. We'd given ourselves some time to recuperate, and now I was having second thoughts. It was easy for me to agree to the extermination of those things while under the influence of those raw emotions, but I'd softened. Plus, I'd been thinking about how big the job was going to be. At the time of the outbreak, there were more than 7 billion people in the world. We wouldn't be able to destroy them all, and even if we eradicated every one of them from Clayfield, others could wander into town. It would be a never-ending task. Yes, I said with resignation. I suppose we've taken it easy long enough. Chapter 2. I found a bright orange t-shirt in one of the closets upstairs, and feeding some rope through the sleeves, I made a flag out of it and tied it to the antenna outside. Hopefully that would get our neighbors' attention when they looked out the window. With that done, I went back downstairs to make a sign. The house was far enough away that I would need to make letters large so they could read them without magnification. So I painted the sign on a bedsheet, and I kept the message simple. I decided on capital R, capital U, OK, ? Looks good, Sarah said. You should put a time on there so they'll know to be at the window when we're on the roof. Good idea. At the bottom, I painted 9 a.m. Then Sarah and I climbed on the roof with our sign and some rope. We strung the rope from the TV antenna across the roof and tied it to a tree limb on the other side. Then, using the rope like a clothesline, we hung the sheet on it. I strained to see if there was any movement in the window, but it was difficult to tell from that distance without the scope. I was hoping that by that time they would have seen the flag. When we go back down, you might want to take the scope off the rifle, Sarah said. We wouldn't want them to think you were trying to shoot them when you looked over there tomorrow morning. That afternoon and evening, Sarah and I got serious about our future plans. Now that we knew our move was imminent, we felt it was prudent to make all of our decisions beforehand so we wouldn't have to do it under stress. We tried to think of every possible contingency for the next few days. We would have to locate a permanent, or at least seasonal, residence where we could plant a garden. We were going to need to set up a system for collecting clean water. We'd been talking about distributing supply caches and vehicles around town, and we felt that it was time to implement that as well. Then there was the matter of the dirty work, which we would have to do while we did everything else. It was really all too much for only 2 people. We'd love to have others help us, but we'd been having trouble finding people we could trust, or who would trust us. The very first thing we'll need to do tomorrow is take care of Spiteface, Sarah said. I guess by we, you mean me, I said. Well, yeah. It would have to be done quietly, so I'd have to get close to him. I hadn't killed a zombie in almost 2 weeks. No time like the present, I said. I put on my raincoat and mask and went outside with a baseball bat, while Sarah watched from the upstairs window. She had a rifle, just in case I got into trouble. I wasn't stupid enough to go outside without a gun. I had a .45 holstered on my hip. The guns were backups. The real work needed to be done with the bat. I went out into the yard looking for him, but I didn't see him right away. Sarah tapped on the window. I looked up at her, and she pointed toward the corner of the yard. Spiteface was standing in the shadows behind a short evergreen. I went directly there. I saw no reason to sneak around. Spiteface saw me coming and shuffled out to meet me. His mouth opened and let out a dry, raspy sound. We should have taken care of him days before, but we were both being lazy. He hadn't really been hurting anything, but he would be a nuisance soon when we were loading the vehicles to leave. I stopped and took a stance like I was in the batter's box. A normal person seeing me like this would have gotten into a defensive posture, or at least raised their arms to protect themselves. Spiteface just kept shambling along. When he got close enough, I swung for the fences. His face caved in around the bat, and everything north of his mouth sort of shifted upward. It wouldn't be enough. I would have to make sure the brain was mush. I kept beating his head until it was just a pulpy smear in the mud. I didn't kill you, I said to the foul-smelling corpse. You were dead already. I don't know why I said that, but it made me feel better. I need a bath. Sarah must have read my mind because she had a pot of water heating on the stove for my bath when I came back inside. Thank you, she said. I think I deserve something special, I said. Let's pull the cork on that expensive Cabernet we picked up. I went into the bathroom and got the kerosene heater going. When I came out, Sarah handed me the wine and the corkscrew. Want to join me? I asked. No, she said. You know I only drink when I've been exposed. Oh, come on, I said.
No, she said. Anyway, it would be a waste to drink if I didn't need to. What would happen if I needed it and it wasn't there?
We have plenty of booze, I said. Besides, this is the good stuff. This here isn't zombie medicine. This is strictly for recreational use. This is like liquid art.
Okay, she said, but only a small glass and only with dinner.
I grinned and stepped past her to the kitchen. I opened the bottle and sat it on the counter to breathe a bit while I took my bath. My water was boiling, so I took it off the stove and poured it in the tub. Then I poured an equal amount of unheated water in there. It was about an inch deep. I undressed and eased down into the tub. Ah, yeah, I said sarcastically. This is living. I got soaped up, paying special attention to any areas that might have been exposed to Spite Face's splatter. Then Sarah knocked on the door. I'm in the tub already, I said. What do you need?
Do you hear that? She said.
I got as still as I could and listened. I don't hear anything, I said.
It sounds like a siren or something, she said.
I listened again. It was faint, but I heard it. No, I said. It's coyotes, I think. Sarah was quiet for a moment.
But we're so close to town, she said. I didn't think coyotes got this close to people.
What people? I said. The sound was getting louder. They were howling and yelping. It gave me shivers. They were very close, and it wasn't even dark outside yet.
They sound like the hounds of hell or something, she said.
Yeah, I said. They do sound creepy. There was another sound mixing in with them now. Something similar to the lowing of cattle. It was the moans and howls of the undead.
I'm going out to see what's up, Sarah said.
Out?
On the roof, she said.
Okay, I said. I'll be right up. I heard her footsteps on the staircase, and I started rinsing away the soap. The noise outside had migrated past the house and had settled in at a location nearby. I dried, put on some clean clothes, and stepped out of the bathroom. It was dusk, and it would be dark soon. I went to the living room and grabbed a pair of the night vision goggles that I'd taken from the Chinook helicopter. The window was open in the bedroom upstairs, and the sounds from outside were coming in clearer. I climbed out, then up to the roof. Sarah was seated on the chimney, silhouetted against the dim sky. She had the rifle to her shoulder, and she was looking in the direction of the house we'd been trying to signal. I ducked under our bedsheet sign and walked along the peak of the roof until I was next to her. What do you see? I said.
They're not coyotes, she said. They're dogs. Lots of dogs.
She handed me the rifle. I looked through the scope. There were maybe 10 dogs down there. They were family pets that had been forced to fend for themselves. Most of them were still wearing collars. There was a collie and a yellow lab and 2 beagles. The rest didn't look to be any specific breed. There was a fight going on between them and the undead, but I couldn't tell who was attacking whom. It might have been both ways. I'd never seen a dog eat one of the infected, but I knew they would eat a carcass, and that was really all these things were, ambulatory carcasses. I knew the infected would go after live animals. Jen had shot a man eating a dog, and they'd killed and partially eaten our goat. 2 of the infected creatures had a beagle and were pulling it in opposite directions while the animal tried to writhe out of their grip. Just a few feet away from them, a zombie was on the ground, and 3 dogs were tearing into it. This is new, I said.
Do you think the dogs are hungry?
Sarah said. I don't know, I said. It looks like they're feral, but I can't imagine why they would want to eat those things when there are still plenty of penned-up goats and chickens out there.
Maybe the smell is attracting them, she said. I've noticed it more now that the weather is warming.
Could be, I said.
Look, Sarah said.
I see it. There was movement in the window of the house we'd been watching. There was a man standing in the window. He was wearing a dirty white sweatshirt and a cap. His face was gaunt behind a thick horseshoe mustache and soul patch. He looked down at the commotion outside, then, after a few seconds, looked directly at me. He stared at us, then stuck his arm out of the window and gave us a big wave. I saw Sarah wave back out of the corner of my eye.
I put the rifle down so I wouldn't shoot him by accident and continued to watch the fray down the street. The man made a few gestures at us, but I couldn't tell what he was trying to say. Eventually it got too dark, and I put on the goggles. "Great minds think alike," Sarah said, sliding her own pair of goggles down over her head. The goggles had a zoom feature on them with a 4 times magnification. Not as good as the scope or a pair of binoculars, but good enough. The yelping and howling had died down to just barking now. The moans of the undead had escalated. The dogs were making a retreat to the east. They moved at a trot with heads down. Their posture didn't indicate that they were defeated. Their tails weren't tucked between their legs. It was almost like they were falling back. I'd never seen dogs act like that. The pack split up and cut around houses and cars, then rejoined each other as a group and headed north out of my field of vision. A large mass of zombies moved after them, following the barking, but at a much slower pace. Once the main group of undead was about a half a block away, another group of dogs, 20 at least, came in silently from the west. "Holy shit," I said. "Are you seeing this?" Once they were close to those near the house, they began to yelp to each other. They moved in on 2 of the nearest infected people and took them down. The other zombies that had stayed behind came to investigate, but the dogs were dragging away the bodies. "Disgusting," Sarah said. I put my hand on her shoulder. "Listen to me," I said. "Whatever you do, stay away from dogs." She chuckled a little. "I mean it," I said. "That down there scares me. They might know there is a difference between people like us and people like them, and then again, they might not. We can't risk it." "I think it's because they smell the death," Sarah said. "Maybe," I said. "These dogs are going wild. Look at them. They're hunting in packs, and they're hunting people. If you see them when you're out, shoot them." "Really?" She looked up at me with those goggles. Then I saw the green figure of a man running below. He wasn't moving like the others, and he was carrying a bag. He was running toward us. "It looks like our neighbor will be dropping by," I said. "Stay armed at all times." Chapter 3. The man was being pursued by 4 of the creatures. Only one of them was moving fast enough to have a chance at catching him, but the man easily outdistanced all of them. The dogs were too distracted by their meal to pay him any attention. The man reached our back fence, threw his bag over, and then climbed over into the yard. Once inside, he picked up his bag and looked up at the roof. He turned on a flashlight and aimed it at us. "Evening," he said. "Hello?" I said. "Be all right if I come in?" This was a contingency for which we hadn't planned. "We'll be right down," I said. "I'm going to climb down to the ground," I said softly to Sarah. "You go back in through the window. We're not going to let him in until I get a chance to talk with him." Sarah nodded. "Here," she said, handing me one of the pistols. "I'll take the rifle." I took the pistol, stuffed it in my pants, and climbed down. Once down, I found him waiting by the back door. He shined his flashlight in my face, and I had to tilt up my goggles. "Sorry about that," he said. "I was just checking." "No problem," I said, "but keep it aimed down if you don't mind." "Sure thing," he said. The flashlight beam circled my feet. "I seen your sign up there," he said. "Glad to know y'all ain't bad folks and everything." "How about you?" I said. "Me? Hell, I ain't never heard a fly. I go to church and everything." "How long have you been in that house?" "Would it be all right if we went in? I'd sure feel better if we did." "We're fine," I said. "The fence will keep them away. You might want to go ahead and turn out your light, though." "You don't trust me," he said, turning out the flashlight. "I don't know you," I said. "Well, hell, what you want to know? Everybody that knows me knows I'm a Christian man and everything." "Have you been hiding over there for very long? Are you with a group?" "Me and Helen have been over there a few days. We went in there so we could watch you and your girl and everything. We wanted to be sure about y'all." "You've been following us?" "Nah, hell. Well, yeah, shit, we followed you here. But just so's we could be sure and everything. I ain't lying or nothing." We're just as harmless as the day is long."
"Who's Helen?" I asked.
"Helen's a lady I picked up on the way. She's hurt her foot and everything, and I'm afraid she's got the tetanus. You ain't no doctor, are you?"
"No," I said. "There's a doctor in town, though."
"Well, it'd sure mean the world to me if you tell me where, 'cause I'm afraid she's got the tetanus and everything."
I put my goggles back down and looked out toward the house. "Maybe we should go back and get her while most of the infected are away," I said.
"It'd sure mean the world if you would."
I went up to the back door and knocked. Sarah entered the sunroom/back porch with her goggles down and carrying a shotgun. "It's okay, Sarah," I said. She opened the door. "Sarah, this is... what's your name?"
"Everybody calls me Corn Dog."
"Corn Dog," Sarah said. "We're going over to get his friend," I said. "Now looks like a good time." Sarah looked out toward the house with the night vision. "There's still a bunch of them out there," she said. "It doesn't look safe." "I know," I said, "but she's hurt." "If you're going, then I'm going. I'd rather you... I'm going." "Then we go right now," I said. Sarah went back in the house.
"Pleased to have met you,"
Corn Dog called out after her. Sarah and I left with Corn Dog. She and I armed ourselves. Sarah took the AR-15 and I took the M4. We each took a handgun as well, holstered. Corn Dog asked if he could take a weapon, so we gave him the baseball bat. He seemed harmless enough, but we weren't willing to put a gun in his hands just yet. It was 2 blocks in the dark. The night vision made it easier, especially since the zombies couldn't see any better than they could before. The dogs were a concern, but I figured given the choice, they'd go for the rotten meat before us. I held Corn Dog's hand and led him to the house so he wouldn't have to turn on his flashlight. It was still drizzling rain, and it was very dark. Once inside, Corn Dog locked the door and turned his flashlight on long enough to light an oil lamp. We lifted our goggles.
"Helen, it's me," he called out.
Then he looked at us and said,
"She's upstairs and everything."
We followed him up the stairs to a bedroom. The blinds were closed, and there were 4 candles lit in the room. Helen was on the bed. She was spread eagle with every wrist and ankle tied to a bedpost. She was about 100 pounds overweight and completely naked. She had a tattoo of Betty Boop on her leg just above her ankle. Next to the bed, her clothes were in a pile on a chair. It was a uniform from a fast food restaurant. There was a name tag attached to the shirt that read, "Hello, my name is Helen." She snarled and hissed at us. Sarah gasped and raised her weapon. Corn Dog grabbed the end of the AR-15 and forced it down.
"Don't you dare hurt her," he said.
"What the hell is this?" I said. "Man, she's sick."
"She's just got the tetanus, that's all. Look at her foot and everything."
2 of the toes on her right foot were a black, scabby mess.
"Oh, my God,"
Sarah whimpered.
"What if you... what?"
"We need to get her to a doctor," he said.
"Have you been having sex with her?"
Sarah said, stepping back against the wall. Corn Dog went over to Helen and stroked her face.
"It makes her feel better," he said. "Don't it, baby?"
"We're leaving," I said.
"Aw, hell's bells, y'all," Corn Dog said. "Hell's fucking bells."
"I'm sorry," I said, "but we don't want any part of this."
"Y'all ain't good people," he said. "They ain't no good, Helen."
Sarah went out of the room. I started after her, and Corn Dog came at me with the bat. The bat was a blur. I lifted my arm. There was something like a flash of light, and then a scream. I opened my eyes. I was staring at a rug. My head hurt like crazy. I pushed myself up onto my right elbow, trying to figure out where I was. I twisted my head up. That hurt. There was a bed with a foot hanging over the side. There was a cord tied around the ankle. The toes... "Sarah?" I said. "Sarah?" I started to push myself up to stand, but this intense pain shot through my left arm. I cried out and fell on my face. "Sarah!" The foot tensed up and pulled against the restraint. Helen moaned. I pushed myself up with my right arm and stood. I was dizzy.
I touched the left side of my head just above my ear, and my fingers came back bloody. The M4 was on the floor, and the .45 was still in its holster. The goggles were on the floor, too, on the other side of the room. "Sarah!" I picked up the rifle and goggles, then staggered out of the room. "Sarah!" Why didn't she answer? I pulled the goggles down over my eyes and made my way to the stairs. There were nickel-sized dark green spots of blood on the floor coming out of the bedroom and down the stairs. "Sarah!" I got to the top of the stairs and stopped. Down below, it looked like a damned zombie house party. The front door was standing open, and there must have been 15 of the things bumping into each other in the living room. Then I saw Sarah. She was down behind the couch. She looked up at me with her goggles, and then shook her head to signal me not to say anything more. But it was too late.
The creatures already knew I was there.
They couldn't see me in the dark, but they'd heard me, and likely smelled the blood from my head wound. They started up the stairs. I wasn't sure what I should do. I could turn the M4 on them and blow them all to hell, but that would attract more.
They already knew I was there, so I didn't see any harm in talking.
"Sarah, don't say anything. I'm going to lead these upstairs. Try to get that front door shut if you can, so no more can come in." I backed up and made a lot of noise. They came after me. "Sarah, let me know when you get it shut." I backed up to the entrance of the bedroom and waited. Helen kept whining from the bed. The first few zombies reached the top of the stairs. I called out to them so they wouldn't get lost. I went back into the room and went around so the bed was between me and the door. Helen stared at me. I flipped up the night vision because the candles were giving off plenty of light. I looked back down at Helen. We made eye contact. She'd been a person once, but that didn't show up in her eyes. "I'm so sorry," I said. "I know you don't understand. I'm just sorry for you." She growled. The creatures entered the room. "Sarah!" I yelled. "Got it!" she yelled back. "Is the door shut?" "Shut!" she yelled. I leveled the rifle and let fly. The weapon vibrated in my hands, and spent casings rained to the floor as I cut the creatures in half. The pain in my left arm was intense. More things took their place, but I sawed them down. I advanced toward the door. We were going to have to get out of the house quickly. The M4 was hot and empty. I slung it over my shoulder and pulled the .45. I got to the doorway and found the hallway crowded. Headshots for everybody. I dropped 5, and that gave me some breathing room. I turned back to Helen. I didn't know her. She might have been a major bitch before, or she might have been an angel. Either way, I figured she deserved better than corn dog. I took aim and put a bullet in her head. When I turned back to the hallway, I could see Sarah at the other end standing at the top of the stairs. There were 4 creatures between us. The AR-15 went off and zombie brains sprayed the wall. "Watch out," I said. "Don't shoot me." She fired again. I thought it best to wait it out in the bedroom. I heard 4 more shots and saw the green flashes through the goggles. "That's it," she said. I ran out into the hallway, stepped over the dead, and followed Sarah down the stairs. "Quick and quiet," I said. "That's what we've got to be." She didn't say anything. She got to the bottom of the stairs, put 2 rounds into a man standing in the dining room, then opened the front door. There was a small group out there, standing around like relatives waiting to come in for Christmas dinner. They couldn't see a thing, and Sarah turned them into a pile on the stoop before they even realized the door had been opened. We jumped over them and shot out of the house back toward our place at a full sprint, the night vision giving us the upper hand. My head was throbbing with every heartbeat. We practically vaulted over the chain-link fence at our house. Once in the yard, Sarah turned toward me. "I shot him, and he ran out of the house," she said. "Maybe they got him." I groaned. "Yeah, or maybe he's in our house." Chapter 4. Sarah said, "Couldn't have gone very far." Then I noticed something else. "You got his bag?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "He left it." We searched the property and the house, but we didn't find him. I was in a lot of pain, and I just wanted to go in and sit. He was probably zombie food by that time anyway. We lit some candles, and Sarah dabbed at my head wound with a wet towel.
I think your arm took most of it, she said.
Yeah, I think the bone might be cracked. It hurts like hell.
Well, we'll get you some of that liquid art and some of the pain meds.
The pain meds had been Jen's. Sarah was sensitive enough not to mention Jen, but she didn't need to. I was reminded of Jen every day. I'd sure hate to waste that Cabernet as a painkiller, I said.
I'm sure we'll come across some more wine one of these days, she said. Tilt your head toward the light. It's hard to see.
You know what I'd like to try? I said.
What?
Caviar.
I'm going to put some of this antibiotic cream on your head now. Don't jerk away.
Have you ever had it? I asked.
Caviar? No.
We can do that now, I said. We can have rich people stuff.
Good luck finding caviar in Kentucky, she said.
My wound stung, and I jerked my head away.
I told you not to do that, she said. I hope you don't have a concussion.
You know, I said, I've always heard about concussions, but I have no idea what they are. She stopped and looked down at me.
I don't either,
she said with a grin. She stepped back and looked at me.
Want me to make a sling for that arm? She asked.
Not right now, I said. Maybe it will be better in the morning. What I really need right now is to wind down with a glass of happy juice with a beautiful woman by the fire. We didn't have any ice, and it wasn't cold enough outside to make any, so I just put a wet towel on my arm and head to keep the swelling down. I took a seat by the gas logs. Sarah brought me a glass of wine, then turned Corndog's bag up and emptied the contents on the floor.
Candy bars, condoms, a roll of duct tape, Sarah said.
And a walkie-talkie, I said. Sarah picked up the two-way radio and turned it on. There was static. She tried a few channels, then picked up a conversation.
Back then, well divvied up.
I ain't said I would yet.
You going across the river?
Going that way. I'll stop in Riverton more like.
Scope it out while you're there. See if there's trouble.
Hell, there's always trouble. I'm gonna want a nice piece of ass for this.
You got it.
I said a nice piece of ass, Wheeler. I don't want none of that skank shit you traded last week.
I said you got it.
Hell, you ain't got it to give.
Static. You heard from Corndog?
Nah.
He checks in on Channel 3, but I ain't heard from him in a week. I guess the goons got him.
Static.
We'll be heading north in 2 days. Gayfield is a shit town. Ain't a drop of liquor to be had. I think the whole town must be goons. If you ain't checked in before then, we'll just move.
Damn, Wheeler, you gotta give me some time. It'll take me 2 days at least if there's trouble, and there always is. These radios ain't got range for shit.
I can't stand this shit town. There ain't a drop of liquor or healthy pussy nowheres. If you ain't done scoping in 2 days, we're taking it north, ready or not.
Static. The conversation ended. We listened longer, but there was no more.
I think we need to let Wheeler and friends leave Clayfield before we go out again, Sarah said. They don't sound like a nice bunch.
Well, I said, any friend of Corndog. They arrived the next morning while Sarah and I were having breakfast. We heard them pull up outside, and we both grabbed our rifles and rushed upstairs to get a better view from the roof. There was an armored Wells Fargo truck, and a red Hummer on the road in the front of the house, and a white van on the side street. Men got out. They were all masked and armed. How many do you see? I said.
3 on this side,
Sarah replied. Looks like 8 in all, then, I replied. Corndog was one of them. His shirt was bloody on the right side, and he kept his arm in close to his side, favoring it. It gave me some satisfaction to see him hurt. I still had a headache from the night before. The bone in my left forearm was likely cracked, and even though I drank that Cabernet, I didn't get to enjoy it. Damn it, I said. We should have left last night. That asshole brought them right to us.
What are we going to do?
She asked. I could hear the nervousness in her voice. She had every reason to be nervous and afraid. We both knew why they'd come. A few blocks away, someone started honking a car horn. They were giving themselves time by drawing the zombies away. We were going to need to act quickly because there wasn't going to be any negotiating with these men. Corndog pointed up to the roof, and the men in front of the house looked up at us. 3 of them went up to the front gate. The men from the white van circled around to the back of the house and started climbing the chain link. We didn't have a good getaway vehicle. The bus still had a lot of our supplies inside, but the hay truck had the best chance of getting us off the property. Both would be slow and cumbersome. We wouldn't be able to pull through the gate and out into the street. We'd have to drive the vehicle through the yard and then crash through the fence. It had rained the 2 days prior, and while it was sunny that particular morning, the ground was soft. I didn't give us good odds on getting away like that. We'd probably get stuck in the mud before we made it to the fence. Escaping on foot was our best option.
We have to kill them all, Sarah said.
Well, there was that option. I didn't like shooting healthy people, but sometimes it was necessary. Sometimes they deserved it. Okay, I said. Get as many as you can, but they have friends close by, so we can't be all day about it. I hadn't even finished my sentence before Sarah put her rifle to her shoulder and took out 2 of the men coming in through the back. I opened up on the men in front with the M4. I should have made them count, but I was too hopped up on fear and anger to focus on aiming, and I just sprayed them. I fired high and put a jagged line of holes in the windshield of the Hummer. They returned fire. Sarah and I both took cover behind the chimney. Of course, they would never intentionally shoot Sarah, not in a shit town that was practically devoid of healthy pussy. We're going to get pinned down up here, I said. We need to run for it. We have... Sarah fired twice and dropped the 3rd man behind the house. We have to run, I said, and we have to do it while we still can. She nodded. I stood and raked the top of the front fence with the automatic rifle while Sarah made her way to the antenna tower. I hit one of the men below. The others ducked down behind their vehicles. When I saw Sarah's head drop down below the roofline, I followed her. She was starting to crawl back into the window. No, I said, there's no time. She looked up at me, then continued down the tower to the ground below. We ran north toward the back fence. The van! Sarah yelled over her shoulder and cut off to her left. The white van in which the men had arrived would be our best shot of getting away quickly. Go! I yelled. Check it for keys! She kept running without looking back. The men at the front gate crashed through with their armored truck. I ran to one of the fallen men in the backyard and picked up a shotgun, and then I headed to the fence. Sarah was already over and opening the van door. It had been a church van. It said Ashland Church of Christ, Ashland, Tennessee on the side. I held the shotgun in my left hand, my bad arm, ran and jumped, grabbing the top of the fence with my right hand. I started up but slipped and dropped down and twisted my ankle. I tried to stand but fell again. Leave the gun! Sarah shouted at me and cranked the van. The 4 men came around the side of the house. Seeing Sarah in the van, 2 of them ran back toward their vehicle in the front. The other 2 kept coming, and one of them was Corndog. Just drive, I yelled to Sarah. Go to Blaine's. She hopped out and ran to the fence. Damn it, Sarah, go! She looked torn, but then she heard the truck start up out front. She pulled the rifle off her shoulder and fired at Corndog and the other man approaching me. They're coming, she said, and stuck her fingers in the fence as if trying to reach me. I pivoted on my butt and fired toward the men with the shotgun. I missed. They both ducked down, but kept coming. Go! I yelled. I'll meet you at Blaine's. No, Then she looked up the street. The other men were coming. I love you, she said. I'm sorry. She ran to the van, jumped in, and sped away. The Hummer came by after her. I made one last effort to help her. I pushed the barrel of the shotgun through the fence and pulled the trigger as the Hummer came by. I hit it, but it didn't slow. When I turned back toward Corndog and his friend, they were almost on top of me. I fired wild and took Corndog's foot off. "God damn! God damn sumbitch!" he yelled. The last thing I saw was the butt of the other man's rifle driving down at me. Chapter 5. When I woke up, it was dark. My headache was intense. I was moving. I tried to sit up, but my head hurt worse when I did that. I lay back down. I was on a metal surface. I could smell gasoline. Somebody... I blacked out again. When I woke up the second time, 2 men were dragging me out of the back of the armored truck. They dropped me on the ground. One of them stood on my chest with a big steel-toed boot. 2 more came up and looked down at me. One of them squatted down next to me. He was wearing a red flannel shirt and a NASCAR cap with a checkered flag on the front.
"What is Blaine's?" he said through his mask. "And where is it?"
I didn't answer. I figured this was Wheeler.
"You told her to go to Blaine's," he said.
"No," I said.
"I don't give a flying fuck about you," he said. "I could spend a few more days here in Gayfield just hurting you. Or I could take you with me just so's I could hurt you someplace else. You know, someplace with class."
"I'm not letting you get her," I said.
"That's a real number you did on Corndog," he said. "That poor shit just keeps on ticking, though."
I didn't say anything.
"Maybe I should let Corndog get at you," he said. "Eye for an eye, foot for a foot, and all that."
I just stared at him.
"Feed you to the goons?"
He stood. I didn't know what to expect. He looked around at the other men.
"Let's lock him up in the cage with Corndog. That'd be funny as hell."
This cage to which he referred was a cattle trailer. They dragged me inside, dropped me, and left me in the floor with the dried leftover manure. They closed the gate on the trailer and locked it. I lay there for several minutes, hoping my head would quit hurting and trying to get my brain to work despite the pain. But I never really got to that point. I could hear the engines revving and roaring. Eventually, I crawled over to the wall and pulled myself up so I could see through the bars. My ankle felt weak from my fall. We were at the Grace County Fairgrounds, parked near the grandstands behind the racetrack. Because of the recent rain, the track was muddy. There were 3 people speeding around it on 4-wheelers. A couple of men were leaning against the fence watching them. They were making a lot of noise, and I didn't understand how they were able to keep the undead away. Not only that, but we were within a mile of Grace County High School. I was surprised the noise hadn't brought the group of survivors at the school over to investigate. To the left of the grandstands was the Expo Center, a large metal building where the county used to host large indoor flea markets, craft fairs, and farm shows. There were a couple of men standing outside the entrance to that building. I was scared, but not as much as I thought I'd be. Maybe I'd become jaded to all the danger and excitement. Maybe my adrenal gland shut itself off. Maybe I was starting to give up and just didn't care anymore. More than anything, I was glad that Sarah was safe. I was a little surprised to find in that moment I cared more for her life than mine. There was some movement over at the Expo Center. The 2 men by the door parted to make room for another man pushing Corndog in a wheelchair. Corndog's foot was wrapped up in a towel or sheet and held in place by silver duct tape. It was a bulge at the end of his leg like a bloody turban. He had a big plastic jug of cheap rum in his lap. My head was hurting so badly that I really couldn't appreciate just how bizarre this situation was. They wheeled Corndog to the back of the trailer, then opened the gate. 2 men pointed guns at me to keep me from trying to escape. I backed up to the front of the trailer. Corndog looked kind of glassy-eyed, but when he saw me, he perked up.
You done blowed off my foot and everything."
I didn't say anything.
"Get me in there, boys."
The other men laughed. They got on each side of the wheelchair, then lifted him into the trailer. Then they shut the gate and locked it.
"I'm all tore up over Helen. You said you'd help."
"She was already gone," I said. One of the men fed a machete through the bars of the trailer, and Corndog took it. I was in a redneck version of Thunderdome. He took a drink from his rum jug. I wasn't concerned about him. He was in no condition to be a real threat. What concerned me were the men outside. I didn't see any way I could escape. Corndog screwed the lid on his jug and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
"Come on now," he said, motioning me toward him. Get him, Corny! One of the men yelled, laughing.
He put the machete across his lap and tried pushing on the wheels of his chair so he could come closer to me, but he didn't have the strength. He pushed again and pushed himself out of his seat and onto the floor of the trailer. The men outside howled with laughter. Corndog laughed too, sadly, under the presumption that they were laughing with him instead of at him.
Hell, he said, I'm gonna cut off his nuts and everything. Got him, Corny!
He pushed himself up on hands and knees. He was so wasted that he didn't even act like he felt the pain from his wounds. The bandaged stump was scraping around on the dirty trailer floor.
You know what I'm gonna do, y'all? He said, grinning. I'm gonna feed him cow pies. Do it, Corndog!
He dug around in a pile of cow manure that was caked along the inside edge of the trailer and pulled away a handful. He looked up at me and started laughing.
Come here, you. Got something for you.
The men outside cackled. He threw it at me, but I easily dodged it. Some of the dried manure had reconstituted from the rain, and Corndog had it on his fingers like mud. He used it to streak his cheeks.
Look, everybody. I got war paint. I'm a gold darn Injun.
Then he stopped laughing and got a serious expression on his face. His gaze shifted. It was like he was looking at something miles away. "Hell's bells, y'all," he whispered. "Everything is... everything." He fell on his face and stayed.
Corny?
One of the men laughed.
Come on, Corndog. Cut his nuts off.
I limped over to him and rolled him over. He was dead. The men laughed. I looked up at them, wondering what was in store for me. They ignored me. They just kept laughing, slapping each other on the back, and left me, heading back to the expo center. I picked up his machete and jug of rum, then went back up to the front of the trailer to wait. I spent part of the night in the trailer. The men, there were 8 that I could see, built a big fire near the expo center and stayed up late drinking, laughing, and sometimes fighting. When I was sure they weren't looking, I tried to pry the lock off the latch for the trailer's gate using the machete, but I couldn't get it to budge. I searched Corndog's pockets. I found a pack of cigarettes with 3 left, a Zippo lighter, and a wallet. It wasn't his wallet. It belonged to another man, or at least the driver's license did. There was $2,000 and $100 bills in there. I had not been wearing my coat when I ran out that morning. I had on a t-shirt with a long-sleeve denim shirt over that. It got cold that night, and I was miserable. When I was sure the men had all gone inside the expo center to sleep, I took some of the dry cow manure, splashed a little rum on it, and started a small fire. The stuff smoked a lot, but it kept the chill away. A couple of swallows from the jug helped too. A couple more swallows, and my head, arm, and ankle didn't hurt so badly. After a couple more, I was beginning to think again. I was hunched over the cow patty fire with my hands near the flames when it dawned on me. The floor of the trailer was made of wood. I stood and looked toward the expo center to make sure no one was outside. Then I went back to the fire and fed it. While it burned, I chopped at the floor near the fire with the machete. When the fire had used up all the cow chips, I fed it Corndog's shoe, then the wallet and cash, then the rum in small amounts, careful to leave some for me to drink. The floorboards finally caught, and the spot next to the fire where I'd been hacking with the machete was beginning to open up. I could see the ground. When the boards had burned for a few minutes, I stomped it with the heel of my boot, and a section of charred and burning wood dropped to the ground below. The hole was just big enough. I didn't waste any time. Using the machete, I pushed aside the small chunks of wood that were burning on the ground. Then I grabbed the jug and eased down through the hole feet first. The trailer couldn't be more than 18 inches off the ground. I had to get into a seated position on the ground, then wriggle the rest of my body through. The wood was still hot, and I singed my shirt and hair. Once I was under the trailer on my back, I rolled until I was clear. It was still the middle of the night or early morning, but there was moonlight. I ran as well as my sore ankle would allow toward the highway. The racetrack and expo center are up on a hill and are accessed via long, narrow roads that curve around the hill on both sides and meet up at the main entrance to the highway. When I got closer to the highway, I saw why the infected had not entered the grounds. There was a 10-foot-tall chain-link fence around it. I'd probably driven past the place 1,000 times and never noticed that fence. The gate was shut. It was one of those that rolled off to the side on a track. The undead were on the other side. Hundreds of them. They began to howl and moan when they saw me. I had to get out of there before Wheeler and friends woke up. I ran along the fence looking for a safe place to cross, and they ran with me. Even with a bad ankle, I was still faster. What ended up happening was I caused a pileup. I jogged along the side, and as they noticed me, they would follow me. But they were a little slow to decide that was what they wanted to do. The ones that had already started to follow would bump into the ones still making up their quote-unquote mind. There was a couple of domino falls that slowed them down further. Then, just when they were getting clustered together, I switched direction and ran the other way. That was all it took. They were a tangled mess after that. A few stragglers still pursued me, but I liked my chances. A couple of 100 yards around the base of the hill, I found a place where a drainage ditch passed under the fence. There was enough space underneath for me to pass as well. The only problem was that with all the rain, the ditch was waist-deep in frigid water. I stripped down to my bare ass and held my clothes and machete over my head. I was shivering before I even got in the water. The shock of the cold water was unbelievable. I got under as quickly as I could, praying my bare feet would not step on a broken bottle or rusty piece of metal. Once I was out of the creek, I dried off with my t-shirt. I was shaking almost uncontrollably. I put my clothes on and headed for the nearest house right across the street from the fairgrounds. I didn't plan to stay long. I just needed to get some shelter from the zombies, some extra clothes or a coat, and hopefully a bite to eat. I hoped to be on my way to Blaine's within an hour. Chapter 6. The door was unlocked, and it was dark inside. I'd learned something in the past few weeks about entering houses. If they were unlocked, there was a good chance they'd be occupied. I knew this place was occupied as soon as I stepped in the door because of the heavy stench of death. I lit the Zippo so I could see. It wasn't much help. I was so cold, and I just wanted to take care of the resident zombies so I could get myself a coat, some supplies, and be on my way. They didn't make themselves known right away. I lucked out that the house had an actual coat closet right by the front door. I opened it and pulled out the one that looked the warmest and put it on. I checked through the window to see how many had followed me. There were only 4 of them out there, so I wasn't too worried. There was a decorative candle on the coffee table, so I lit it and took it into the kitchen. I found a set of keys on the kitchen counter and took them. I needed something I could eat on the run. I didn't have the time or the means to cook a meal, but I sure needed a hot meal right then. That dip in the drainage ditch really took a lot out of me. I just couldn't quit shivering. The kitchen didn't offer very much in terms of fast food. There were a lot of canned goods, and if it had been another time, I would have cleaned them out. I got a small bag of corn chips and 3 cans of potted meat and put them in the pocket of my new coat. I opened the refrigerator, but everything in there was perishable and had perished long before. When I shut the refrigerator door, they were right there. It was an elderly couple, and like the contents of the fridge, they were well past their use-by date. They startled me, and I reacted by swinging the machete. I reacted a little slower than I might have had I been warmer, but it didn't matter. I took off the head of the first one with one swing. The second one took a bit more, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. It didn't bother me. I was past that. I didn't feel any worse than I would have had I stepped on a bug. The decapitated head continued to snap its jaws, but it couldn't hurt me. I looked in some of the drawers in the kitchen for a flashlight, but I never found one. I got out a spoon, then popped the top of one of those cans of potted meat. They smelled pretty bad too, but I was hungry enough not to care. I ate the whole can in 3 scoops, and then took a swig of rum. Okay, time to go. I went outside through the back door, then crept around the side of the house. I was able to avoid the creatures that had followed me. There was a Crown Victoria parked beside the house. The keys fit. It was slow to start, and I attracted an audience before I finally got it cranked. I turned the heat on and backed out of there. I headed over to Lockridge Street, then east until I connected to 8th Street. I was out of the city limits before the interior of the car started to get warm. When I pulled into Blaine's, my headlights shone on the little car Brian Davies had left there weeks before. There was also a gray pickup parked there, too. I didn't see the church van in which Sarah had escaped, but I figured she had traded it for the truck. I got out and stumbled toward the workshop. The door opened, and a flashlight beam hit me in the face. I squinted and held my hand up to shield my eyes.
"Stop right there," said a man's voice.
"Who are you?" I said.
"I got the gun, so I ask the questions," he said. "What are you doing here?"
"I'm looking for my friend," I said. "Has she been here?"
"Put your hand down so I can see your face."
I dropped my hand.
"Well, I'll be damned," he said.
The flashlight beam dropped.
"How the hell are you?" he said.
"Not too good," I said, trying to figure out who it was. He pointed the beam at his own face.
"It's me, Nicholas."
"Mr. Somerville?" I said, relieved. "What are you doing here?"
"Judy and I have been here for about a week," he said. "We've been wondering where y'all were."
"Has Sarah been here?" I asked.
"No," he said. "We haven't seen her. I heard a vehicle go by this morning, but I was out back splitting wood, and I didn't get around in time to see who it was. Is everything all right?"
"No," I said. "We had some trouble this morning and got separated."
"Come on in and tell us all about it. I'll have Judy start some coffee."
I entered the building with Nicholas. Judy Somerville lifted her .357 Magnum and pointed it at us.
"Jesus, Judy," Nicholas said. "I swear you're planning to accidentally kill me on purpose. Put that thing away."
"Nick, if I decided to kill you, it would be on purpose, on purpose."
"Let's get a pot of coffee going," Nicholas said.
The workshop had not changed much since the last time I was there. The mattresses were still on the floor, on either side of the room where Jen and I had put them our first night together. The Somervilles had a few of their things scattered around, and there was a makeshift clothesline strung up over the wood stove. "I don't really want any coffee," I said. "I just want to find Sarah."
"What about that other girl?" Somerville asked. "Was it Jess?"
"Jen," I said. "Jen didn't make it."
"Oh, hell," he said, sitting down. "I'm sorry, man."
"She and Brian Davies both, well, actually, Brian
Davies," Nicholas said, looking over at Judy.
"Where do I know that name?" "He was Michael Jackson," Judy said. "You had your picture made with him at the telethon." "Aw, him too?"
I nodded. Judy stood and hugged me.
"It's getting to be that we're losing all the good folks. Before long, all that'll be left is the riffraff and monsters. Are you hungry, hon?"
"Yes, ma'am," I said. "I could eat." She went over to the workbench and opened a can of condensed chicken noodle soup.
"Just give me a bit."
I pulled out the potted meat from my coat pocket. "I'll trade you that," I said. "I don't really like it." Judy snorted.
"Yeah, well, Nick loves that stuff."
"You look kind of banged up," Somerville said. "What kind of trouble did y'all have?"
I told them about everything that had happened since I'd last seen them, but I focused on the night before: Corndog, the walkie-talkies, and Wheeler. By the time I was finished, my soup was ready. Judy gave me a spoon, and I ate it right out of the pan.
"I thought it might have been that bunch that attacked us," Somerville said. "But then you said they were passing through."
"We wondered what happened at your place," I said.
"The group that came in on us was locals," he said. "It was that damned Willie Roop. He'd been looking for an opportunity to get me for years, and he saw his chance."
"Willie used to be a cop," Judy said. "He and Nick didn't get along."
"Hell," Somerville said. "I got that jackass fired a few years ago. Him and his bunch came into the house looking for food and didn't expect to find anybody home. When he saw it was me, well..."
"It was awful," Judy said. "But I tased him. You should have seen him jerking around on the floor.
Nicholas laughed.
Yeah, he pissed himself.
Well, I said, this group had a church van from Tennessee. It doesn't mean they were from there, but they were from south of here anyway.
Unless that church happened to be taking a trip through Clayfield on D-Day, Judy said.
I know they didn't get Sarah because they came back asking about where this place was. I guess she went out to the Lassiter's stables.
Where's that?
Nicholas asked. About 2 miles southeast of here, I said.
Well, hell, let's go,
Somerville said.
No, Nick, Judy said. We'd scare the poor girl to death. We'll wait until daylight. It's about 3 now, so we have a couple of hours.
None of us slept. Judy went ahead and put a campfire percolator on the wood stove and made coffee. Nicholas talked more about taking the town back, and I told him that Sarah and I had planned to work on that as well. He was very interested in the group at Grace County High School, particularly when I told him they had a doctor and nurse in their group.
It looks like we're going to have to deal with 3 different fronts, he said. We need to eliminate the sick, establish law and order among the locals, and then do our best to fortify against outsiders.
The second one sounds doable, I said, but the other 2...
Then we'll do the second one first, he said.
I think a victory would do us all some good.
We left at dawn. I drove the Crown Victoria, and the Somervilles followed me over in their pickup. The church van was parked near the front porch of the Lassiter house. I pulled in behind the van and got out. I saw some movement through the front window. Then the front door opened, and Sarah stepped out with her rifle. She wasn't fully awake yet. She looked over at me, then back to the pickup. "It's okay," I said. "It's the Somervilles." She propped her rifle against the door frame, then ran across the porch. She didn't slow. When she got to the end of the porch, she jumped. It took me by surprise, but I caught her. She wrapped herself around me like a monkey and kissed my face. I stumbled back until I rested against the church van. "You're safe," she whispered in my ear. I heard Nicholas Somerville laughing, but I didn't care. I just pulled her in closer and kissed her neck. I could have stayed right there forever. It sure beat the hell out of corn dog and cold, muddy ditch water. After we all went inside, Sarah and I sat in the living room while the Somervilles gave themselves a tour of the house. "It took me a while to lose them," Sarah said. "But I knew where I was and they didn't. I led them out toward Walmart and I managed to get away from them and all the cars out there. Then I drove around the back roads to make sure. I've been so worried about you. I'm sorry you had to go through all that." "Yeah," I said. "I'm just glad you were safe." "When I drove out to Blaine's place, I saw the truck and car there, and smoke coming out of the chimney, and I didn't want to risk it. That's why I came out here." "You did great," I said. "In fact, when we start putting out our supply caches and placing escape vehicles, we need to designate a few places to go in case we get separated again. Blaine's, this place, and a few others. That way we'll find each other." "A meeting place," she said. "Exactly." She'd been sitting in the chair opposite me, but she got up and moved next to me on the couch. "It was a rough night for me," she said. "I know you had it rougher, but I was so scared I'd left you to die." "You did exactly what you should have done. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I knew they got you because you stopped to help me." She put her hand on my cheek, but didn't say anything. Nicholas and Judy came down the stairs.
"We should use this place as our base of operations for a while," he said. "I don't like that it's away from town, but at least there's plenty of room, and with little work, it could be secured."
"We can't stay here," Sarah said. "This was the place Jen liked. It's too difficult for him."
"It's okay, Sarah," I said. "I could probably—"
"Hell, son," Somerville said. "There are houses everywhere. We don't have to live in the one that hurts you. We'll find a new place."
"First," I said, "I'd like to get a bath and take a nap. I'm exhausted." Chapter 7. When I woke up, it was dark. I was cold again and shivering. The bed felt so good. I pulled the blankets up over my head. I ached all over. I became aware of someone standing over me, but it felt more like a dream. "He's burning up," they said. I thought about the elderly couple in that house. The machete sliced through the air, and that old, shriveled head fell away from the neck. It was getting warm under the blankets. It was like I was in a cave. The head had been dry and flaky like a big hornet's nest or one of those dry cow pies. I imagined that I could peel away those flaky layers like turning the pages of a book. My breath was hot. I thought I could see it coming out of my mouth, filling my little cave and making it even warmer. I was my own heater. I was burning up. "Do you think he's got it?" a woman's voice said.
"Hails bells, he's got the gall-darn tetanus."
"I didn't step on any rusty metal," I said. "What did he say? What is he talking about?" What was so difficult to understand? Jen would have known. "In the ditch," I said. "In the ditch." "Nick, go out and soak this towel in some cold water." My breath was a warm orange haze. I could heat the whole room. I hurt all over. Someone pulled the covers away from my head, but I fought them to put it back in place. My breath was escaping. "Feel that?" I said. "Feel what, hon?" the woman asked. "Feel warm yet?"
What did he say?
"We've got to get your fever down," Sarah said. "Can you sit up?" "I'm cold," I said. "Hon, you need to listen to Sarah. We need you to sit up and take some medicine." "Sarah," I said, "sit up and take this medicine." I sat up, and my head was swimming. They pushed a pill into my mouth, then put a glass to my lips. I sipped it and swallowed the pill. I thought I would throw up, so I put my head back into my pillow. "I'm cold," I said. They pulled the covers up under my chin, and I tugged them up over my head. They were whispering out there. I was safe and warm in my cave where I could peel away the layers of my hornet's nest. I became aware of a pleasant warmth on the inside of my nostrils. I lay there, blowing breath out of my nostrils so I could feel it on my top lip. I was burning up, and my breath could heat the whole room. They pulled the covers away again and placed a chilly wet towel on my forehead. I pushed it off.
"I think he's just sick," a man said. "With all he's been through, it was bound to catch up to him. I don't think it's the virus."
"I'd feel better if we tied him down," a woman said. "Like Helen," I said. "Try to sleep," Sarah said, replacing the towel. My fever broke the next day. I still felt like hell, but at least I had my sanity back. Sarah walked past the bedroom, noticed me sitting up, and came in. "You okay?" she said. I could tell she was trying to figure out if I'd turned. The mischievous side of me wanted to grunt at her as a joke, but I was afraid she would shoot me. "I've been better," I said. "I've got a headache that is out of this world." "I'll get you some ibuprofen," she said. "Do you think you could eat something?" I shook my head. "No." "You should drink some broth." "Where are the Somervilles?" I said. "They left this morning to scout out a new place," she said. "They said they'd be back before dark." "Go ahead and get me the pain medicine and warm me some broth." She left, and I sat down on the side of the bed and stared at my feet. I wondered if all the rest had done my ankle and arm any good. She came back and offered me 2 white caplets and a glass of water. "You'll have to help me down the stairs," I said. "I'm kind of wobbly." "Do you need to go to the bathroom or something?" "No," I said. "Then get back in bed and we'll get some soup in you. You really need to eat." Gladly, I obeyed. I stayed in bed all that day, except for a couple of trips to the bathroom, and Sarah got as much food and drink in me as I could stand. The Somervilles didn't return when they said they would. By the next morning, I was feeling better. I called out for Sarah, but she didn't answer, so I got up and made my way downstairs to the living room. I sat on the couch, surprised at how weak I still was. Sarah came in from outside with a single brown chicken egg in her hand. She stopped when she saw me. "Hey," she said. "How are you feeling?" "Meh. What time is it?" "Around 10, I think," she replied. "Still no Somervilles?" She frowned and shook her head. "Did they say where they were going?" I asked. "They were going to check out a house south of town. Judy said she thought a house out that way had solar panels. It was on Tucker Road. They were also talking about going out to the high school to meet that group out there. Mr. Somerville was saying he knew a lot of the city firefighters and he thought he might have met Nathan before. I don't know where Tucker Road is, I said. I don't think it's a good idea for them to go out to the high school. It's so close to the fairgrounds and that other bunch. She was standing in the entrance to the kitchen. She looked tired. Thanks for everything, I said. I'm sure I wasn't a very good patient. You were fine, she said flatly. Go get some sleep, I said. I'll get you up in a couple of hours. She nodded. Are we going to look for them? Yeah, I said. It's still early. We'll have a few hours to drive around. She went upstairs, and I went out on the front porch to get some air. I looked out across the property, and I had a little flashback about the day I lost Jen. I'd been standing on that very spot shooting zombies while my friends were trapped in the truck. The truck was still there, but aside from the damages to it where I had crashed into it, there were no traces of the violence that day. The bodies had been burned, the blood and gore had been either washed away by the rain or lapped up by some animal. This really was a good place. Had we put a little more effort into securing it, everyone might have survived that day. Sarah and I had not confirmed that the menstrual cycle attracted the creatures, but we would know soon enough. We hadn't talked about it, but I figured she would be having her period any day now, or should have had it already. There was some movement out in the pasture in front of the house near one of the watering troughs. It was one of the chickens. I was amazed the poor thing had survived all this time. I looked around for the other one, but I didn't see it. Chickens usually stuck together, so either the one had died during the past couple of weeks or it was off somewhere laying an egg or brooding. With all of the zombie activity, I didn't think it would be easy to catch them. They would probably be wary of people. The front door opened and Sarah stepped outside. I can't sleep, she said, coming out and standing next to me. Good to know one of the chickens made it, I said, nodding toward the pasture. The other one is around somewhere, she said. I saw them both out there this morning. I'm curious, I said. Shouldn't it be about time for your period? I'm late, she said. How? I mean, I don't know. Stress, probably. Oh. We continued to stare out at the pasture. Well, it's bound to come, I said. When it does, we need to be in a secure location, just in case it is something that affects the infected. We should go back and check on our seedlings, she said. They'll need to be watered. I hope those men didn't steal all of our food and supplies. Chances are they did, I said. They have the M4. I'm really worried about Nicholas and Judy, she said. Especially with those men in town. I'm afraid something has happened to them. Let's go right now, I said. I'm going to need you to drive. I'm still not 100%. We drove the Crown Victoria. Sarah still had her AR-15 with a partial magazine, and the Somervilles left her a loaded .22 revolver. She told me that she and Mr. Somerville had gone out right after I got sick and collected a few supplies from some of the nearby houses. However, they had not been able to find any more firearms. My hope was that Wheeler, Corndog, and the others had ignored our school bus, where we kept most of our supplies. We had enough stuff in the house for them to think that was our complete store. If they did take the bus, then we'd have to start over. Let's go over to Tucker Road first, I said. I'd rather not have to see that bastard if I don't have to. I was referring to Nathan, the leader of the group at the high school. I don't know where it is, Sarah said. We're going to have to find a map of the area somewhere. I wouldn't know where to get one, I said. It's not like the county back roads show up on the highway maps. I always had to look them up on the internet. The map from the helicopter would have come in handy about now. The Welcome Center has maps, she said. Yeah, but that's close to town, and I think those are just city maps. No, they have county maps, too. I'm going over there. Couldn't hurt. Well, it could hurt, but we don't have much of a choice. Chapter 8. I was very familiar with the Welcome Center. Being the director of the museum, a possible destination for visitors, I was in there at least every other month for meetings. I'd never really looked at their brochure rack except to make sure the museum was represented.
If Sarah had seen county maps in there, then I'd have to take her word for it. She pulled up in front of the building. "Wait here with the engine running. Let me know if any infected come around," I said. "No, I'm going in," she said. "You're still sick." "It's just a map," I said. "I'll be right back." We'd seen a lot of sick and undead out that day. They seemed to like the warmer weather. They'd all been infected for a little more than a month by that time, and it showed. Many of them were emaciated. Their clothes were rags. Also, there was a stench in the air to which I could not get accustomed. I went into the Visitors' Welcome Center with the .22 in one hand and the machete in the other. I was still a little lightheaded and tired, and I really needed for this to be a quick in and out. Of course, it wouldn't be. Alan was in there. Alan ran the Welcome Center. He had been a nice enough guy, I suppose, but he was cursed with a tendency to overthink simple things and overlook the obvious. He'd always done a good job of running the office itself, but he didn't have much of a vision for what out-of-town visitors could do for Clayfield. He liked to stick with safe and mediocre, and for the most part no one ever questioned it because the town, both citizens and government, had been content with the status quo. Knowing the history of the town, I had attempted to get him to focus on some of our more colorful past events and some of the landmarks that went with them. "Everyone likes a good story," I told him, but he was never interested in taking a chance. He felt those events would put Clayfield in a bad light, and he thought it would be best if they remained hidden. He stood in front of me now, bloated and dirty. A clump of his sandy hair had fallen out, and though it was difficult to tell in the dim light, it looked like maggots were working on his face. His mouth dropped open, and he made a gurgling sound. "Hey, Alan," I said. He replied. "We've got some newcomers in town this week," I said, pushing the .22 down in the front of my pants and gripping the machete with both hands. "It looks like that clever Clayfield is cool campaign of yours is finally paying off. Thanks for including the museum in that, by the way." "Oh, wait, you didn't." "You were probably right to ignore Clayfield's history. I mean, it was just the only thing that made the town interesting." "It turns out we have some new attractions. The visitors are coming into town for guns, food, and let's see, what did they call it? Oh yeah, healthy pussy. We should try to work healthy pussy into the town's slogan at our next meeting." "Are you about done?" The voice startled me. I turned around and Sarah was standing behind me, rifle in hand. She brushed her bangs away from her eyes and looked at me expectantly. "I told you to wait in the car," I said, embarrassed. She rolled her eyes. "Just take care of him and get the damn map. Or do you need to vent some more over things that don't matter?" "You just said damn," I said. "I don't think I've ever heard you cuss before. What would Jesus think?" "I'm tired," she said. "Leave me alone and stop with the Jesus jokes. You know how I feel about that." Alan chimed in. Sarah lifted her rifle and blew Alan's head apart. "Me and my healthy pussy will be in the car. Don't take all day." She left the building without looking back. I stood at the glass door and watched her walk to the car. "I think I might have crossed a line there, Alan." I turned and walked past Alan's body to the brochure rack. I took every map there, both county and city. I figured they would make good additions to our future supply caches. There was a toot on the horn from outside. I exited the building with my stack of maps. Some zombies were approaching, but I had plenty of time. I got in, put the machete on the floor at my feet, and pulled the revolver out of my pants to make sitting more comfortable. Sarah put the car in reverse and actually swerved so she hit one of the nearby creatures. The thing flopped up onto the trunk, then rolled off. "I'm sorry if I made you mad," I said. "I was just joking." "I'm not mad," she said, putting the car into drive and ramming a second creature. "If you say so," I said. She looked over at me, but she didn't reply. She pulled out onto the road and headed south. I kept waiting for her to say something. I wasn't used to the women in my life letting me get in the last word. My ex always got in the last word, as did Jen. Sarah's silence bothered me.
It made me want to needle her some more so she would talk, but I didn't. "I knew Alan from before," I said, trying to make conversation. "I could tell," she replied. "He always shot down my ideas. He was nice, but, kind of passive-aggressive." She looked at me and nodded. "I just had to get some things off my chest. You know." "Yeah." "One time, he told the city council that they should cut funding to the museum. He said it was a waste of money." I shrugged and looked down at my feet. "Sorry to have stolen that moment from you and your machete," she said. Ouch. "Yeah, listen, I'm sorry about the Jesus joke. It's just that I never heard you cuss, that's all." "Water under the bridge," she said. "Open the map, navigator. We're looking for Tucker Road." Tucker Road was out away from town and almost out of the county. It was one of those long, narrow, meandering back roads that probably started out as a wagon path more than a century ago. Its course determined by trees and barns and property lines that no longer existed. We took it slow on the road, not just because of its unnecessary curves, but because we were looking for a house with solar panels on the roof. We didn't have a specific address. Luckily, the road didn't have that many houses. We passed an intersection with another road, and I looked at the map. "That was Scion Lane," I said. "We're almost to the end of Tucker now. Are you sure it was Tucker?" Sarah sighed heavily and gave me an impatient, "Yes." "Maybe Mrs. Somerville was mistaken," I said. "Maybe," she replied. We drove for another mile, and the road ended at a stop sign where it connected to one of the main highways. Sarah pulled out into the highway, did a U-turn, and headed back the way we came. "We must have missed something," she said. "I'm going to pull in at every house this time." "If we're doing that, we should check for supplies while we're at it," I suggested. She shook her head. "If you don't mind, I'd like to focus on finding Nicholas and Judy." The first house was a newer mobile home with a small yard. The property butted up against a fenced cow pasture. To the side of the home was a child's swing set. Next to the swing set was a scrawny, naked, undead woman. She started toward us, dragging her feet. I stared at her, but Sarah ignored her. "The panels might not be on the roof," Sarah said. "In one of your Mother Earth news magazines, I saw how some people mount them on stands in their yard." "I don't see anything like that here," I said absently, as I kept my eyes on the approaching woman. "I know," Sarah said, even more impatiently as she backed out of the driveway and back into the road. "I'm trying to tell you what to look out for." "Are you okay?" I asked, turning my attention to her. "You seem upset." She sighed again. "I'm tired, and I'm worried." "Don't worry about the Somervilles," I said. "They've proven they can take care of themselves." We pulled into 4 more driveways on Tucker Road before I thought we found what we were looking for. It was a ranch-style house with a small yellow and black sign in the yard that said, "Price reduced, foreclosure, bank owned." There were 6 long metal brackets attached to the roof. "I'll bet this is it," I said. The solar panels were probably mounted on those brackets. She put the car in park and rested her head against the back of the seat, staring at the roof of the house. "It must have been a while since Judy was out here," she said. "This was a wasted trip. Now we have to try the high school, and I was hoping we could avoid that." "Yeah," I said. "They're not going to be very welcoming. I'm sorry. It's my fault." Sarah looked like she was going to say something, but just shook her head instead. "What?" I said. She acted hesitant, like she was trying to decide whether she should talk, but then just came out with it. "It keeps coming back to Jen," Sarah said. "I don't mean any disrespect, but I just can't seem to get a break from that woman." The mention of Jen's name caused a sharp twinge inside me. "What do you mean?" I said. "Yeah, it's your fault we're unwelcome at the high school," she continued. "But it was all because of Jen. The Somervilles are missing now because they went out looking for a new place where you wouldn't be reminded of Jen. When you were sick, you kept calling me by her name and—" "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't know I had a fever. I must have said a lot of crazy stuff." "If all that weren't bad enough, she's still out there somewhere." "Oh," I said. I had no idea how to respond to that. We both got quiet and stared out the windshield. The only sound was the idling engine.
"I'm sorry," she said finally. "I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry."
She put the car in reverse and backed out into the road. Chapter 9. The drive into Clayfield was quiet and tense. The infected were everywhere outside. We were aware of them the way one might be aware of a thunderstorm while safe and dry inside of a shelter. The phenomenon was out there and kind of scary, but now so commonplace that it could be tuned out. I thought we'd go directly to the Grace County High School, but instead, Sarah drove us to the house in which we had been living before our run-in with Corndog and Wheeler. The front wooden fence was a splintered mess where they'd rammed through. "Better park on the street," I said softly, breaking the silence. "We don't want to risk damaging our tires driving over that debris." She parked and we got out. We stood by the car for a few seconds listening and looking around. Other than birds and the occasional distant howl of one of the undead, it was quiet. The trees on the street had been leafing out for more than a week, and since the rain, they were a vibrant, almost unnatural green. Sarah checked her weapon to make sure it was ready, and we proceeded along the wooden fence toward the house. The hay truck was still parked in the driveway, but the bus was gone. There were a lot of clothes and other items we'd collected from Walmart scattered around on the ground outside. They'd stolen the bulk of our supplies and discarded the rest. I doubted we'd find much left inside the house. Sarah bent over and peeled up a pair of jeans that had been trampled into the mud. "It doesn't look good," she said. "No." "They left the cistern tank and some of the heavy stuff on the hay truck," she said, dropping the jeans. "Let's go inside," I said. The house had been thoroughly looted. All of the food was gone, all of the guns, alcohol, bottled water, medicine. "Ugh," Sarah said, coming out of one of the bedrooms. "They took all my underwear." "The night vision goggles are gone," I said. "What about the sunroom?" We both went into the glassed-in back porch, hoping it had been ignored. It had not. The flats where we'd started our seeds had been upended. Potting soil darkened the floor. I saw a tiny wilted seedling laying on top of the dirt, its bare roots exposed. "Damn it," I said, squatting down and scraping up the dirt with the side of my hand. Sarah knelt beside me. "Do you think we can save them?" she asked. "So long as the seedlings aren't broken and have stayed moist, they might be okay," I replied. "I wonder if they found the stash of seed packets." "I'll go check," she said. She returned with a small cardboard box. "They didn't take them," she said. "They left the sweet potatoes, too." I looked up and she was holding one of the shriveled sweet potatoes I'd found on the floor at Walmart more than 2 weeks before. Of course, they made me think of Jen, but I didn't mention it. "Good," I said, relieved. Those seeds and sweet potatoes were going to be the beginnings of our garden. They and their progeny would provide us with fresh food while everyone else was fighting over old canned goods and stale crackers. But more than that, one day they might be the only thing keeping us from starving to death. They were the most important items we had, and thankfully Wheeler and his bunch hadn't been smart enough to take them. We returned as much of the dirt to the trays as we could. 6 of the seedlings were still intact. They were wilted, however. I couldn't tell whether they were the peppers or tomatoes because they had not put on their second set of leaves yet. "Hopefully some of the seeds that were slow to germinate are in that dirt somewhere," I said, picking up one of the trays. "Let's take them back with us to the stables." Sarah grabbed the other tray. "They left most of the books and magazines," she said. "Do you want to get them?" "We should go," I said. "We'll come back for them and the hay truck later." We drove over to the high school, but not via the bypass. That would have taken us by the fairgrounds, and I didn't want to alert Wheeler's group, even though there was a chance we'd run into them anyway if they were still in town. Instead, using the map, we took back roads on the south side of town that would let us out west of the school and away from the fairgrounds. We drove onto the school grounds, past the stadium, then past the school itself to the maintenance building in the back. It didn't look much different than how I had left it. The fence was still down and collapsed over the front entrance. The ambulance and a pickup truck were still in the courtyard. Off to the side were 3 buses, and near them was the moving van I'd driven through their fence. I wondered if the stuff Sarah and I had collected at Tractor Supply was still inside the truck. Originally, there had been 5 buses, but I had parked one around back, and we had taken the other. Sarah pulled around to access the gate. The bus I had parked by the rear entrance was gone. "What do you think?" Sarah said, parking by the back door. "Do you think they left?" "Looks like it," I said. "If they are inside, it might be best if they didn't see me right away. You go knock on the door, and I'll wait in the car." She went up to the door, knocked, and waited. She looked back at me and shrugged. I got out, holding the machete. I stuffed the .22 down the front of my pants and joined her. It was very quiet. If they had been inside, I thought we would have heard something. I kind of expected to hear some sound coming from the fairgrounds that was less than a mile away, but I did not. The door was unlocked, and we went inside. The place had been abandoned. All of the cots and other supplies were gone from the large bus garage. The only indication that it had been inhabited was several bags of trash piled along the far wall. I tried the switch by the door, but the lights did not come on. "I wonder if the generators are not working or just turned off," I said. Sarah walked through the garage to the break room in the front of the building, and I followed her. The large county map that had been on the wall was missing. The office was to our left, and the door was shut. "I don't know what to do now," she said. I put my arm around her and gave her a quick hug because she looked like she needed it. She let me. "Let's go back to the stables," I said. "Maybe they'll be back by now." There was a sound from the office, like something bumping against the wall. Sarah looked at me. I went over to the door and put my ear to it. "Hello," I said. There was movement inside, a brief scraping sound and another thump. I looked over to Sarah, and she nodded, lifting her rifle. I tried the knob. "It's locked," I said. "Hello in there," Sarah said loudly. "Are you able to unlock the door?" There was a long, slow scratching sound that started at the top of the door and dragged down to the floor. "I think we have our answer," I said. "Let's go back to the stables." "But who do you think is in there?" she said. "It doesn't matter," I replied. "They're obviously infected." "But what if it's Judy and Nicholas?" "It's not," I said. "Even if they got infected, it would be a little early for them to turn. They've only been gone since yesterday." She lowered her weapon and nodded, but I could tell she wasn't satisfied with that answer. "Curiosity killed the cat," I said. "Don't you want to know who is in there?" she said. "Not really," I said. "For all we know, it's standing room only in there. Do you really want to open that door?" "Schrodinger's cat," Sarah said. "What about it?" I said. "You said curiosity killed the cat," she replied. "I was just remembering that Schrodinger's cat thing from science class. Until we open the door and look, we don't know what we'll find. Until we open the door and know for sure, there is a possibility that the Somervilles are in there." I sighed. "Okay, let's find something in the garage to bust down the door." We found a large rolling jack along one of the walls in the garage and wheeled it into the break room. I was still feeling weak, so Sarah was going to have to do all the physical work. She gave me her rifle, and I stood in the doorway to the garage and break room and aimed it at the entrance to the office. Sarah pulled the jack back to the far end of the break room and then jacked it up so that the long metal lift arms were about waist high. Then she ran toward the office door, pushing the jack in front of her. Rather than knocking it open, the lift punched through the hollow wooden door. I could hear a lot of movement inside of the office. Sarah jerked on the jack, and it came free. She pulled it back to the other side of the room for another run. There was a narrow horizontal hole in the middle of the door that was about a foot long. It was large enough that I thought I could stick my hand in and unlock the door. Of course, I wasn't stupid enough to do that. While that thought was still in my head, a hand reached through the splintered hole. It was missing its pinky and ring fingers at the second knuckles. It stretched out as far as the elbow and felt around on the door. "Why don't we just go?" I said to Sarah, but she was already on her way back with the jack. She had let the jack down some, and it punctured the door about knee-high. The groping arm tensed up, then became more lively. Sarah yanked back on the jack. When it pulled free, it was bloody on the end. She wheeled it back, then walked around and squatted down about 3 feet from the door to look through the holes she had made. Hesitantly, I joined her. A horrible smell of death and feces came out of the room.
"There are 2 in there, at least, but I can't make out their faces," she said.
She stood, stepped forward, and kicked the door in the weak spot between the 2 holes. It caved in, making one large hole. The arm shot out of the hole again, trying to grab her leg, but she was able to pull it away. We knelt again. The owner of the arm with the 2 missing fingers was Brenda, the woman we'd rescued from the burning drugstore. I was sad about that. She had been such a nice lady. She put her face through the hole, hissing and snarling at us. We backed up out of Brenda's reach, then squatted again, trying to see past the infected woman into the room. "I wonder how this happened," I said, afraid that her current state was my fault.
"Give me that machete," Sarah said.
I picked up the machete from where I had propped it in the doorway and handed it to her. I expected her to hack on the door to open up another hole. Instead, she walked around to the side of the office door and stood up against the wall. When Brenda pushed her head out farther, Sarah swung the blade down, chopping into the back of her neck. I winced. I'd seen plenty of death the past few weeks, but this was Brenda. The head didn't come off, so Sarah took another swing, slinging blood against the wall beside me in the downward arc. I looked away. There was a wet, dull sound as the head dropped to the floor. I looked again, and Brenda's corpse was limp, her right arm sticking out of the hole as far as her armpit, her neck spurting blood. The severed head was on the floor, and I was glad to see that the face was turned away from me. Sarah looked up at me with a solemn expression. Tears were glistening in her eyes. She looked like she would say something, but then another arm came through the hole. Chapter 10. It was a man's arm, and he was wearing a plaid long-sleeved shirt. The new arm startled her, and Sarah brought the machete down a 3rd time, slicing through the bicep and stopping at the bone. She was obviously crying by this time, and stepped back away from the carnage and rested her back against the wall. "Are you okay?" I asked. She nodded, looking down at the bloody blade.
"I didn't want to leave Miss Brenda like that," she said, "but I was afraid shooting would be too loud."
I stepped away from the door and went out by the jack, lowering myself to look into the hole. "I don't recognize him," I said. "Do you remember him?" Sarah joined me, then shook her head.
"No. Is there anyone else inside?"
"I can't see," I said. "Why don't I shoot him, and we'll make sure. We should have enough time to get away from here before the shot brings in any zombies." She nodded, but didn't say anything. "Why don't you go out to the car and get it started so we can leave in a hurry?" She started to protest, but I held up my hand to stop her. I handed her my .22. "I'll be all right." She stood and started bawling. I was a little taken aback by that, but I stood and reached out for her. She came in to me, putting her forehead against my chest. "I'm sorry," she said. I don't know why this should set me off, but it's too much. I'm sorry." "It's okay," I said, not knowing what to say. "I'll take care of this." She nodded again and stepped away. She looked over at Brenda's head and shook her own. Slowly, she walked toward the garage. When she got to the doorway, she turned around and faced me. The revolver hung from her left hand and the machete from her right. She smiled wanly.
"I do love you, you know," she said. "It's okay that you don't say it back, but Jen is gone." I stared at her, not sure how I should respond. "I'll be right out," I said, finally. She looked down at the floor, nodded, and walked out. I heard the back door open, then shut. Why did everything have to be so complicated? I moved in close to the door, but just out of reach of the man's arm. When his face came into view, I fired through the hole with the AR-15. The shot was loud and made my ears ring after. The man collapsed and was still. I didn't hear any more movement, so I reached into the hole, found the knob, and unlocked it. The door swung outward into the break room, and Brenda's body plopped down to the floor.
The blood coming from her neck was just a dribble by that time. I stepped into the windowless room and looked around. The stench was sickening. The desk was still in there, and the computer was still on the floor in the corner. Off to one side, next to some filing cabinets, were 2 more bodies. I pointed my weapon at them, but they didn't move. They were bloated and had already been dead a while. I went in closer to investigate. One was a man, but his face had been so badly beaten that I couldn't make out the features enough to identify him. The other was Connie, the nurse. There was a bullet hole in her head. "Shit," I said, looking into Connie's lifeless face. I felt responsible for all of this. Connie had been willing to come with us before I'd given her reason to be afraid of me. Sarah was not going to like this news. With her being in this new, weird emotional state, I had no intention of telling her. I returned to the car. "Anyone else in there?" she asked. 2 more, but they'd been dead too long to tell who they were, I lied. She accepted what I said without question, which made me feel even worse. I'd tell her about Connie later when I thought she was up to it. She put the car in reverse and backed out past the diesel pump and through the gate. When she stopped to put the car into drive, I put my hand on hers. "Hold up," I said. "Let's go ahead and check that moving van while we're here. Maybe they didn't bother it." She pulled the car to the rear of the little box truck. I got out and pushed the back door up. I almost couldn't do it. I just didn't have much strength. Everything was still in there. The little wood stove, the bags of animal feed, the clothes, boots, and tools. I went back over to the car. "I'm going to drive it back over to the stables," I said. "Without a windshield?" "Yeah," I said. "What's the problem? People ride motorcycles, don't they?" She grinned a little. "Okay. You don't think you'll need some goggles or sunglasses or something?" "Don't have any," I said. "We'll take it slow. Well, faster than the zombies, but slow. You lead the way." We went back the way we came, staying away from the main roads. Driving without a windshield was an interesting experience and not very comfortable. But I was glad to have reclaimed those particular supplies. I had hoped the Somervilles would have returned while we were gone, but they had not. It was late afternoon by that time, and Sarah quietly made us dinner, a can of spaghetti and a can of pineapple chunks. It wasn't a very filling meal, but it was all that was left of the food Sarah and Mr. Somerville had collected while I was sick. We'd have to go out the next day and find more. She didn't have much to say while we ate and had trouble looking me in the eye. We both had a lot on our minds. I finished first and poured each of us some of Corndog's rum, emptying the jug. "I hate that hard stuff," Sarah said. "Well, you're going to hate this even more," I said. "This is cheap hard stuff. We have to get food tomorrow. Hopefully we'll find something a little more palatable." Are we coming back here when we're done?" I knew why she was asking, and I figured it was time to go ahead and talk about it. "Yeah," I said. "The Somervilles will come back here when they're able, so we should be here when they get here. And if you want to stay here, I'm up for it." "What about—" "Jen is gone," I said, interrupting. "You're right, and I'm sorry for how I've been acting. You were also right about her still being out there. Not that I'd ever want to see her again. Not like that." She reached across the table and took my hand. "We can still be on the lookout for a new place," I said, "but only if it's better, not because of Jen." She nodded, but didn't speak. "We have about 2 or 3 weeks before the last frost when we can plant the garden, so we don't need to get really serious about a new place just yet. I'm okay here." I picked up my glass and downed the rum in 2 swallows. It burned, making my insides feel raw. "Jen's gone," I whispered. Sarah picked up her own glass, stuck her nose in it, and then pulled away when she got a whiff of the alcohol. She took a sip, then went back to her spaghetti. "I'm going to build a fire," I said finally. "It'll probably get cool again tonight." "We need to change the dressing on your head, too," she said. "How's it feeling?" I reached up and touched the spot above my left ear where Corndog had hit me with the bat. "It's still tender," I said. "I probably needed stitches." Then her gaze shifted to something behind me. I turned to see what she was looking at. Through the window, I could see two dark SUVs coming up the driveway. We sat motionless at the small kitchen table, both of us holding our breath. The trucks pulled in behind the moving van and stopped. Doors opened on the first vehicle and two men got out. They motioned to the occupants of the second vehicle to stay where they were. I didn't see any weapons. "We must have been followed," I said. "You need to hide." Sarah stood and walked over to the window. "Sarah," I whispered loudly. "Go before they see you." "No," she said softly. "Is that who I think it is?" I joined her at the window. "Who?" "The man in the tan cap. I think it might be—" "It is!" She pushed past me and ran to the front door. "Sarah, no!" I shouted, but it was too late. She was already out on the porch. Chapter 11. I ran after her. By the time I got out the door, she and the two men had met next to the moving van. She hugged the man in the tan cap. The three of them were smiling and laughing as I walked out to them. Then the man in the tan cap raised his hands and frowned. Sarah looked at me. "Put that away," she said. I looked down and realized I was holding the revolver. I stuffed it into my pants. "This is Mr. Parks," Sarah said, patting the man on the chest. "He's the shop teacher over at Clayfield High. I used to be in his class." He extended his hand.
"Ben Parks," he said.
I shook his hand. "Nice to meet you." He was in his mid to late 30s, broad, with a thoughtful face and a new but heavy beard. He kind of reminded me of a bear. Sarah touched his whiskers. "When did you grow all this?"
"During the apocalypse,"
he said, matter-of-factly, then smiled. He turned to his companion.
"This is Ron Meyer," he said.
Ron was shorter and wiry with dark hair and sharp features. He had a laid-back, easy-going way about him.
"Ron and I have been friends forever,"
Ben Parks said, keeping his eyes on me like he was sizing me up. I shook Ron's hand and looked out at the other SUV. I could see the dark shape of a person behind the wheel and the shape of a child in the passenger seat. But because of the shadows on the windshield, I couldn't make out their features. "Don't worry," Ron said. "They're friendly."
"We've been watching this place for a while," Ben said. "We knew someone was living here, but we didn't know who or how many. Then we noticed it had been abandoned about a week ago. Was it you here before?"
"Yeah," Sarah said. "We came back a couple of days ago."
"We were just on our way back from a food run," he continued, "and I noticed the new vehicles, so I had Ron pull in. If I had known it was you, Sarah, I would have stopped by sooner, but, well, it's not always the safest thing to do."
"How many of you?" I asked. "5, Ron said. "Molly Anderson and her little boy Adam are in the other truck. Mr. McAllister is back at the house. He's an old dude and doesn't get around too good. There were 7 of us originally, but, His voice trailed off, and he looked away. "I'm sorry," Sarah said. There was an uncomfortable silence. Then Sarah spoke up again. "I would invite you in for something to eat, but we just finished off the last of our food. We're going to make a food run ourselves in the morning."
"Oh,"
Ben said, looking to Ron as if to consult him.
"I think we could leave you a little something. We had some good luck today. We were able to fill both trucks from one house."
"Yeah," Ron chuckled. "They must have been one of those couponers or something." He looked at Ben and shrugged. "Sure, we can let you have some food to get you by for a day or two." "I couldn't," I started, but Ben stopped me.
"Judging by that bandage on your head, you need to take it easy anyway."
I figured that was his roundabout way of asking what happened to me. I reached up and touched the bandage. "We had some trouble with looters," I said. "They were from out of town." Ben looked concerned, then glanced over at Sarah. Sarah gave them a short version of the story. "Are they still around?" Ron asked. "Dunno," Sarah shrugged. Ben looked back at the other SUV, then to the sky.
"The sun is going down," he said. "We should go before Mr. McAllister gets worried about us. Ron, let's get them some groceries before it gets dark."
We followed them out to the rear of their truck, and Ben opened the back hatch. It was stacked to the ceiling with food and toilet paper.
"I don't know how you feel about it, but you're welcome to come in with us," he said. "We've got a fairly safe place a few miles from here. We haven't seen one of those things out that way since Thursday. We'd be glad to have you."
He handed Sarah out a case of chicken-flavored ramen soup.
"We need to stay here," Sarah said. "Some friends were supposed to return yesterday and they haven't yet."
"Oh, so it's not just the two of you?"
Ben asked, sounding kind of relieved. He gave me a box of corn checks, a large can of mixed vegetables, and some packets of powdered milk.
"It's a long story," I said. Ben looked at me, but I couldn't tell what he was thinking.
"Well," he said, closing the hatch, "I look forward to hearing it. We'll probably be by to check on you in a couple of days, if that's okay."
"That would be great," Sarah said. Then she looked around at us and blushed. Mr. Parks, this is kind of embarrassing, but you wouldn't happen to have any pads or tampons in your truck, would you? Those men stole all of our supplies."
Ben looked out at the other SUV.
"Yeah, I think I saw Molly put some in. I suppose I should give you some toilet paper, too."
"Did you start?" I asked Sarah, hesitantly. Ben shot me a look, but didn't say anything.
"Not yet," she said, "but I'd like to be prepared."
"Did you notice an increase in zombie activity when Molly was on her period?" I asked. I felt awkward saying it, but I thought it needed to be asked. Ron made a face, then looked out at the other truck.
"We don't ask her about stuff like that."
"Oh," I said. "It's just that we thought there might be a correlation. It's just a theory." Ben stared at me expressionless, then looked over at Sarah.
"If you think something like that might happen, the two of you should come with us," he said. "Our place is more secure than this one."
"We really need to stay here and wait for Nicholas and Judy," Sarah said.
Ben opened the back of the truck and dug around until he found a box of tampons. He put it and 2 rolls of toilet paper on top of the case of ramen noodles that Sarah was holding.
"As soon as things settle down, we're heading west," Ron said. "We found a boat, and we're crossing the river. You're welcome to come with us if you want." Sarah and I looked at each other, but neither of us accepted the invitation. We'd already discussed whether or not we should leave the area, and we were on the same page.
"Okay," Ben said. "If you need anything, just drive that way until you get to the stop sign. Make a right, and we're the first house on the left. It's a green mailbox with the number 71 on it. Mr. McAllister came looking for us the last time and almost got himself killed, so we better get going. You two stay safe, and we'll see you soon."
He waved as the 2 trucks backed out of the driveway. They pulled out into the road and headed east. We were both asleep before 8 o'clock that night. Because of my recent injuries and illness, I was more tired than usual. I ended up sleeping a couple of hours past sunrise. As expected, Sarah was already up when I stumbled into the kitchen. We hadn't had any coffee since our run-in with Wheeler's group.
"Good morning," she said. "Are you hungry?"
I nodded.
"I mixed up some of that milk for the cereal,"
she said. I nodded again, still half asleep.
"I started my period this morning,"
she said, almost in a whisper. I looked up at her.
"Do you think we should leave?"
she said with a worried expression. I poured cereal into my bowl.
"We should definitely be ready to leave."
"How do you feel?"
"Better than yesterday," I said, pouring in the milk.
"I thought I'd go out and put out some chicken feed from the moving van," she said. "Maybe we can get them closer so we can catch them. Maybe we can take them with us if we do have to move."
I nodded again, my mouth full. She picked up her rifle and went out of the room. I heard the front door open, then the sound of her footsteps on the long wooden porch.
I felt rough. The bone in my left arm still hurt, and there was a nasty bruise between my elbow and wrist.
My head hurt too, but mostly when I touched it. I did need to take it easy, but we had so much to do. I looked over to the kitchen counter where we'd put our seed flats. 5 of the little seedlings had recovered overnight after getting some water. We'd need to put them in a warmer place if we wanted the other seeds to germinate. The garden would need to be planted soon, and we still didn't have enough seeds. We needed to be out every day looking for additional seeds. It didn't matter how I felt, these things couldn't wait for me to get better. I finished up my cereal and went outside. Sarah was sitting inside the back of the moving van with her legs hanging out. The AR-15 was across her lap, and she was tossing out small amounts of scratch feed to the 2 hens. "Chick, chick," she said. "Here, chick, chick, chick." I walked along the porch. The chickens saw me coming and ran a short distance away. Sarah looked up at me. I sat next to her as she stuck her hand in the feed bag and pulled out another handful. Here, chick, chick. We really need to go out and look for seeds, I said. We should be ready to plant in a week or two. Do you feel up to it? She asked, keeping her eyes on the hens. Here, chick, chick. We're out of alcohol, too, I said. We can leave a note for the Somervilles. Tell them to stay here until we get back. She quietly tossed out some more scratch, and the chickens cautiously made their way back toward us. Finally, she said, I don't want to risk your safety. Maybe I should hole up somewhere until... No, I said, putting my hand on her leg. We're in this together. She smiled wanly, but didn't look at me. Here, chick, chick. I put my arm around her, and she leaned against me. We should take Mr. Parks up on his offer, she said. It would be better if there were more of us. Are you wanting to leave with them? I asked, concerned. She shook her head. No, I don't think so. I mean, it might be nice to see new places one day, but I don't think we'd find things to be any different than they are here. It might be more dangerous in other places. I just thought we could stay together for a while. Maybe they could help us with some of the things we have planned before they decide to leave. Who knows, maybe they'll decide to stay. They seem nice, I said. I don't see any harm in going in with them for a while. He was my favorite teacher. Let's drive out there today and tell him. Okay, I nodded and watched the chickens. She stuck her hand under my face. It was full of the chicken feed. She grinned. These are seeds, aren't they? Well, yeah, I said, but the corn in there has been cracked, so... No, she said. I'm talking about these little round ones. I don't know what they are or if they're safe for humans to eat. It's millet, she said. There's an article in one of your magazines about millet. It has recipes and everything. It's supposed to be really good for you. I held out my hand and she poured the grain in. I think those other ones might be wheat, she said. I turned and looked into the truck. We had a lot of animal feed back there. Some of it was pellets, but a lot of it was straight grain. I thought we could eat the corn if we had to, but I hadn't really considered using it as seed. Good, I said. It looks like we'll be set on grain, but we still need to find more vegetable seeds. Sarah hopped down off the truck, and the chickens ran away. Let me find some paper to write a note for the Somervilles. Then we can go. Chapter 12. We followed Ben Park's directions and drove out to the house with the green mailbox. On the way, we passed a fenced-in field. There were several cows in the distance, huddled together around a big oak tree. Nearer was a dead cow. 5 zombies were hunched over it, feeding on the carcass. Sarah slowed the vehicle, then stopped. There were 7 other partial carcasses spaced out around the pasture. One of the creatures looked up from his meal and stared at us. I wish they all would die, Sarah said. The creature stood and looked at us more intently. I wondered how much actual thought was going on in its head. We should come back later when we have more weapons and take care of those before they kill the rest of those cows, I said. Sarah nodded and drove on. I followed Ben Park's instructions. East to the stop sign, make a right, first house on the left, number 71 on a green mailbox. I was surprised I remembered. The driveway was blocked by a wrought iron gate and flanked by a stone fence about 3 feet high, which was topped with another 3 or 4 feet of wrought iron fencing that ran across the front of the property. The sides and back of the property were enclosed in an old barbed wire fence that had an additional 3 feet of welded wire around the bottom. The fence was old, and the strands of wire had been swallowed up in places by the twisted trunks of bodark trees. The whole place was surrounded by pasture. It was a large house, more than a century old, and it was made from the same stone as the fence. The materials weren't local. This part of Kentucky doesn't have big stones like that, being mostly clay. Factoring in the size of the house, the age, and the fact that the stone had been imported, I could assume the original owner had been wealthy. This had probably been the central home place for a large farm. Things like that got the history buff in me intrigued, but I shouldn't have been wasting time thinking about stuff like that. I got out and went up to the gate. The front door opened, and Ron came out on the porch with a rifle in his hands. When he saw that it was us, he waved. "The gate isn't locked," he yelled out to us. "Just make sure you close it behind you." I swung the gate open, and Sarah pulled the Crown Victoria inside. After I'd shut and latched the gate, we drove up to the house. Ron stepped off the porch and greeted us. "Good morning," he said. "Did your friends come back?" The front door opened, and Ben stepped out.
"You two change your minds?"
he asked. "Nicholas and Judy aren't back yet, but we needed to go out for some things, and we thought we'd stop by."
"Glad you did," Ben smiled. "Come on in and meet the rest."
Inside, we were introduced to Mr. McAllister, a frail man with a blanket over his legs. He nodded to us from a recliner, but didn't speak. Molly came out of the kitchen, and little Adam hid behind her. He looked like he might have been around 3. "He's shy around strangers," Molly said, smiling and shaking my hand. She was a plain but pleasant-looking woman in her 40s. She had red hair pulled back in a ponytail.
"Molly is making some food," Ben said. "Are you hungry?"
"No," I said. "We had some of the cereal you gave us." The house was old. The ceilings were high and the rooms were small. It was in need of repair. I noticed a ladder, drop cloth, and several gallons of paint in the corner. "This was my great-grandfather's place," Ron said. "I started trying to restore it back in January, but the virus happened." He shrugged. "Have you had any trouble out here?" I asked.
"We did early on," Ben said, "but they never managed to get into the interior of the property."
"Any problems with survivors?" I asked.
"No," Ben said. "Not here. A guy shot at us at Walmart about 3 weeks ago, but he got away and we never saw him again."
"There are some survivors a couple of roads over," Ron said. "They haven't been too friendly either. I guess everyone is scared and they don't want to take the chance. They shoot first." "The reason we stopped by is we want to take you up on your offer to go in together," Sarah said. "Yeah," I added, "or at least work together. We plan to get a garden started soon, and we were going out today to look for seeds."
"A garden?" Ben said. "What for?"
"For food," I said. I thought I sounded like a smartass stating what I thought was the obvious. "There's food everywhere," Ron said. "But what about when it runs out or goes bad?" I said.
"It's only a matter of time before these things die," Ben said. "I figure they'll resume food shipments from out west when they know it is safe to come back in. It might not be right away, but it shouldn't take more than a year, 2 at most. And I really doubt it will be more than a couple of months. We have enough canned goods around to keep us fed until then. Besides, Ron and I sent our families to Oklahoma to stay with my sister."
"But," I started, but didn't know what to say. "Don't you know?" Sarah said. "The rest of the world is like Clayfield. It's all infected." Ron and Ben gave each other concerned looks. "You must be mistaken," Ron said. "It's true," I said. "How can you know this?" Molly said, stepping forward. "You don't know that for sure." I shrugged. "I'm sorry, I suppose there is a possibility that there is a safe place somewhere, but I got on the internet and—" "When was this?" Molly asked. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe 3 or 4 days after it hit Clayfield. They said it had crossed the river. I tried to call my mom in St. Louis and—"
"It might not mean what you think it means," Ben said, shaking his head. "We're sticking to our plan. We'll probably come back after the government gets things running again."
Molly turned and went back into the kitchen. "I'm sorry," I said. "We didn't mean to upset you, but—"
"We have to have hope," Ben interrupted again, sounding perturbed.
"Okay," I said, "but Sarah and I are still planning on growing some food. I hope you are right and we don't need it." Ben looked back and forth between me and Sarah. Then he called out to Molly. She returned to the room.
"Why don't you and Adam give Sarah a tour of the house?"
Molly looked a little confused by the request, but nodded and motioned for Sarah to join her. When they'd gone into the other room, Ben came in close to me.
"What are you doing with her?"
"What?" I said.
"Are you taking advantage of her?"
"Sarah? No."
"She's just a girl, you know," he said.
"What are you talking about?"
"Well, you are obviously having sex with her."
I laughed, a little taken aback. "That's none of your business," I said.
I understand that she was just a girl when she was in your class, but how old are you? He said. You've got to be at least 15 years older than her. I'm guessing more. I decided to try to stop it by putting his mind at ease. It would be the truth, after all. I held up my hand and stepped in closer to him. The answer is no to all of it, I said. But you need to realize that she isn't the high school kid that you used to know. She and I have gotten close the past couple of weeks. I do care for her, quite a bit. His brow furrowed as he considered what I said, but I think he'd already made up his mind about me. I glanced over at Ron, but at the moment it didn't look like he liked being there any more than I. Finally, Ben nodded.
I don't mean any offense, he said, but I do plan to talk with her about it.
Do whatever you need to do, I said. It's not like I'm holding her against her will. He walked away, and I shook my head. Unbelievable, I said. Ben is a good guy, Ron said. Don't let it bother you. Does he have a thing for Sarah or something? No way, Ron said. Ben has a family. He's straight-laced when it comes to that kind of thing. He just tends to get a little too involved in the lives of his students in an overprotective kind of way. But he's a good guy. I would think that would be a bad thing, being that involved, I said. Ron shrugged. Most of those kids don't have much guidance at home. He's kind of a father figure for them. Come on, I'll show you around the place. He took me through the house and talked about the renovations that he'd been making. He was very excited about all the improvements he had planned for the house, as though they would eventually happen. I wasn't really interested. It seemed pointless. We were coming down the stairs when Molly met us on her way up. We have sick down by the gate, she said. Ben has gone out to have a look. Old Mr. McAllister was out of his recliner and standing at the front window looking out. Ron grabbed his rifle from next to the fireplace, and the two of us went out onto the porch. Ben was on his way down to the road with a shotgun. Sarah was standing by our car looking out after him. Down at the end of the driveway on the other side of the gate were two zombies. They were just standing at the gate, watching Ben approach. Let's go check it out, Ron said. We headed out after him. When we got to Sarah, she grabbed my arm. It's my fault, isn't it? She said. They haven't had any out this way in days, and two show up after we do? Don't worry about it, I said. We're going to check it out. Do you want to walk down with us? Mr. Parks told me to stay here. You can come with us if you want. You are a grown woman. I said that more for my sake than hers. After my conversation with Ben, I was reminded that Sarah's age was an issue, and not just for me. Of course, it didn't really matter what Ben thought, but it had brought up in my own mind that I wasn't okay with it. It wasn't the age difference so much as her particular age. Had we both been a little older, I wouldn't have thought about it in the same way, but she was still so close to high school. I looked into her eyes, beautiful green eyes, and it suddenly hit me that she really was a grown woman, more mature at 19 than most pre-Canton B women were at 30. Even though I'd been telling myself all along that this was so, I hadn't really believed it until then. If it's my fault, then more will be coming, she said. Even if it is because of you, it won't be your fault, I said. She looked unconvinced. I cupped her smudged face in my hands and kissed her. Time seemed to stop along with my heart. I pulled away and looked at her more closely than I had before. It was as if I was seeing her for the first time. A faint smile twitched at the corners of her mouth, but her eyes were shining. I looked over, and Ron was staring at us. He raised his empty hand and grinned. Dude, he said, it ain't none of my business. Then we heard the shotgun blast. We all looked out toward the road. One of the zombies stumbled backwards and fell. Ben Parks turned the shotgun on the second creature and fired. He shouldn't be doing that, I said. He'll just attract more with the noise. No big deal, Ron said with a shrug. They can't get through the fence. Yeah, but they could surround this place and keep you from getting out for a while. We have plenty of food, he said. I didn't like his cavalier attitude. I was surprised that he had made it so long, not understanding the gravity of our situation. Well, we don't, I said. We should probably go before more of them show up. You two are more than welcome to stay, he said. We're all cool with it.
I appreciate that, I replied, and we'll be back, but we have some things we need to collect. Ben Parks was on his way back up the driveway.
Ron, get your gloves, he called out. We need to drag them away from the property.
We should go, I said, looking at Sarah. She nodded and walked out to meet Parks. They stood in the driveway and talked a couple of minutes while I waited by the car. Ben kept glancing up at me. Finally, she hugged him and joined me. I told him we'd be back, she said, and we got in the car. I pulled around and started down the driveway. When I got to Parks, I stopped. He leaned over and looked in my window.
Take care of her, he said.
We'll take care of each other, Sarah said. He nodded.
We'll keep an eye out for you. You come back when you can.
I eased past him down to the gate. Sarah got out and opened the gate for me to pull out and then closed it once I was clear. I kept looking in the mirror. Ben Parks hadn't moved. He was just standing there in the middle of the driveway staring out at us. Ron came out of the house and handed him a pair of leather work gloves. But Ben never took his eyes off of us. That man does not like me, I said to myself. What did you say? Sarah said as she got in the car. Nothing.
Chapter 13. So, Mr. Parks, huh? I said as Sarah drove us back toward Clayfield. She nodded. Shop? Yeah, why? I shrugged. I don't know, I have fond memories of a couple of teachers. There was Mrs. Brown, my high school history teacher. There was Mr. Wallace, my museum studies professor in college. Ben Parks just seems like an odd choice for a favorite teacher, that's all. Mr. Parks is a really nice man, she said, sounding defensive. I'm sure he is, I said. But shop? I didn't really take you to be a shop kind of girl. What kind of girl did you take me for? She said, this time obviously in a defensive, perhaps angry tone. I don't know, I shrugged. Who chooses their shop teacher as their favorite? I do, she said. Most of Clayfield High School does. Or did. What do you have against Mr. Parks? Nothing. We were quiet for a while. I looked out my window as we passed deserted houses and the shambling undead. Why would he be your favorite teacher? I said, still not satisfied. Really? She said. Why was Mrs. Brown your favorite? Well, I said, thinking it over, she inspired me. She got me excited about history. It was because of her that I chose my profession. Plus, she was a really nice lady. Yeah, and Mr. Parks is a really nice man. I know, I said. But is that all? Did he really go above and beyond? That's the thing about the good ones. Mr. Parks was voted Teacher of the Year by the students during my junior and senior years, she said. That should tell you something. It should, I said, but it doesn't. Never mind, she said, rolling her eyes. I don't want to talk about it. I let it go, but I didn't think the question was an unreasonable one. Are we going somewhere in particular? I asked, noticing that we were now headed north on the bypass away from town. I thought we'd cross the county line and find a liquor store, she said. I thought we would have a better selection in a store. I'd rather not drink any more nasty rum. Not all rum is nasty, I said. Wheeler and his group were going this way, remember? Maybe we should cross the line to the south and head over to Fullerton. I'm counting on Wheeler still being in Clayfield, she said. Fullerton is a long drive. Clayfield is dead center in Grace County, so it was going to be a 30 to 45-minute drive no matter which direction we went. And that was on a good day when we didn't have to dodge wrecked cars and zombies. I didn't like the idea of leaving the area. I could have argued that it was unnecessary. We were bound to find alcohol somewhere in Clayfield. But we hadn't been out of the county since the virus, and I was kind of curious about how other places had fared. There weren't really any towns immediately north of the county line, just liquor stores and bars built for the sole purpose of servicing the dry citizens of Grace County and Clayfield, whose cash turned into tax revenue and helped to pave roads in a different county because they could purchase a particular item just a few feet over an imaginary line that they couldn't purchase on the other side. It was silly, really.
The 4-lane highway leading out of Grace County was cluttered with abandoned and wrecked vehicles. Car doors stood open. There were a couple of pile-ups. Here and there were the undead. They were always around. Their deterioration was evident. They were wasting away, either from starvation or because that was what dead bodies did, waste away. Seeing an infected individual in the first stage of the virus wasn't as common as it had been. They were still around, but like us, the truly living, they were a minority. Another thing we'd noticed more of were the scavengers, vultures, ravens, coyotes, and dogs. These creatures weren't wasting away. They were fat and happy. As we passed, they would pull their heads out of the carrion, some of it still moving, and grin at us with black, dripping mouths. I'd read once that a possible factor in the evolution of a sentient species was a full belly. When a creature wasn't spending every waking hour thinking about finding its next meal, it had time to think on other things, like, say, the meaning of life or something. I thought it was a ridiculous theory and full of holes, but I had been thinking about what would happen when all of the humans were gone. Would another species on Earth evolve and take our place? Then there were the flies. They had started buzzing around too. It had not gotten quite warm enough yet for the insects to be out in full force, but soon. Sarah pulled the Crown Victoria onto a side road, then into the parking lot of a little gas station/grocery store. There was only one other car parked in front of the store and a pickup truck at a gas pump. "I like the looks of this," Sarah said. "If no one has been in here, we could get most of what we need." "That truck at the pump looks good too," I said. We pulled our masks up, got out, and stood next to the car, listening and looking. This had become a habit for us when we were both leaving a vehicle. Sometimes a large group of the things would be hidden from view behind a building, and we found it was always best to stay near the car for a few seconds and listen for any activity. We didn't hear anything except birds, and even they seemed subdued. I was the first to move away from the car. I went over to the pumps and looked into the pickup truck, a late-model Toyota Tundra. I cupped my hands around my eyes so I could see. "The keys are in it," I said. "It looks like they filled her up, too. When we leave, I'll drive it, and we'll leave the Crown Victoria someplace in Clayfield." I turned and looked at Sarah. She was standing by the car with the rifle on her shoulder, pointed at the sky. She nodded to let me know she heard me, squinting in the morning sun. "Better make sure it starts before we load anything into it," she said. I climbed in. It cranked right up. The radio was on, and static blasted out of the speakers. I turned off the radio, put the truck in reverse, and backed it up toward the front doors of the building. "Are you ready to go shopping?" I smiled as I climbed out of the truck. "Is the .22 loaded?" "Ready to go," I said. "How about you?" "I've got 8 bullets left," she said. "I counted them this morning." "We should come across more guns today," I assured her. The doors to the store were unlocked. We went inside. "Wow," Sarah said. "It looks untouched. Ugh, it sure smells bad, though." "Probably all the bad meat," I said, nodding toward a sandwich bar. She squatted down in front of the counter where they displayed the impulse items and tore open a Hershey's Special Dark. "Want one?" she said, offering me a candy bar. I stepped forward to take it from her, then noticed a lot of boxes on the floor behind the counter. They were cigarette cartons. They had been walked on. There was a puddle back there, too. There was a doorway in the far wall that was open to a dark room. "Someone has been in here," I said. "I see." There was a noise from the room, slow, dragging footsteps. Sarah had been stuffing candy bars into her pocket, and she looked up at me. She'd heard it, too. She stood slowly. "Hello?" she said loudly, her mouth full of chocolate. The thing wasn't much more than a walking skeleton. Skin hung loose on its bones, and its ragged clothes looked oily and wet. I think it had been a man once. "Do you think it can get to us?" Sarah said. "I would think that after all this time, if he could have gotten out, he would," I replied. "In that case, let's don't worry about it," she said. She pulled some small LED flashlights from the impulse rack. "Let's take all this stuff." We opened a couple of boxes of trash bags and used them to hold what we collected. We would fill a bag, then put it by the door to carry out when we were done. On each trip back to the front, we would take a look outside and check on the clerk behind the counter. He paced around in his little space, but never did find a way over to us. We were able to get plenty of beverages, but the food selection was limited to mostly junk, like candy, cakes, chips, and crackers, snacks people ate while on the road. They did have a few cans of soup and chili, and 2 small boxes of cereal. We were able to restock our toiletries somewhat, too. When Sarah wasn't looking, I grabbed all the condoms. I guess it wouldn't have mattered if she saw me do it, but I just didn't want to talk about it right then. Sarah was in the back emptying the jerky rack when I noticed movement outside. I went up to the glass door and looked out. There were 3 shuffling into the parking lot from the west, and there was another by the gas pumps. "Time to go," I yelled. Sarah ran to me, carrying a partially full bag and her rifle. "Do you think it's because of me?" she asked. "We haven't been that loud." "I don't know," I said. "Maybe they heard the car when we pulled in, and they're just now getting here." She looked down. "How many bags did we get?" 6, I said. "We'll carry out 2 each. Then you get the truck started while I come back in for the other 2. She nodded, slung her rifle onto her shoulder, and grabbed 2 of the bags. "I'm ready," she said. "Don't use your rifle unless you have to," I said, picking up 2 bags. "Save the bullets." We opened the doors and went out into the sunshine. The nearest creature saw us and stepped up its pace. It was in a state of decay, but not as bad as the clerk. One of the creatures by the road howled. Behind us, the clerk howled, as if in reply.
"Are they talking to each other?"
Sarah said. We tossed our bags into the bed of the truck, and I heard breaking glass from one of the bags. "Shit," I said. "Sounds like we lost some bottles of something." Another howl, and another reply. "Start the truck," I said, turning to go back inside. Off to my right, another one was coming at me from around the corner of the building. She was a teenager in pink shorts and a gray Hello Kitty t-shirt. She was more recently turned than the others. She still looked relatively healthy, except for the chunk of missing flesh from her left calf. She was very excited to see me. I ran into the building and pulled the door shut behind me. She slammed into the glass door over and over, trying to get into me. I looked past her to the truck, and I could see Sarah looking in the big side mirror. The creatures coming from the road were at the pumps by this time, and the one from the pumps was now at the front of the truck. There were 6 more coming down the road. Behind me, the clerk howled again. Sarah started signaling me with her arms. I wasn't sure what her plans were, but I thought she was telling me to get out of the way. I grabbed the last 2 garbage bags, then stepped over by the sandwich bar. I heard the engine revving, then the rear of the truck came crashing in. Glass doors and Hello Kitty were shoved all the way into the counter. I tossed the 2 bags into the bed of the truck, then climbed into the bed myself. I had to sit on top of our bags, and I could feel snack cakes and chips being crushed under my weight. Glass from the doors was everywhere. Sarah shifted the truck into drive. I curled up, shielding my head, and she pulled back through the hole she'd made. A few pieces of glass and a brick dropped into the bed with me as we exited the building, but none of it hit me. She sped away from the building back toward the highway, and the creatures chased us. I noticed that there were more in the distance converging on the little store. It was a bumpy ride, and I thought it was due to potholes in the parking lot, but it continued even after we were on the road. I suspected that at least one of our tires was flat. When we were far enough from our pursuers, Sarah stopped the truck so I could get into the cab. I climbed down out of the bed, then walked around the truck to see how much damage had been done. "Both back tires are flat," I said, climbing in. "We're going to need another vehicle." "This one will still drive?" she said. "Yeah, I know. We don't have to do it this instant or anything. The county line isn't more than 4 or 5 miles. We can make it that far. Just take it slow." Chapter 14. We proceeded north past hundreds of acres of farmland and woods. Then, practically in the middle of nowhere, there was a crossroad lined with bars and liquor stores. "Now leaving Grace County," I said. Sarah took a right onto the crossroad, then pulled up to the first establishment. It was appropriately named County Line Liquors. From the outside, it looked like it had been hit by looters. The front windows were broken, and there were lots of broken bottles on the ground. We went in anyway, hoping something had been left. Nothing had. Every bottle of beer, wine, and liquor had been taken. Shelves were overturned, and there was nothing left inside the building but torn boxes and broken bottles. The other 3 stores and 2 bars were the same. We did find 4 decaying corpses in one of the bars, but they'd all been shot in the head. Aside from them, we saw no one else, neither living nor dead. There was an old cargo van in the parking lot of the second store that still had keys and a little gas in the tank. We transferred our haul from the convenience store into it. We were about to leave when Sarah pointed toward a plain, windowless block building on the other side of the highway, away from the other stores. The sign out front was very discreet. It said, "The Vegas Club." "What about that place?" she said. "Is that a bar?" "Yeah," I chuckled. "What's so funny?" "It's a titty bar," I said. "You mean like strippers?" "Yeah." "I thought that was illegal around here," she said. I shrugged. "Beats me." "Did you go there often?" she said, a grin playing at the corners of her mouth. "I've never been there," I said. It was the truth, but I could tell she didn't believe me. "Well," she said, "we've driven all this way. We should check it out, too." I nodded. "I'll let you lead the way, since you're a regular there," she said dryly. I started to deny it again, but I figured it would turn into one of those methinks thou doth protest too much situations. I don't even know why it mattered. I probably would have gone in there if I'd had some friends to go with, but Blaine never went to places like that, and I didn't want to be one of those creepy guys that went to a strip club alone. Besides, I was getting the impression from Sarah that she didn't really care anyway. She was just ribbing me about it. I didn't know if this was a new development with her, or if she'd always been like that. I had made presumptions about her because of her age and because she talked about her church so much after we first met. She'd had such an aversion to drinking at first, but she'd come around out of necessity. Then there was that first night she and I had spent alone. She definitely hadn't been a prude that night. The building was locked. That was a good thing. It meant no one had been in, and we would likely find plenty of alcohol inside. "These doors are solid," I said. "We'll have to drive the van through them." Sarah nodded, then opened the van door. "Try not to hurt our escape vehicle this time," I said. "Okay," she grinned. "Next time, I'll let them get you." She backed the van against the door. The engine roared and the tires squealed and smoked as she mashed the accelerator. Finally, the doors caved, and the van backed into the building. She cut the engine. The vehicle didn't completely fill the space where the doors had been, but it filled it enough that I thought it would prevent anyone or anything from following us inside. She moved into the back of the van, then I climbed in the driver's door and followed her. When I met her at the back door, she handed me a flashlight. "There aren't any windows," she said. "We'll need these." I opened the van's rear doors. It was almost completely dark inside the building. The only light was coming in through the van's windshield and our flashlights. "I've got an idea," I said, and went back to the front. "Hop out and tell me if this helps." I put on the emergency brake to keep the vehicle from moving, then I put the van in reverse. The backup lights came on. "Much better," Sarah said. The backup lights gave us a dim view of the interior of the main room. There was a sort of stage or runway in the middle of the room with a stainless steel pole in the center that was secured at the ceiling. There was a bar to the right side with a few partial bottles of liquor and some beer taps behind it. Another continuous bar ran around the stage, and there were a few tables on the main floor. "Let's do this quickly," Sarah said. "We can take those bottles." "There will probably be extra in the back," I said. I shined my flashlight around until I found a doorway to the right of the main bar. "There," I said. We proceeded to the main bar, sweeping the room with our flashlights as we went. When I got to the door, I turned, and Sarah was still halfway back. She was shining her flashlight on a framed poster on the wall. "What is it?" I said. She immediately started toward me. "It's nothing." I shined my light toward the poster, but Sarah stepped in front of me and pushed my light down. "Come on," she said. "We're in a hurry, remember?" We're kind of secluded here, I said. I don't think we're going to have much trouble. There aren't any houses close by.
I'll feel safer if we didn't stay too long.
We went through the door. There were 3 more rooms in the rear of the building. One was a large communal dressing room with mirrors, lockers, benches, and a rack of costumes and lingerie. There was also a small office. The next room was the stock room, stacked with cases of beer and wine and liquor.
The mother lode,
Sarah said. I think this will do, I laughed. We each got a box and took it to the van. After we each made 6 trips to the storeroom, Sarah stopped by the rear of the van, trying to peer through the windshield.
Don't you think that's enough? Sarah said. I'm getting worried about being here so long.
Let's get the rest, and we can put bottles in the supply caches, I said. She climbed into the van and went to the front.
I see a woman across the road, she said.
Come on, I assured her. We have plenty of time.
No, she said. I'm going to sit here and keep watch. You get what you want, but I think we have plenty.
I went back for the rest of the boxes. They were heavy, and lifting them made my sore arm hurt like crazy. In all, we got 10 cases of beer, 3 cases of wine, a case of vodka, 2 bottles of bourbon, 3 bottles of rum, and several partial bottles of different liquors and liqueurs.
There's another one coming,
Sarah called to me. I'm going to have one last look in the back, I said. Honk if more come in. I did a quick look through the desk drawers in the office. All of the lockers in the dressing room had locks on them. Satisfied that we'd collected everything that would be useful to us, I started back to the van. Out of curiosity, I stopped at the framed poster Sarah had been looking at before and shined my flashlight on it. At the top, the poster read, The Glitter Girls of the Vegas Club. The picture on the poster was of 7 women in scant costumes, posing together on the club stage. Next to each woman was her name. When I saw the smiling face of the woman second to the right, my heart skipped. According to the poster, her name was Autumn Tryst, but that was just a stage name. It was Jen. There was no doubt about it. She was wearing a silly cowgirl getup. I had almost forgotten what she looked like. I reached up to touch the image of her face. I could feel the tears coming. The horn honked, startling me. I took one last look, then I ran back to the van. By this time, the woman was standing in front of the van, staring at us through the windshield. There was a little boy walking around in the highway, too.
There's a whole group of them coming down the road, Sarah said. I really think they're coming here because of me.
I shut the rear doors and made my way through the narrow corridor between the boxes to the passenger seat. Let's go, I said, distracted. Chapter 15. Sarah put the van into drive and scraped out of the Vegas Club, running over the woman in the process. The group of infected she had mentioned were out on the main highway. There were about 20 of them. She easily avoided them as she got onto the 4-lane and headed south back into Grace County.
If this is because of my period, then what are we going to do? She said.
I was staring out the window, thinking about the picture of Jen, and didn't really hear what she said.
You saw it, didn't you? She said.
Huh? I said, realizing that she was speaking.
You saw the picture in the club.
Yeah, I said. You didn't have to hide it from me. I know why you did. I know you don't like me thinking about her, but...
Is that what you think? She said.
Well, she shook her head.
I didn't want you to see that picture because I didn't want you to think less of her. She wouldn't have wanted that either.
I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything.
If Jen had wanted you to know what she did for a living, she would have told you, she continued.
Maybe, I shrugged. It never really came up. I remembered that Sarah and I had talked about this very subject the day Jen died.
Maybe she thought it would lessen your opinion of her, Sarah said.
I wanted to say that it wouldn't have, that I would have liked her just as much. However, if I was honest, I would have to admit that the man I was before Canton B might have had some reservations about dating a woman in her line of work. Of course, that man was long gone. The smiling cowgirl in that picture was gone too. She wasn't the Jen I knew, or thought I knew. It doesn't bother me, I said, and was pleased to find that it was the truth.
When we were about 2 miles from the county line, Sarah pulled the van off to the side of the road and put it into park. "What's up?" I asked. "There's a car coming our way." I looked out in front of us. Far in the distance, so far I had to squint to see it, was movement. "Damn, Eagle Eyes," I said. We watched it moving closer and realized it wasn't just one, but multiple vehicles. A caravan. We scooted down in our seats to keep from being seen, but stayed up enough to just see over the dashboard. "Is that our bus?" she said, referring to the short yellow school bus fourth back in the group. "Probably," I said. There was no Hummer or armored truck in the line, but I was still fairly sure it was Wheeler's group. There were 8 vehicles in all, including 1 motorcycle. "What kind of a moron rides a bike during a zombie infestation?" I said. They sped past, heading north. After they had all passed, Sarah watched them in her side mirror, careful not to move until they were out of sight. "The motorcycle stopped," she said. I walked to the back of the cargo van so I could look out the rear window. The man was putting down the kickstand and dismounting the bike. "What the hell is he doing?" I said, wondering out loud. "There's nothing there. There's no reason for him to stop." The last vehicle in the group, a green Jeep Cherokee, did a U-turn, staying in the northbound lanes, and came back to join him. He waved to them. It looked like he might have been laughing, but he was too far away to tell for sure. The Jeep stopped. The man from the motorcycle and the driver of the Jeep said something to each other. Then the Jeep came back our direction and pulled up next to an abandoned vehicle in the northbound lanes. 2 men got out and started searching it. The guy from the motorcycle pulled down his pants, squatted next to his motorcycle, and... "Ew," Sarah said. "He couldn't have held it 1 more mile. Now we've got to sit here and watch it." Then the men from the Jeep returned to their vehicle. They stood by their open doors and yelled something to the man who was now standing with his pants around his ankles. "I guess they came back so he wouldn't be by himself," I said. Then the men from the Jeep pointed in our direction. The other man looked at our van and nodded. "Shit," I said. "I think they're coming here next. Sarah, go now while they're out of their vehicles." "Yeah," she said, sitting up in her seat. "I think you're right." The van was already idling. She put it into drive and I was thrown against the back door when she stepped on the gas. The motorcycle and Jeep began to shrink into the distance and all 3 men sprang into action. Within seconds, the Jeep was in pursuit, and the other man had pulled up his pants, straddled his bike, and turned to chase us too. "I don't think there is any way of losing them," I said. "We're the only people on the road." "Come get the rifle," Sarah said. One thing about Sarah was that she always kept her head. No matter what kind of craziness was going on, she was always cool. I moved to the front of the van and got the AR-15, then returned to the rear of the vehicle. "Remember," she said, "we've got 8 bullets left, and whatever you have in your pistol." The Jeep pulled up close behind us. I was starting to get the shakes. I hated having confrontations with healthy people. "Don't let them see you," she said. "I have an idea." The motorcycle caught up too and pulled up behind the Jeep. It felt like the van was slowing down. "What are you doing?" I yelled. "The rest of their group isn't coming," she said. "It's just them." "Why are you slowing down?" She looked at me in the rearview mirror. All I could see were her eyes. "I'm going to pull over." "Damn it, Sarah, drive!" "You're right. We'll never lose them." She continued to drive, but got slower and slower. The Jeep pulled around and in front of us. Sarah didn't even pretend to try to run anymore. She slowed to a stop in the middle of the highway. She looked at me in the rearview mirror. "There are 3 of them," she said softly. "You do what needs to be done, while I distract them." "Do what needs to be done?" Sarah took off her jacket, then climbed out of the van. "Shit." The guy from the motorcycle was too interested in the pretty girl to check the back of the van. I could hear their muffled voices and laughter outside. I had to act quickly. I opened the back door of the van as quietly as I could and climbed out onto the highway. I looked around the left side of the van. The men from the Jeep were on either side of Sarah holding her while the guy from the motorcycle tried to remove her jeans. I took a deep breath and stepped around, amazed at how clear my thinking was at that moment. Motorcycle Man saw me and stepped away from her, raising his arms.
The other two men both tried to use Sarah as a shield.
"Shit, man, everything is cool, you know," Motorcycle Man said.
A month before, I might have talked to him and tried to resolve it peacefully. But now, I pulled the trigger. It was as if someone punched him in the stomach. He doubled up and fell over. The other two men, seeing they had nothing to lose, went for their guns. Sarah twisted out of the grasp of one and started jabbing at the face of the other with the van keys. After 3 quick stabs, she finally got what she was searching for: his eye. The man shrieked and stumbled into the side of the van. The other was leveling his pistol at me. I fired again. I didn't aim. I was too jittery to aim, but somehow I winged him. He twirled and went to one knee. Sarah, level-headed as ever, caught him under the chin with the toe of her boot. He fell back, his pistol skidding away on the pavement. Everything seemed to stop for a few seconds. Sarah looked down at the 3 men, her jeans gaping open and her shirt torn. She nodded at me, then walked over and picked up the man's pistol. He sat up, dazed and holding his shoulder. She put the muzzle of the gun against his head and killed him. She executed the other 2 the same way. Then she looked up at me, while the blue smoke still snaked out of the end of the gun. "Let's drag them into the ditch," she said. I stared at her in disbelief. I had watched her kill the infected many times. I had seen her shoot at healthy men when forced to do so. This was different. These men were wounded and incapacitated. The way she had coldly executed them startled me. "It had to be done," she said, as if reading my thoughts. "They were bad men, unredeemable." She buttoned her pants and tried to pull her shirt together. "Now they're burning in hell, just like they deserve. Come help me." I went over to the man I'd shot in the stomach and grabbed his feet. Pain went through my injured arm from the strain. "We need to get them off the road in case their friends come looking for them," Sarah said, attempting to pull one of the others. She wasn't strong enough to move him. "If the rest of their group stopped to check the liquor stores on the county line, they might have heard the gunshots," I said, leaving the man in the ditch. I didn't know how far the sound would travel, but we were around 4 or 5 miles from the county line by that time. I could see the convenience store ahead in the distance to our left. Sarah looked to the north and nodded. "We need to hurry." I grabbed the second guy, the one that took the key to the eye. "That's some nasty work you did on his face," I said. "My church offered a self-defense class for women," she said, still trying to move the last man. "They taught us how to do that." I got the second man to the edge of the shoulder, then rolled him into the ditch with the other. When I returned, Sarah had given up trying to pull the last man and was just standing there staring at him. "Here, I'll get him," I said. "Push the bike off the road if you can. We'll take their jeep with us." By the time I got the third man into the ditch, Sarah was walking along beside the bike, leaning into the handlebars. She gave it a shove when she got to the edge. It wobbled for a short distance, tilted, then fell over. Our handiwork wasn't completely hidden, but it was concealed enough that it might be overlooked if driven past at a high speed. "You drive the van, and I'll take the jeep," I said. "If the infected have left the store up there, I'm going to pull in and get the maps and things from the Crown Vic. After that, we stop for no one." Chapter 16. The infected that we'd attracted to the convenience store were all milling around on the edge of the parking lot. Sarah waited for me on the highway. I pulled in fast next to the car and retrieved the necessary items we'd left inside: maps, machete, and a bottle of water. The creatures fell all over themselves trying to get to me, but I was already leaving before they made it to the car. I led the way in the jeep, going as fast as the cluttered road would allow. I kept an eye on my mirror, too, but no one had followed us. I was pleased to see some supplies in the vehicle, including a shotgun and at least 1 box of shells in the back seat. My plan was to leave the Jeep somewhere in Clayfield as the first of our supply caches / escape vehicles. Of course, we would not want to place all of our supply caches in vehicles, but all of the placed vehicles should have supplies. Betsy's minivan, still parked next to the museum where Jen and I had left it weeks before, would be a good emergency escape vehicle. We would need to stock it with a few supplies, but it could stay where it was. I wanted to place the working gassed-up vehicles so that we'd never have to run more than a couple of blocks to find one. There were cars and trucks everywhere, but when you're running for your life, you want a place to go, and you want a sure thing waiting for you when you get there. Strategically, I felt that my house on 17th Street and the Somerville's house on Depot Street would be good places to leave vehicles. The Somerville's house had already been looted, and my house had likely been hit too by that time. I doubted the looters would bother hitting them again, especially since the houses had been marked with the big white X's on the doors. Plus, they both had a garage where the cars could be hidden and protected. When we entered Clayfield, I headed over to 17th Street. I pulled up in front of my home and got out. Sarah let down her window. "Do you think the Somervilles are here?" "No," I said. I told her my plans. She went into the back of the van, then returned to the driver's seat and passed a bottle of vodka and a flashlight through the window. "Do it fast, while no one is around," she said. I ran to the house and lifted the garage door, then pulled the Jeep inside. I left a map, the vodka, and the flashlight in the front floorboard. I traded my .22 revolver for the shotgun and shells in the back seat. Then I grabbed the rest of the maps and the machete, shut the door, and climbed into the van with Sarah. "Okay," I said, "let's drive out of town and try to find some seeds." "Oh, yeah," she said. "I almost forgot about that."
Well, I snorted, we've had a busy day so far.
The van was older, snub-nosed, with the engine in the cab. The doghouse, the plastic and carpeted shell that covered the engine, had a lot of trash piled up on it. There was an old styrofoam coffee cup in the left cup holder and several yellow invoice slips. On top of the slips, like a big paperweight, was the semi-automatic pistol Sarah had used to kill the three men.
"Well, at least we were able to arm ourselves better," I said, trying to find a silver lining in the horribly black cloud of what had happened several minutes before. Sarah looked over at the shotgun I had brought back with me. She pulled another handgun from her lap and handed it to me, a .45 revolver. "I took this one off that other guy," she said. "You can have it." I took it and looked out the window. I didn't really know what to say. So much had happened in the last hour alone, it was difficult to decide what to talk about. "I thought we'd focus on some of the roads near the stables," Sarah said. "Maybe we should do like the other people and mark the houses as we go. We've been going into houses for more than a month now, and eventually we're going to search houses we've already searched, especially if we keep doing it randomly." "Yeah," I agreed. "Let's do Gala Road. I used to go that way when I visited Blaine. I remember houses where people planted big gardens." "Would it be all right if we go through downtown?" she asked. "I'm curious." We hadn't been through downtown since the incident with the tornado siren and the fire. I had skirted around the edge of those streets just to take a look a few days after that, but it was still too infested to risk it at that time. "Sure," I said. "Let's take a look." We got onto Broadway and headed east into town. At first glance, a very quick first glance, you would think it looked like Clayfield on any other normal day before Canton B. There were people on the sidewalks, crossing the street, and going about their business. Then the reality would set in, and you would notice a car crashed through a storefront, or the man that seemed to be waiting to cross the street was naked, or that more than one of the people going about their business was missing body parts. When we got to the intersection with 8th Street, I looked a block over to my left at the museum. The little red truck that had been my herald for Canton B's arrival was still there on the museum's broken sign. Betsy's minivan was blocked from view, but I figured it was still there. Only one partial lane was open as we crossed over to 7th Street. Sarah slowed the van to a crawl and threaded her way between the abandoned cars. The citizens of Clayfield started coming out of the shadows, from around cars and from between buildings. By the time we got to the Court Square, Broadway was starting to look the way it used to look when people would gather to watch the annual Christmas parade. There was a thump against the side of the van. I looked in my side mirror to see the naked man from the street corner walking alongside us. Others began to join him. Sarah ignored them. Her eyes were on the corner of the next block where the burned-out shell of the drugstore was. "There aren't as many bodies as I thought there would be," she said. "I wonder if the fire didn't kill them or if someone has removed them."
The van jostled, and I looked in my mirror again. There were 4 of them, running beside us on my side, pushing at the van. "Don't drive over that burned area," I said, indicating the intersection of 6th and Broadway. "There are a lot of bones in there. They might hurt the tires." Off to my right, on the courthouse lawn, was one of the fire trucks the group from the high school had used. The door was standing open, and a long, limp yellow fire hose stretched out away from it. Sarah took a right and headed south, still creeping along because of the cars and debris. The infected had crowded around us on all sides but the front, and I was starting to get nervous. "We should be okay out at the stables," she said, still unfazed by the fanfare outside. "When we get back, we'll barricade the doors and windows, then just wait it out on the 2nd floor." "Wait it out?" "My menstrual cycle," she said, taking a quick look in the side mirrors. "We can tell Mr. Parks what our plans are, then he can come out in a few days and lure them away from the house." "He said his place was secure," I said. She shook her head. "Even if it is, I see no reason to put them in danger because of me. In fact, you could stay with them until—" "No," I said, flatly. She smiled a little, and took her hand off the wheel long enough to pat my leg. "Thank you," she said softly. The knocking and thumping against the side of the van was getting louder and more violent. A couple of times the vehicle rocked. "There are a lot of them," she said. "It's going to take a while to kill them all." I nodded, still dreading that. A woman pressed her face against Sarah's window. She looked so familiar, but I couldn't remember where I'd seen her before. I didn't like to look at their faces for this very reason. I didn't want to see people I knew. I wanted to remember them the way they were before. Clayfield was a small town, and it hadn't been uncommon in the time before Canton B to run into people I knew almost every day. I allowed myself to look. Her blonde hair was dry and stood away from her head on the right side, but was a matted scab on the left. Her eyes were milky. Her left ear was gone. Yet, despite these grotesque changes in her appearance, I recognized her. "Tammy?" I whispered. "What?" Sarah said. "That woman outside your window," I said. "Her name was Tammy. She was Betsy's friend. She worked in an insurance office, I think. Betsy set us up on a blind date last year, or the year before, I don't remember. She got a phone call during dinner and had to leave early." "Oh," Sarah said. "I'm not an idiot," I said. "I knew it was one of her friends calling to give her an out." Sarah stopped the van. "We really need to keep moving," I said. She rolled down her window, picked up the pistol on the doghouse between us, and shot Tammy in the face.
Chapter 17. We accessed Gala Road at its beginning point east of town near the soccer fields. We had not been on this part of the road since everything happened. When I would visit Blaine before the outbreak, this was the way I always went. The houses in this area sat close to the road and close to each other. Most of them were modest, older homes and mobile homes. Their closeness made me feel a little claustrophobic even in the best of times, but this drive was especially uncomfortable. The little community looked very different from the way it had looked the last time I'd been through. A small, single-engine plane had crashed on the right side of the road, taking out 2 of the houses. Now, more than a month since the crash, the charred wreckage was still being looked after by a group of infected. They watched us pass, their facial expression a cross between curiosity and confusion. We were probably the first people they'd seen since the world ended. After that, we passed the community soccer fields, and then after that, the houses were spaced farther apart, usually separated by woods and farmland. "There's a house up here on the right," I said. "The woman that lived there always had a big garden." There was a square, roughly half-acre lot to the side of the house where the garden had been. Had Canton B not happened, the lot would have been turned under by this time, in preparation for planting. As it was, it didn't look like a garden at all. The plot was full of old weeds and dried stems from the previous growing season and after season. There were some spots where new green grass was beginning to poke through, so it looked like any other fallow lot. The driveway was empty. I didn't expect to find anyone at home. "Most people that save seeds keep them in their refrigerator or freezer," I said. Just in case you are attracting the infected, let's not dawdle. We're getting seeds and food, and that's it. Only grab guns and medicine if they're out in the open and easy." "Yes, sir," Sarah said, giving me a smart-ass salute. "Maybe you should sit in the van with it running," I said, thinking about it. "The closest people are the ones around that plane crash," she said. "We'll have time." I took the .45, and Sarah took her nearly empty AR-15, and we went up to the front porch. I knocked while Sarah looked through the front window. When no one answered, I tried the knob. It was locked. The cursory search for a key on the front porch yielded nothing, so we went around to the back door. It was also locked, so we broke a window. I lifted Sarah inside, and she unlocked the back door for me. "See if you can find some boxes or bags to put food in, and I'll check the fridge for the seeds." Sarah nodded. I knew she wouldn't argue with that. By this time, all refrigerators and freezers had become stink vaults, being full of spoiled food. Sarah turned on her flashlight and went into a dark-curtained room off of the kitchen. I braced myself and opened the small top door on the refrigerator freezer. "You think I'd be used to bad smells by now?" I said, stifling my gag reflex. "You'd think," Sarah called from the other room. I pulled the rotting food out of the freezer and dropped it onto the floor. I saw no need to be neat about it. "There is a lot of food in here," Sarah said. "Jars of home canned stuff." "I'm not finding the seeds," I said, as I shut the freezer door and opened the larger refrigerator door. "Oh, peaches," Sarah said. "I love peaches." "Get what you can and take it out to the van." I shut the door to the refrigerator and started opening kitchen drawers and cabinet doors. I still didn't see any seed packets, but I pulled down some of the food from the kitchen cabinets and put them on the counter. "There's more food in here on the counter," I called out to her. "I'm going to take a quick look around." "Mind your dawdling, mister," she called back. I shook my head and grinned. I knew she'd said that with a straight face. I went into the living room. It looked like an old lady lived there. There were lots of doilies and knickknacks and pictures of grandkids. There was a short bookcase next to the television. I wouldn't have bothered with it, but I saw that one of the books said gardening in big letters, so I went to grab it. When I pulled it out, I noticed a small green book next to it. A gem. It was a field guide to edible wild plants. I took it too. Sarah came through the living room with a box of full mason jars. "Get the door for me," she said. I held the front door for her and put the books in the box as she walked past. "I'm going to check the other rooms, then I'll give you a hand," I said. The nearest closed door was a coat closet. I didn't take time to search it. The next door opened to stairs descending into darkness. I don't know why, but I shivered just looking in there. Sarah came back in and stopped. "Basement?" she asked. "Yeah." "Gonna check it out?" I shrugged. "We're still clear outside if you want to look," she said, handing me her flashlight. "I don't know," I said. "It's kind of creepy." "Yeah," she said. "Nobody's making you." "I know, but she might have kept her seeds down there." "Okay," she said. "Check it out, and I'll get some more food." One of the things that primitive men, cavemen, had was instinct. They could sense danger, and I'm guessing they trusted that sense. Over the millennia, that instinct has been suppressed and ignored to make way for more noble concepts like courage, heroism, and male pride. I turned down the flashlight and took my first step onto the creaky stairs. I couldn't get over exactly how much the stairs and the ink pit I was entering reminded me of a gazillion different scary movies I'd seen. In the past, I would have consoled myself with the assurance that the things waiting in the basement were only in movies: ghosts, vampires, axe murderers, zombies. But I no longer had that assurance. At least two of those things could be down there, and I wasn't prepared to completely rule out the other two. Not anymore. The basement had no windows at all. I shined the pitiful convenience store impulse rack piece of shit flashlight beam on the bare, unpainted concrete block walls. Then to a stack of soggy cardboard boxes and a couple of 5-gallon buckets of potatoes. We'd definitely take the potatoes. I continued to sweep the beam around the room. In the corner was a large upright freezer. I could hear Sarah's footsteps above me. I took a deep breath. The air smelled damp and musty. It took me a second, but it dawned on me that the smell was a good thing. Relief washed over me when I realized that the lack of the smell of death meant there wasn't anyone down there but me. I decided to check the freezer for seeds, then head back up to help Sarah. I heard the door open upstairs as Sarah went back out with another load. I pulled on the handle, but the freezer door wouldn't open. I noticed a small round lock near the handle. I was about to leave when my light shined on a small key on a ring, hanging on a masonry screw sticking out of the wall. Then my light fell on some square wire racks leaning against the wall next to the freezer. I figured they must have been the shelves from the freezer. I took the key, then turned it in the lock. The door opened with a sucking sound, and the stench hit me in the face. I put my hand over my mask to cover my nose and mouth and shine the light inside. She was squatting in the freezer, her knees around her ears. She wore a dress and apron. A foul liquid started running out of the box and onto the concrete floor. Her head turned slowly, and she squinted into the narrow beam of light. I stumbled backward. Holy shit! Sarah was still outside and didn't hear me scream. The old lady's bony knees popped and crackled as she stood. Her hands were bound together in front of her with a short white extension cord. She whined, then growled. My first impulse was to run, but I kept my wits about me and pulled the .45. I stepped back into the puddle in front of the freezer and slammed the door shut. She started bumping around inside and howling, so I turned the key in the lock. She was knocking around so much I thought she would turn the appliance over. I heard the front door open upstairs. "We need to head out," Sarah called down to me. "Be right up," I said, trying to sound casual. I grabbed the 2 5-gallon buckets that were full of potatoes and headed upstairs. They must have weighed 30 pounds or more. There was a gunshot outside, so I quickened my pace. When I got to the top of the stairs, I set the buckets down in the living room and went outside. Sarah was standing on the porch with her rifle to her shoulder, looking down the barrel. I followed her line of sight and saw 3 figures jogging down the road toward us. She fired again, and one of the figures stumbled forward. "What's that smell?" she said, as she took aim again. "I stepped in something," I said. Her shoulder jerked with the recoil when she fired the 3rd time. Another one fell. "Grab that box, and we'll go," she said, nodding toward a box of canned goods on the porch. "You get the box," I said. "I found some potatoes in the basement." She fired a 4th time, and I went back in for the potatoes. When I came outside, Sarah had her rifle slung on her shoulder and was on her way out to the van with a heavy box of food in her arms. Only one of the creatures still advanced, but it was dragging itself along on its belly. Sarah opened the rear of the van and heaved the box inside. Then I lifted in a bucket of potatoes. "Cool," she said. "We could have baked potatoes." "Or potato soup," I suggested, hefting the 2nd bucket. "Haven't you had enough soup? Too bad we don't have any butter, sour cream, and bacon bits. Then we'd be living the good life." Then she looked down at my boots. "You really stink," she said. "What is that?" The old lady that lived here was down in the basement. She was starting to liquefy, I think. "Ugh, we need to find you another pair. I don't think you'll ever get that smell out of those." "There are more boots in the moving van," I said. "We can save some of these potatoes and use them for seed." "But no other seeds?" "Not yet." "We'll try another house," she shrugged. We tried 4 more houses. With each stop, we collected a little more food and we attracted the infected. Rather, Sarah attracted the infected. By the 3rd house, there was no doubt that they were after her. Brian's theory that it was the blood didn't seem right to me. It was easier for me to believe that it was pheromones. We'd have to wait it out for a few days, and I was okay with that. We'd replenished our food enough that we could withstand a week-long siege. We'd have to catch the chickens and put them in a safe place until it was over. By the time Ben Parks came to lure them away, we'd probably have a big crowd around the house. "You know what?" I said, suddenly having a brilliant idea. "What?" Sarah said. She sounded distracted as she drove us to the fourth house. If we're going to be stuck in the house until this is over, and if they're coming anyway, why should we be concerned about noise? What do you mean? We can go back to my house and get my game system. Or maybe stop somewhere and pick up a sack full of movies to watch. That generator is still in the van over at the museum. She grinned a little. That sounds awesome. Do you think it would be okay? Yeah, but it's afternoon already, so we need to hurry. We still have preparations to make. The doors on the fourth house were unlocked, and the house was unoccupied. The garden plot behind the house was a little more obvious. There were 6 raised beds divided by gravel paths. We found their seeds in the back of the refrigerator in a large manila envelope. They're all from last year, but some of the packets have never been opened, I said. We've got cucumbers, zucchini, basil, dill, okra, a couple different varieties of tomato, 3 different kinds of pepper, spinach, and beets. Will that be enough? Sarah asked. It will, so long as it is just us. I'd like to find more. We can look another day, she said. I'm getting hungry and kind of tired. We headed back to the museum, and Sarah let me out by Betsy's minivan. I pulled the long orange extension cord out of the museum's window and stowed it in the minivan. I went back over to the van, and Sarah rolled her window down. I don't know if we're going to have time, I said. We still need to go out to alert Ben Parks and Ron Meyer of our plans, and we need to catch the chickens, and we need to barricade or board up the house. The generator is out of gas, so we'll have to get some. So no movies or games? Maybe only time to get one? Movies, she said. I nodded. Okay, let's find us some movies, then we'll get to work on the serious stuff. Chapter 18. The day had been like a minefield. We'd had so many near misses. We should have quit after we found the seeds. I climbed in Betsy's minivan, but it wouldn't start. I kept turning the key and pumping the gas, but it just wouldn't catch. I went a little longer than I should have, but so far as I knew, when we were in town earlier, we'd lured the bulk of Clayfield's downtown infected at least 3 blocks south of our location. The first couple of creatures that came around the back of the museum didn't scare me. When I saw a few more in the mirror, I still wasn't concerned. But before I could make myself give up on the minivan, they'd surrounded me. Sarah pulled the cargo van through the crowd and alongside my vehicle. We weren't much more than an inch from each other. She went over to the passenger side and rolled the window down. I let my window down, too. Crawl through, she said, sounding disappointed. I wriggled from one van to the next through the windows, then put the window up again. Sorry, I said. It's not your fault, she said. There were less of them behind us, so Sarah put the van in reverse, then cut the wheels so that we were backing toward the Clayfield Chronicle building. It's hard to see out the back, she said. It's one big blind spot back there. The crowd moved with us and grew. Sarah got the van backed well out onto 8th Street, then put it into drive. What are you doing? I said. Just keep going. We'll back out away from them, then take the side roads out of town. I'm already doing this. Besides, it looks like I'm going to hit something back there. You won't. Just keep driving backwards. We're fine, she said, checking her mirrors. Somehow, she managed to ignore the dead faces pressing against her window. I'm going to turn around up here and... No, Sarah, I said, feeling uneasy. Go backwards. There are less of them that way. Don't go toward downtown. She did it anyway. She got as far as the transmission shop and had to stop because the press of people had gotten too thick. I moved to the back of the van to help direct her. Put it in reverse, then cut it hard to the left. Do it fast and hard. The van lurched back. No, I yelled. To the left. You're going the wrong way. Stop screaming at me, she yelled back. I can't see anything. It was getting difficult to hear each other because of the cacophony of howling, moaning, and hands slapping the van. Pull up, I yelled. The van lurched back again. Damn it! Pull up! I can't pull up! I made my way to the front of the van. Okay, then go back. Go fast and punch through. Sarah was crying. I checked both side mirrors. The damned things were everywhere. She put the van in reverse. We rolled up onto the curb and over a highway sign. I heard a loud pop. "Shit," I said. "I think we lost a back tire." I looked around for options. There were two old buildings right across the road on Broadway. They were set close together with an alley in between them. The alley had been formed a decade before when the building between them had collapsed. The building had been narrow as far as buildings go, but the space it left was wide enough for 3 cars to drive through abreast. There was already a truck parked in there with an odd A-shaped rack on its bed. On the side of the truck it said, "Quality Glass Service." I figured the rack in the back of the truck must have been for hauling large sheets of glass. The building on the other side of the alley was Plucky's Diner. A block past Quality Glass Service was the First Baptist Church. It looked like a castle and would be a good place to hole up for a while, but I didn't think we could make it that far. "We need to do something," Sarah said. "They keep coming in." "I'm open to suggestions." "That building there on the left, the glass place, has a garage door on the other side," she said. "Do you think we could pull the van in there?" "I can't see it," I said, shaking my head. "It's there. My friend Lori worked there one summer answering phones. She used to hang out by the garage door and talk to the guys that worked back there." "Even if the door is there, how are we going to open it? And what if there is already a truck parked in there?" "We have to do something." Doors had been installed in the glass place and diner so they could access the alley. "See if you can get into the alley," I said. "Park next to the glass truck. We'll go into the building through the side door." She shifted into drive and floored it. The van struggled, but slowly we plowed through the crowd, crossed the street, and pulled into the alley. The creatures immediately rushed in on both ends. I presumed Sarah would come out on my side and go into the diner, but before I could say anything, she'd climbed out her door. There was no time. She would never make it around the van to me. She hesitated when she realized her mistake. I was standing in the alley doorway of Plucky's, and I started to go back to the van, but it was too late. There was no time for hesitation or second thoughts. Sarah was forced to the other building. She skirted around the hood of the glass truck and ran inside. We shut our doors just as the horde filled the space. Chapter 19. I leaned against the door until I got it locked. They pounded against it and howled. It was dark in the room. I fumbled around in the plastic bag until I found the little flashlight. I was in the diner's storeroom. My flashlight beam shined on a large refrigerator set in the wall. There were heavy wooden shelving units that went all the way up to the ceiling, filled with bulk tubs of pickles, ketchup, and mayonnaise. There were also large cases of plastic cups and napkins. On the far wall was a plain wooden staircase going up, and opposite that, a door that led into the kitchen. I looked around for windows that would give me a view into the alley and access to the other building. I needed to see if Sarah was okay, and I needed a way to communicate with her. I hadn't thought to look for windows when I was outside, and I doubted there would be any since the alley walls used to butt up against another building. I went into the kitchen, then out into the dining room. I was surprised to find the front of the building unoccupied. There was old food on the grill and tables, and 2 of the tables in the dining room were turned over, but no one was inside. I went to the front entrance and turned the lock to prevent anyone from coming back into the building. There weren't any windows on the alley side that I could see on the ground floor, so I ran back to the stairs. The second floor was a large open room that was being used to store old tables, chairs, and Christmas decorations from the restaurant. In the corner, by the stairs, a small space, approximately 10 feet square, had been separated from the rest of the room by homemade plywood divider walls to be used as an office. It was well lit by 3 windows in the front of the building and 1 in the rear. There were no windows on the alley side or on the other side wall. The building on the other side was still standing, but at the time I couldn't recall what business had been occupying it. There were no more stairs inside, so I went to the back window with the hope of finding a fire escape where I could access the roof. There was an old, rusty ladder bolted to the outside of the building beside the window. It hooked over the edge of the roof, then descended down to about 5 feet off the ground. I opened the window and stepped out onto the ladder. The creatures were below me, but they didn't notice. They were still pressing into the alley. I climbed up to the roof, then ran over to the edge. The alley was crammed. They were coming in from both ends and meeting at the truck and van, filling the space between them. There was still a group directly below me, slapping the door I'd escaped into. They were banging on the door to the glass shop, too. "Sarah!" I called out. There were no windows in the side of her building either. She'd have to open the door or go up on the roof. The two buildings weren't the same height. Her building was a few feet taller. "Sarah!" I looked down. The creatures had heard me, and they were reaching for me. A thought passed through my head of losing my balance and spilling over the side into their waiting hands. The thought brought on a tightness in my scrotum and a wave of dizziness that forced me to step away from the edge. "Sarah, I'm on the roof!" I went to the front of the building and looked down onto Broadway. They filled the street below me, more tightly packed near our buildings. The crowd extended out about a half block away from our location, getting sparse along the edges. There were several hundred of them down there, with more coming in. I went to the other side, which looked down on the roof of the next building. It was about 3 feet lower. I jumped onto the next roof and ran along 2 more rooftops until I came to another edge. Below me on this side was a parking lot. There were a couple of cars, a dumpster, and 4 zombies down there. I returned to the roof of the diner. "Sarah!" There was the muffled pop of a gunshot from her building. I pulled the .45 from my waistband, even though there was nothing I could do to help her. "Sarah!" I paced on the roof, anxious. After what felt like forever, she came into view at the edge of her roof. "Sarah, are you okay?" I called over. She waved and looked down into the alley. "I had to shoot one in the garage," she yelled to me. "It's empty. If you could get to the van, I could open the door for you." "Can't do it now," I said. "There are too many." "Did you grab any guns?" she asked. "Just this," I said, holding up the revolver. "Anything to eat or drink?" I held up the plastic bag. "Just a few things. This is Plucky's diner, so I can probably find more to eat downstairs." She stared across to me but didn't say anything. I knew what she was thinking. She had no food, water, or alcohol, and she had 3 rounds left in her rifle. Unless someone came to lure the creatures away, we'd be surrounded for at least a few more days until the end of her cycle, and maybe longer than that. "It's going to be okay," I said, but not loud enough. "What? It'll be okay." It didn't sound any more believable the second time. She nodded, then looked around. "I'm going down for a little while to look for food and water in the building," she said. "Meet me back up here later, okay?" After she disappeared from view, I decided to go back down into the diner to look for something I could use to get provisions over to her. I was second-guessing myself and starting to think we should have stayed in the van. At least in there, we would have had the supplies we had collected, and we would have been together. Of course, inevitably, they would have gotten into us, or we would have run out of food and water, or we would have gone crazy, cooped up in there with the noise and almost unbreathable air. This was better. Not ideal, but better. We would have more options this way. I just needed a moment to come up with one of those options. In the short term, she would need water, food, and alcohol. I thought I could throw the items across to her. I guesstimated the distance between us to be about 20 to 24 feet. I would be throwing the items up, too, because her building was higher than mine, but I didn't think that would be a problem. I just had to make sure that if she didn't catch them, they would not break. I emptied the plastic bag of supplies I'd grabbed before we left the van. I had a bottle of vodka, 2 1-liter bottles of water, a partial jar of peanut butter from the old lady's house, and a box of cereal bars. I thought I had grabbed more, but I had been in a rush. In the diner's storeroom, I found several packages of hamburger buns, but they were all green with mold. There was a big box of those small packets of crackers restaurants give out with soup, chili, and salads. There was another similar box of packaged croutons. I found 5 large cans of tomato paste and a large can of pinto beans. The rest of the food, produce and meat, was probably shut up in the huge walk-in refrigerator, and I had no desire to open any more refrigerators. All that were left were the big condiment tubs. I emptied one of the water bottles into a couple of plastic cups, then poured half of the vodka into the bottle. I got a small pile of the cracker packets, the peanut butter, a knife, the 2 water bottles, one with water, the other with vodka, and a couple of cereal bars. I tied it all up in an apron from the kitchen, making what resembled a hobo's sack. Then I went back out on the roof. Sarah was already waiting for me when I came out.
"Did you find anything?" I said. "They've broken through the front windows of the building," she said, "and there's no door to close off the stairs. I'm going to have to stay on the roof." "Are you okay?" "I'm not dead." "I have some stuff for you here. I'm going to toss it over. Try to catch it. There isn't any glass in it, but the stuff is fragile just the same."
I threw it harder and higher than I thought I needed because I wanted to be sure it made it across. It sailed over the divide and disappeared from my view. Sarah chased after it. She returned to the edge with it in her hands and was untying it.
"Did you catch it?" "No," she said, "but it's okay. Thanks." "Sniff those bottles before you drink," I said. "One of them is water, and the other is vodka." "We're not going to stay here, are we?" she said. "We can't. I think I could get away on the far end on that last building over, but I don't know how to get you out. There are too many around your building." "These aren't enough supplies to last more than a day or two," she said. "I don't want to put you in any danger, but I'm stuck on a roof over here."
I looked over the edge again. Hundreds of ghastly faces gaped up at me. Some of the creatures from the alley had started moving around to the new access in the front of the building, but others flooded in to take their place.
"I'm going to go over there and see if there is a way down."
I crossed the 3 rooftops to the far end and looked over the edge again. The creatures that had been below were no longer there, but it was far too great a drop to the cars and dumpster in the lot below. I moved to the back of the building. It had no fire escape at all, but the middle building did. There were several infected individuals on the back side of the row of buildings, but they were making their way toward the quality glass building with the others.
"I can get down and get away," I said, "but I don't know how to get you out of there." "Just do the best you can. I'm not going anywhere."
I went back down into the diner to make myself a small supply pack. I couldn't take the water with me, so I drank as much as I could while I stood there. I went back through the kitchen and looked out through the dining room. I thought there might be a chance I could leave through the front door, but there would be no way. The crowd on Broadway was too thick. There were so many out there. They were pressing against the window of the diner, too, and eventually their weight would push the glass in. I wrapped up the vodka, some crackers and croutons, and the rest of the cereal bars into another apron and tied the pouch from my belt. I had hoped I could find something I could use as a weapon, something quiet, portable, and club-like, but nothing jumped out at me. I did grab a large knife from the kitchen, but more for use as a tool and not for killing zombies. When I came back out on the roof, Sarah was eating peanut butter and drinking from one of the bottles.
"I'm going," I said. "I'll do my best to lure them away. Is there a fire escape on the back of your building?" "There's an old ladder, but it doesn't go all the way to the ground." "Okay," I nodded. "Just be ready to go, and I'll try to get something underneath it." "I'm ready to go now," she said, giving me a small grin. "It might be a couple of minutes, or it might be a couple of days," I said. She nodded. "Be careful, and please hurry."
I crossed over the rooftops to the fire escape and was about to climb down when she called out,
"I love you."
I hesitated and almost pretended like I didn't hear, but I couldn't be an asshole and leave her hanging like that. Not again. Not now.
"I love you too,"
I said. I waved to her. She waved back, and I climbed out onto the ladder. Chapter 20. When I dropped to the ground, a couple of them came at me, but they were slow. I easily outran them and headed through the parking lot on the far end. I didn't stop because I doubted any of the cars sitting in the lot were unlocked, and I didn't want to put myself at risk trying to open their doors. Still, I didn't want to be out on foot. I needed the relative safety of a car until I found out what to do about Sarah. I ran down the block away from the mob until I got to the intersection with 9th Street and crossed over to the post office. The Clayfield post office was constructed almost 100 years ago, and other than the new automated stamp dispensers, computer equipment, and wheelchair ramp, the structure really hadn't changed much. I had a photograph in the museum from the 1920s depicting Clayfield's Christmas parade, and the building is in the background, looking exactly as it does now. The original look had been maintained, both inside and out. The smell of death was strong inside the building, but I saw no one on the customer side. I tried some of the doors to access the employee section, but they were all locked. I was hoping I could find a locker room or a break room, someplace where the employees might have stowed their purses and coats, so I could get some car keys. The only way to get into the back was to crawl over the counter. I was about to do that when the employees started shuffling out to greet their first customer in more than a month. There were 5 of them back there that I could see, all animated corpses, and I didn't think it was worth it. There were other cars. I went out the way I came and looked back east on Broadway to the Quality Glass building. Sarah was standing at the corner of the roof, still peering down into the alley. It almost looked as if she were a performer standing on an elevated stage while her adoring fans gathered below. I continued farther west on Broadway, past the First Presbyterian Church, past an appliance repair shop, and then crossed the street to Carter's Plumbing Supply. The storefront was all glass like most of the downtown businesses. I cupped my hands around my eyes and looked into the building before going inside. I didn't see anything but toilets, shower stalls, and racks of PVC and perforated septic line. A little bell above the door jangled when I went inside. I waited there to see if anyone would come to investigate. No one did. Immediately, I saw something I liked. There was a square wooden bin with several large pipe wrenches propped up inside. I pulled one out. It was about 3 feet long and heavy. I could swing it one-handed, but I had no control. I'd have to use it like a baseball bat. I considered taking a short length of PVC instead. There was a rack holding 5-foot pieces of PVC of different circumferences. I liked the longer reach, and they'd be easier to swing with one hand, but I didn't know how well they would hold up. The pipe might stun the creatures, but the wrench would crush skulls. It would slow me down, but I went with the wrench. Once I had secured my weapon, I went to the back of the building. I found an office, and there was a set of keys on the desk. I took them and headed out again. The keys went to a white Honda sedan parked next to the building. I needed to find something that would make a lot of noise, so I drove farther west to the outer edge of town to the firehouse next to the old West Side Elementary School. The big fire trucks were gone, likely taken and used by Nathan Camp and his group that day Jen had been shot. But there was a red Chevy Tahoe parked off to the side. It had the red lights mounted on top, so I figured it would have a siren. The door was unlocked, but the keys were not in the ignition. On a whim, I pulled down the sun visor and then looked under the seat. I found them hidden under the floor mat. There was a console mounted under the dashboard that had a bunch of buttons. I cranked the truck, then started pushing buttons until the siren sang. I left it on so Sarah would know I was coming and drove back into town. When I got to the intersection with 9th Street, I took a right away from the post office and parked in front of the Community Christian Church. I thought it was a fitting place to lure them, since that had been Sarah's hiding place when Canton B had first hit Clayfield. I left the engine running, got out, and continued on foot, heading south on 9th. I didn't want to be out in the open like that, particularly when I was so close to the siren. There was a tiny drive-in restaurant, not much more than a kiosk, across the road and south of the church. I hoped there would still be keys in some of the vehicles there. The eatery was one of those places where you pulled up out front and the waitress came out to your car. It had a similar operating premise as Sonic, but much less sophisticated. I remember the food being pretty good, though. There were 3 cars parked in front of the building. In the warmer months, they would have had their windows down, and there would have been trays hanging off them out of the car. However, when their drivers had pulled up there for lunch that fateful day more than a month ago, it had been the middle of February, and below freezing. All of the windows were up. One of them was still occupied. I moved past it to check the other two. The infected were moving in by this time. All of the ones that had not yet picked up on Sarah were zeroing in on the red Tahoe. It was only ones and twos at first, but then groups of 5 and more began to appear. The first car I checked was locked, and the next one was unlocked but without keys. I took a quick look around. The things were closing in. I didn't think they'd noticed me yet. They seemed fixated on the noise. I bent at the waist and looked into the occupied car. Keys dangled from the ignition. The thing inside was strapped in. A purse in the seat next to it told me it had been female, but that was the only clue. All of its hair had fallen out, except for a few greasy strands. It looked a lot like one of those Egyptian mummies after they unwrap them. Then I got to thinking about how many of those things the old movies used to scare us, mummies, Frankenstein, zombies, vampires, and ghosts, were all things that had come back from the dead. I looked around me again at the crowd closing in on my location, and I had to agree, dead things coming back to life is scary as hell. I didn't want to take the chance of searching for another car. I knew it would smell bad, but I decided to carjack the mummy lady. I opened the door and put her down with the .45. That attracted some attention away from the siren, but it didn't take much to unbuckle her seatbelt and roll her out onto the pavement. There was this ugly, oily-looking stain in the seat, but I tried not to think about it. I just climbed in and shut the door before any of the others could get to me. I can't even describe the odor inside. The car started right up, and the stereo was playing an audiobook. That was kind of nice, but I turned it off. I needed to focus on rescuing Sarah. I drove south a couple of blocks, with the windows down, away from the siren, and then circled around and parked on 8th Street in front of the museum, a block north of the Quality Glass building. Sarah saw me and waved. We waited for the crowd to move to the siren. Although a few broke away, they would only walk so far, then return to Sarah's location. After several minutes, Sarah looked out at me and raised her hands as if to say, "What now?" I had no idea what now. As I watched more of them shuffle in, I realized the siren was doing more harm than good. I was pulling in creatures from farther away who would then join the group around Sarah's building. I had made the situation worse. I considered stretching a rope from rooftop to rooftop and getting her to come across like a zip line, but while escapes like that worked in James Bond movies, I thought it would be too risky to attempt. Besides, we would have to move quickly, because they were after Sarah, and when she moved, they would move with her. I needed to get the zombies away from the building, which wasn't happening, or I needed to get a vehicle in there. I waved to Sarah. There was no point in trying to talk to her. She'd never hear me. I pulled away and headed west on North Street. I stuck with the side roads and drove back to my house on 17th. I was going to have to get rid of that car. I just couldn't take the smell, and I would need more supplies. Also, I really needed a few moments of quiet so I could think. I parked the car on the street and went into the house. I hadn't left much when Sarah and I were here weeks before, but I had left some clothes behind, mostly things I thought I'd never wear. I stripped off what I was wearing, including my boots, to get the stink off me, and tossed it all out the front door onto the lawn. And then I went to my bedroom to find something clean to put on. What I ended up with was a pair of khakis, an old tank top I hadn't worn in years with Joe Camel on the front, a black tuxedo jacket, and a pair of gray running shoes. Then I took my hobo's pack of food and vodka, the pipe wrench, and the .45, and went out into the garage. I opened my pack on the hood of the Jeep and tore open one of those cereal bars. I was so hungry. I ate 3 of them and washed them down with a couple of swigs of vodka. I went around to the back of the Jeep to see what kinds of supplies were there. I was really hoping I'd dig around and find a machine gun, but it was just food and water. The .22 was up front where I'd left it, but I wouldn't be able to mount an assault on the zombie horde with 2 handguns and a pipe wrench. I was going to have to bully my way in there with a vehicle. something big. I thought the best thing would be a bucket truck. I could push in there behind the building, park under that ladder, and Sarah could just climb down to safety. Chapter 21. 20 minutes later, I was wearing a yellow hard hat and feeling pretty good about myself as I waded into the mob in a truck I'd commandeered from Clayfield Water and Electric. I came in from the south on 8th Street, with the bucket partially raised. Most of them gazed and reached up to Sarah, but there were several that tried to get at me. I thought I was going to make it to the ladder, but when I got to within about 20 feet, there were so many bodies sandwiched between my truck and the building, there was no way. They closed in around me before I could back up, and I found myself stuck. Again. Nice, I said. Still, I wasn't willing to quit just yet. If I could get myself into the bucket, perhaps I could at least reach out with the thing and get Sarah off the roof. Or hang out up there with her. There would be no way I could go out either door. So, using the pipe wrench, I busted out the back window, then climbed outside. They did their best to climb up the side of the truck, and one of them almost made it, but his comrades pulled him down in their own attempts to come up. I climbed up the lift arm that was extended up at about a 45-degree angle, forming a sideways V shape with the bucket toward the rear of the truck. After I made it into the bucket, painfully scooting up it with the arm between my legs, I waved at Sarah again.
I thought you might have been someone else, she yelled over. I changed my clothes, I said. No, I thought that was you, she said, pointing north up 8th Street. There was a silver pickup sitting in the middle of the road that hadn't been there before. Maybe it's the Somervilles, I said. If it is, we should get them to help us, she said. Maybe they don't know it's us. The truck rolled forward a few feet and stopped. The engine revved. Then the driver did a U-turn and headed north. They went up a couple of blocks, then took a right onto a side street. I used the controls in the buckets to swing the arm around and lift me higher. I could get high enough, but I was still too far away. We had a gap between us of about 4 feet. I think I could make it across to you, she said. The hell you could, I said. I'm going to try. I used the controls to back the bucket well away from her. You couldn't make it, and you're not trying, I said. The truck reappeared 2 blocks over to our right by City Hall. It stopped in the intersection. We waved. There were 2 people in the truck, but I couldn't make out who they were. They didn't wave back. The passenger might have been looking at us with binoculars. I think they must be coming up with a plan, I said. Maybe we should wait and see what they have in mind. We watched them watching us for several seconds. The truck's engine revved again, and it proceeded south and disappeared from view. Sarah's brow furrowed. It's okay, I said. They'll be back. Let's just wait. There's not a lot we can do anyway. But it'll be dark soon, she said. I'm going to stay up here with you, I said. How are you going to sleep in that box? She said. How am I going to sleep at all? I moved the bucket back until I was as close to her as I could get so we could talk. She sat down on the edge of the roof and let her legs hang over the side. She looked between her knees to monsters reaching for her more than 20 feet below. She puckered her lips, and a white, foamy glob of spit came out of her mouth. It hung there on her lips for a second, then dropped down onto one of the upturned faces. She sniffed, then looked around her, positioning the AR-15 across her lap. Every time I'm up high like this, I think about Yertle the Turtle, she said. It was my favorite Dr. Seuss book when I was a kid. I don't remember that one, I said. Mine was Green Eggs and Ham. Everybody's favorite is Green Eggs and Ham, she said, rolling her eyes. Yertle was king of the turtles. He climbed up really high in the backs of all the other turtles and he said, I'm the ruler of all that I see. I looked around at downtown Clayfield. The broken windows, the burned buildings, the dead bodies and bones, the wrecked cars. Ruler of all that you see, huh? Well, your subjects seem to like you a lot, I said. In the land of the undead, the living woman is queen, she said dryly. And food, your highness, I said. She snorted and let another glob of spit fall. Let them eat cake.
It'll probably get cool tonight, I said. Are you warm enough?
I'll be okay, she said. I can wrap up in this apron.
Maybe they'll be back soon and we won't have to spend the night out here.
Maybe,
she shrugged. Night came. Between the moaning and howls of hundreds of zombies and the wailing of the siren, sleep was almost impossible. It's funny, though, how your mind can block stuff out. Somehow, I did sleep. It was fitful and brief, but I slept. Sarah woke me after a while.
They're back, I think, she said. Somebody's out there.
I had been sitting in the bucket, and I stood. I was cold and damp. There was a light drizzle of rain misting around me. Out ahead of us, where the silver truck had been before, were two headlights shining in our direction. Surely they're not going to try something in the dark, I said. Judging by the shadows and silhouettes between us and the headlights, the numbers of infected had increased. We watched the lights for a while, and then they went out. We couldn't see anything after that for a very long time, probably an hour. Then another set of lights approached from the north and stopped in the vicinity of where the first had been. I was starting to feel uneasy. Granted, I hadn't spent enough time with Nicholas Somerville to predict what he might do, but this just didn't seem like his modus operandi. He had acted a little foolhardy when we'd first met, but that was only because he didn't have all the facts about the seriousness of the virus. I was having trouble believing that he would attempt a rescue at night. And who was in that second vehicle? Sarah, I said.
Yeah?
I want you to take the .45, I said. I'm going to throw it across to you. You might need it.
I have the rifle,
she said. With what, 3 rounds?
What are you going to use?
I have another handgun, I said. I knew if I told her what caliber it was, she wouldn't accept the .45. I also have a big pipe wrench I can use as a club.
Okay, toss it over.
I emptied the contents of my pouch and wrapped the apron around the gun. Here it comes. I threw it underhanded and hoped I threw it hard enough. I heard it thump onto the roof. Sarah turned on the little flashlight she'd taken from the convenience store and picked it up. A third vehicle came from the north and parked beside the second. Both sets of headlights went out.
I don't like this,
Sarah said. Yeah, me neither. After several minutes, 2 sets of headlights came back on, and then the 2 vehicles backed up and drove away, one heading east, the other heading west. At some point, I fell asleep again. When I woke up, it was dawn. I was shivering. The sky was gray and cloudy. I stood and looked toward the museum. There was a FedEx van parked in the middle of the street. A couple of zombies were checking it out, but not aggressively. The wipers were on, and I could see 2 people inside. Sarah was standing at the front of the building, staring at them. Who is it? I said.
I don't know, she replied. 2 men. Not the Somervilles.
She walked back to me.
Did you sleep well?
I'm sorry, I said. I didn't mean to fall asleep.
It's okay, she said. I slept a little too.
Do you need any food?
I'm fine.
The silver truck returned and parked next to the FedEx van. The occupants of the vehicles were talking.
I really don't like this, she said.
I'm sorry, I said. I don't know what to do.
If I could make it into there with you...
You can't, I said. It's too risky.
If I could, she continued, how far would it reach? Do you think you could swing us over to that tree?
Yeah, but then what? Then we'd be stuck in a tree.
What about the power lines? She said. We could climb across them to First Baptist over there. There's no electricity in them anymore.
I was skeptical, and my face must have shown it.
They could be the nicest people in the world, she said, pointing to the 2 vehicles. But chances are they're not. If they're like most of the people we've encountered, they don't have good intentions for either of us. And there is only one reason why they'd go to any trouble to come in here. I would rather take my chances climbing on the power lines than with them.
Then, from the north, came a big, yellow bulldozer. The man in the cab was safely enclosed in wire mesh. Behind it was another bucket truck. The doors opened on the silver truck and 2 men got out. They were both armed with rifles. When the bucket truck pulled up next to them, they climbed into the bucket.
I'm coming over,
she said. You won't make the jump, I said, and I don't know if I'm strong enough to catch you. She looked over at the power lines, then looked over the edge of the roof to see where the cables connected to the building in the back.
"Swing around to the line over there," she said. "I'll meet you. Sarah, there is nowhere to go."
The engine on the bulldozer got louder and said blap, 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 as black smoke belched out of the exhaust pipe on top. The blade lowered, and the machine pushed into the outer edge of the crowd with the bucket truck following close behind it. The creatures were herded forward at first, but then they began to fall and pile up and tangled together as the dozer cleared a path for the truck. Sarah put the rifle on her back with the strap over her shoulder and across her chest. She put the .45 in the front of her jeans and went to the front of the building. I realized she planned to jump to the power lines. She was giving herself a running start. Chapter 22. The heap of writhing, rolling bodies advanced toward me ahead of the blade. When the bulldozer crossed into the intersection, Sarah ran. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. She came across the building at a full sprint, and when she got to the edge, she leapt out like a circus performer reaching for a trapeze. She seemed to hang there forever. I was aware of every detail about her in that moment. The determination in her eyes, the way her reddish blonde hair lifted away from her head as she flew, the way her fingers stretched for the cable, the frayed hole in the leg of her jeans. The power lines were stacked 4 high at 2-foot intervals. She caught the second to the bottom cable under her right armpit. The momentum swung her body under, slamming her leg into the bottom line just above the knee. She cried out and almost fell, but was able to hang on. The bulldozer was fully past the intersection by this time, and the other bucket truck was now close enough to access the roof of the glass building. The bucket raised high enough, and one of the men climbed out onto the roof, then ran to the spot where Sarah had jumped. There was still no indication whether they were friends or foes. They were wearing masks just like we were, just like all healthy people, so there was no way to tell if they were people we'd met before. However, like Sarah, I feared they weren't there to rescue us. They were there for her.
"Please help her!"
I yelled to the man on the roof, but he acted like I wasn't even there. Sarah pulled both of her legs up over the bottom line and was now seated on it, holding the next line with both hands. There was blood on her hands, but I couldn't tell where she was injured. She looked over her shoulder at the man and then tried to get into a standing position. The man on the roof looked down to the reaching mass of zombies below him as if trying to determine if he could make the jump. There was one man on the roof, one man in the bucket, one driving the bulldozer, and at least one in the cab of the bucket truck. Then there were others still waiting a block away in the FedEx truck. If they turned out to be enemies, there would be no way I'd stand a chance with my little .22. The heap of zombies and zombie parts rolled toward me, and my bucket jostled.
"Stop!" I yelled. "You're going to push me over!"
The bulldozer operator didn't slow. The bodies rose and tumbled, and my truck began to tilt. I looked at Sarah. She was standing on the bottom cable, holding the third one up, and walking sideways down the line, headed in the direction of the First Baptist Church. The crowd walked with her, calling to their queen. Her mask and the front of her shirt were red with blood. It looked like she'd hit her nose or mouth on the line in the jump. We made eye contact, and she saw how my truck was leaning. There was no doubt then that these men were not friends. She hooked her left arm around the power line, wobbled there for a second until she got her balance, then pulled the .45. It looked like she was pointing the weapon at me, but I knew she was taking aim on the bulldozer driver. She fired, and her whole arm bounced up with the recoil. I turned to see if her aim had been true, but the man was unharmed. I decided to help her, pulling the .22. I fired all 6 rounds into the mesh encasing the cab of the bulldozer, and only one made its way inside. I hit the man in the chest, but it didn't slow his progress. My truck went over. I got as small as I could inside the bucket and tried to brace myself. There were plenty of bodies to soften the impact, but it was still jarring. Thankfully, I managed to stay inside the bucket. The bucket didn't go all the way to the ground at first. The truck and armature were off-kilter on top of a pile of fallen zombies. Looking out of the top of the bucket, now the front and my only way out, I could see that I was about 5 feet off the ground.
There were scores of heads and shoulders moving around and away from me. It reminded me of being in the back of a crowd at a concert or amusement park. The crowd was following Sarah. She was still on the power lines and making good progress toward the church. I was so glad she was out there ahead of me, distracting them. If they noticed me, I wouldn't have much of a chance. The bulldozer continued to plow forward, pushing my truck ahead of it until my vehicle shifted and finally made contact with the ground, bucket first. When the bucket hit the pavement, it twisted around. I was almost thrown out. Then all I could see were shuffling feet. I heard Sarah scream my name as I disappeared into the mass. We lost sight of each other. I heard creaking and scraping metal. Then the lift arm snapped, and my bucket spun around like a carnival ride. The hood of the truck slammed into the open end of the bucket. There was complete darkness for a second, and I was pushed clear of the truck. Everything moved past me: feet, dozer pile of zombies, and what was left of my bucket truck. Then the other bucket truck rolled past, followed by the other edge of the mob. I stayed as still as I could and tried not to breathe. The creatures' heads were tilted up, looking at Sarah, and up to that point they had not seen me. Then one tripped about 10 feet away. It landed on its face, then looked up and directly into the bucket. Its eyes widened when it saw me. It grinned and scrambled at me like a spider, never making it fully upright. I knew I had to move before it got to me. I would be exposed even more, but I didn't want to get boxed in inside that bucket. I tore out of there with my pipe wrench and headed into the approaching crowd with my eye on the rusty ladder that was bolted to the back of the Quality Glass building. I gave the spider thing a taste of my boot, which slowed it down, but there were others, and they were everywhere. Moaning, ghastly faces in different stages of decay surrounded me. Groping hands slapped and clawed and grabbed at my arms. I swung the wrench blindly. I was bawling like a baby. I don't think I'd ever been closed in like that without a gun. I heard Sarah scream, but I was too occupied with beating out a path to that ladder that I wasn't able to see if she was okay. Then I felt a dull pinch on the back of my arm. One of them was trying to take a bite through my tuxedo jacket. That ratcheted up the fear to a whole other level. I imagined myself falling under them, feeling that pinch multiplied as 10 or 20 undead mouths gnawed through my clothes. How long would it take? How many bites before I finally died? How consumed would I be before the pain was gone? I realized that I was lost. I was just turning and swinging the wrench. I couldn't tell where I was going. My eyes were blurry with tears. I couldn't see the ladder anymore. There was another pinch on my thigh and another one on my shoulder. I remembered once when I was a kid I fell off my granddad's boat. I couldn't swim. I would go under and pop back up, screaming. I could never get my bearings. I couldn't breathe. That was what it was like at that moment. I was drowning in a sea of demons, only this time my granddad wasn't there to pull me out by the shirt collar. Then my back was up against a brick wall. All I could see were hands and faces. There was another sharper pinch on my calf. I swung the wrench and tried to look around. I was at the corner of the building by the alley. Out of the corner of my right eye, I could see the glass truck and our van. There were guns in that van. Rotting fingers hooked down the front of my tank top. A face like a Halloween mask lunged into mine. I could feel the wetness and coldness of its teeth scrape along my jawline until it found my right earlobe. The pain was unbelievable. I screamed and pushed it away. That made a brief but perfect hole. I had just enough room to move, and I swung the wrench in a wide arc, crushing 2 skulls. I didn't waste my opportunity. I ran for the van. They chased me, but once I was closed up inside the vehicle, they lost interest in me. The only one that lingered around the van for a while was the one that had tasted my blood, but eventually it stumbled away. I took a look at my ear in the mirror. The lobe was gone, and blood was dribbling out without any indication of stopping. I took off my mask and used it to try to stop the bleeding. Out the window, the crowd continued down the street. I didn't see Sarah anymore, but the things were starting to gather around the church, which gave me hope that she'd made it inside. The bulldozer and second truck were no longer where I could see them, likely farther down the street or trying to access the church from the other side. I moved to the back of the van and unscrewed the top on the first bottle I found.
A partial of Jack Daniels we'd taken from the bar, and downed a couple of swallows. I checked the back window, but the FedEx truck was gone. I took another drink. My makeshift bandage was soaked through. I winced in anticipation, poured some of the whiskey on the wound, then screamed into the crook of my arm. I needed to kill as much crud as I could so it wouldn't get infected. The blood just kept on coming. I went back to the front of the van to check my ear in the mirror again. Then I looked down and saw the silver cigarette lighter in the dash next to the radio. I looked at my ear again. Shit. I pushed in the lighter so it would charge up. Out the window, I caught a glimpse of the bucket of the second truck. It was up high, and it came into view briefly from the other side of the church, then disappeared again as it was being maneuvered into place next to a second-story window. The lighter popped out. I pulled it free and looked into the red, glowing swirls. This was some movie tough guy shit. Regular people don't cauterize their wounds with cigarette lighters. I took another drink and shoved that lighter against my mangled ear. I really don't know what happened after that. I could hear screaming, and I guess that was me. I was outside of myself, and then my world was spinning. Then, darkness. Chapter 23. When I woke up, I was on the floor between the seats. I was covered in my own vomit. I pulled myself up into the driver's seat. There was still a lot of focus on First Baptist Church. I checked myself in the mirror. My ear wasn't bleeding anymore, but it looked awful. As long as there were zombies surrounding the church, I thought Sarah must still be inside. I couldn't help her if I turned into one of them. I needed to get drunk. My bottle of Jack was empty, spilled when I passed out, but I had plenty of full bottles in the back. I retrieved a bottle of vodka, then sat in the driver's seat to keep an eye on things. I didn't see any of the vehicles out there. All of the men might be inside the church, or they may be parked somewhere like me, waiting for the creatures to disperse. It was possible, though I didn't want to really consider it, that they'd already taken Sarah and the creatures were just too stupid to know. I could still hear the muffled wail of the siren I'd set off the day before. It was probably what had brought the men to us in the first place. I wondered why they hadn't tried to find me. I wondered about the guy that had been on the roof. I wondered if I'd inflicted any real damage to the bulldozer operator. I drank a while and watched the crowd. When I got a good buzz going, I went back into the van to assess my weapon supply. I had the 9mm pistol Sarah had used to execute the 3 men from the road. It had 4 rounds left in the magazine. And then I had the loaded 12-gauge I'd taken from the back of their Jeep. I took one last drink, then screwed the lid on. I put the bottle back in the box with the other bottles, then moved back to the front with the 2 guns. The booze continued to take me long after I quit drinking. I had drunk on an empty stomach, and the escape and the pain had frazzled me. I still hurt, but thanks to the vodka, I didn't seem to mind too much. I hoped Sarah got away, because at that moment, there wasn't much I could do to help her. I'm glad I had closed the bottle before it started to give me courage. Any more, and I might have staggered back into the middle of them. So far as I knew, there was still a man above me on the roof. I had to assume that he was aware of me. While not as important as Sarah, the supplies in the van needed to be kept a secret. I would need to leave it if any of the men made an appearance and lead them away from it. Sarah and I had gone through too much trouble to collect the stuff to have it all stolen. The siren stopped. All that could be heard was the lowing and moaning of the undead. I wondered if someone shut it off or if it quit on its own. In the rear-view mirror, I saw a blue car drive by headed west, the direction of the siren. I watched the mirror for a while, but there was no more activity except a lone zombie child that walked around in circles behind my van for a few minutes, then went away. I heard 3 gunshots to the west. There was a pause, and there were 2 quick taps on a car horn. Another gunshot. I looked over to the First Baptist Church. In the street between me and the church, there was a smear of gore where the bulldozer had pushed through. The infected had not dispersed, but I didn't notice the crowd getting any larger either. I saw no sign of the healthy men at all. There was another gunshot to the west. My curiosity was winning. I went into the back of the van and made myself another small supply bag. I doubled up some small plastic bags to make one bag and filled it with the 9mm, some jerky, a bottle of water, and the vodka I had been working on. I made sure no one was around, and I climbed out the back of the van. I had the plastic bag tied to my belt loop, and I was holding the wrench in one hand and the shotgun in the other. As quietly as I could, I clicked the door shut. Then I darted to the wall of the Quality Glass building and made my way along it to the corner where the alley led out onto Broadway. I felt dizzy, and I almost puked. I looked west toward the Christian church where I had parked the fire vehicle. I didn't see anything, just a few zombies milling around. Broadway was relatively clear in front of the glass building, too. I went around the corner of the building and looked in the hole where the front windows had been. The building had been full when Sarah was inside, but now there were only 4 of them on the ground floor. Probably more on the second floor. 3 gunshots in quick succession rang out to the west. I looked that way again, but I couldn't see any activity. Everything was happening out of my field of vision. Then I heard a shot close by to the south, possibly from Sarah's location. I ran back into the alley and ran to the end of the building. All I could see were the zombies around the church. Part of me wanted to charge in there blasting until I saved her, but I wasn't foolish enough to try it. I had a wrench and 7 shots, and I was against a gang of healthy armed men and an army of mindless monsters. There would be no way I would need help. I walked backwards to the glass shop and looked in the cab. There were no keys inside. I decided to risk it inside the building and retrieve the keys. I would try to make it out to the stables to see if the Somervilles had returned. If not, I would drive out and find Sarah's shop teacher. I didn't want to leave her, but I didn't know what else to do. I entered the building through the side door. Immediately to my right was the entrance to the stairs, and to my left was an office with 2 desks. The creatures inside the building didn't know I had come in. I went in the office and searched the desks for the truck keys. I finally found them in the pocket of a coat that was hanging on the back of one of the chairs. I slipped back out into the alley without being noticed. Before I left, I decided to go back up onto the roof of Plucky's Diner one more time to see what I could see from that vantage. Inside the diner, I got really dizzy again and had to stop on the stairs. I sat because I thought I was going to faint. My hands were shaking and I felt cold. I took out some jerky and ate it. My stomach wasn't very happy about it, but I managed to keep it down. After a while, things stopped spinning, and I was able to stand and proceed to the second floor. I couldn't carry the shotgun and wrench with me out the window and up the ladder, so I left them propped on the wall inside. On a good day, I might have been able to climb the ladder with the shotgun, but not this day. I knew if the man was still on top of the Quality Glass building, he would have the advantage. He was higher up. He had a rifle, and he wasn't struggling to stay conscious. I got to the top of the ladder and peeked over. I didn't see anyone. After climbing all the way up, I sat on the roof and pulled the 9mm from the bag. I could see the bulldozer now. It was parked farther down the street, and there was no one manning it. I could see the front of their bucket truck poking out next to the church. I didn't see anyone in it either. I felt dizzy again, so I lay back on the roof and took a deep breath. I hurt all over, and I was so tired. I didn't know how long I was there like that. I might have fallen asleep. But I remember being startled by cold raindrops hitting my face. I sat up, and there he was, standing on my ladder, staring at me over the top of the building. It was the man I'd seen on the glass building. I recognized the green hat he was wearing, only now he was on my building. His rifle was slung over his shoulder, and he had his hands full of ladder. Now he was at a disadvantage. I could tell he was surprised to find me sitting up, and that he couldn't make up his mind whether he should come on up or go back down. "Hey," I said. "Hey," he said. His eyes glanced down quickly, then back to me. Before he could do anything, I picked up the 9mm and pointed it at him. He started to go down. "You won't make it," I said, and he stopped. I stood, keeping the pistol aimed at him, and stepped over to him. "Who are you?" I asked. He stared up at me, but didn't speak. "Are you with Wheeler?" I asked. He continued to stare. How about Nathan Camp? How about Hank? I tried to remember the name of the guy Nicholas Somerville had told me about. Kiss my ass, the man said. I was about to tell him to pull his mask down so I could see his face when I had an idea. Come up here, I said. Do it slowly and keep your hands where I can see them. He chuckled. I ain't no dumbass. I could shoot you, I said. You could shoot me up there, too. Yeah, I could. So, which would you prefer? He thought it over and said, fuck it. He climbed up onto the roof and then put his hands up. I looked him over. We were about the same size. He had a pistol and a shoulder holster. Put the guns down in front of you and be nice. Slowly, he placed the weapons on the roof in front of him. I really expected him to try something. Back away from the guns, I said. He took 2 big steps backward. Now, take your clothes off, I said. Fuck you. Do it, I said. The rain had picked up and was dripping off the brim of his cap. He blinked at me a couple of times, but his eyes didn't betray his thoughts. Sorry, pervert, he said finally, but I'm saving myself for your girlfriend. The shirt and cap ought to be enough, I said. Take them off. I don't think so, he said. So I shot him in his right leg just above his knee. I was aiming for his crotch. He screamed and dropped to his knees. I need your shirt and cap, I said. I can take them off a dead man, but I don't want to. Okay, asshole. Damn it. Just give me a second. Quickly, he removed his cap, shoulder holster, and shirt. He tossed them toward me. Then he gripped his leg, trying to stop the bleeding. Damn it. I need some bandages or something. No need, I said, taking aim with the pistol. You said you didn't want to kill me, he said, struggling to get to his feet. He finally made it and wobbled there. He might have been better off on his knees. This time my aim was a little better. I hit him in the chest, just below the throat. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. He stumbled back and went over the edge into the alley. No, I said to myself. I said I didn't want to undress a dead man. It had to be done. He was a bad man. Unredeemable. Chapter 24. I removed my jacket and put his shirt on over my tank top. It was a quilted flannel shirt, blue and black checkered, like the kind some people use as overshirts or jackets. It was warm and stank like him. I put on his cap and then his shoulder holster and pistol. Rifle strapped over my shoulder, I climbed back down to the second floor and into the window. After collecting the shotgun and wrench, I went back downstairs, then out into the alley. He was off to my left, on his side with his back to me, legs bent as if asleep. His blood was being diluted and washed away by the rain. A couple of infected women came around the back corner and stopped at his body. They were in the second stage of the virus, but they hadn't yet begun to decay. I climbed into the glass truck before they got interested in me. One of them got on hands and knees behind him and started chewing on the soft spot below his ribcage. The other knelt and bit his shoulder. This was my handiwork, my fault, but I didn't care. I felt nothing for him. I started the truck and turned on the wipers. The women looked up at me from their meal but didn't come to investigate. I was starting to feel afraid again. It seemed like I was always a little afraid, but I had gotten good at suppressing it. I've never been in the military, but I guess that might be what men in combat do. Anyway, the fear was elevating above normal levels and I was starting to feel it again. I was thinking that maybe I should just go with my first thoughts and get Ben Parks to help me. I didn't want to face those healthy, unpredictable men alone, but I didn't want to risk driving out into the country for help, then coming back to find that they had taken her. These new clothes, along with my mask, would allow me to get right in there with them. My plan after that had not yet been formulated. For one thing, all of my recent physical injuries were taking their toll. I was in pain. I was weak, and I was exhausted. And I was still sort of drunk. I backed the truck out onto Broadway and headed east. I was curious about all the gunshots to the west, but I didn't know if they would be friendly to me in my present disguise. Besides, judging by the zombie activity, Sarah was inside the First Baptist Church. I went 2 blocks, then took a right at the courthouse. I stopped on the back side of the court square and looked west down South Street to the church. The bucket truck was parked on this side of the building. The whole block was surrounded by hundreds, possibly thousands of infected creatures. The bucket was next to a second-story window, and the window had been broken. I saw no healthy people around. I didn't know how I would get in there, and I wondered how they planned to get out. They had left others on the outside. Maybe they were the ones shooting to the west. Maybe they were planning to come back in with another bulldozer or something. I sat there for a few minutes trying to figure out what I should do. Then a man climbed out of the broken window and into the bucket. He was followed by 2 more. They maneuvered the bucket around so that it was just over the cab of the bulldozer. One of the men climbed out, opened a small door in the top of the cage, and then climbed down into the machine. Then the bucket moved back, then down, and the 2 men climbed through the back window of the truck. The bulldozer started up and began to creep through the crowd to clear a path for the truck. "What the hell?" I said. "Where was Sarah? Were they unable to find her? Did they find her but leave her? Was she hurt?" The dozer shoved a pile of zombies out ahead of it, and the bucket truck was able to pull away from the building. I took the opportunity to get in there. I approached the truck just as it drove out onto 7th Street. The men in the truck both pulled their weapons, but then lowered them when they thought they recognized me. I stayed far enough away that they couldn't get a close look. We let our windows down.
"Sammy?" the driver called out. "Why aren't you using your radio?"
I shrugged like I didn't have it.
"She ain't in there," the driver said. "Willie said they seen her over on 10th Street. We're heading over."
I nodded. 10th Street?
"We lost James," he said.
I tried to act sad or disappointed. I wondered if James had been the original bulldozer operator. He rolled his window up, waved, and drove past me, taking a right so he could circle around to 10th. How did she manage to get over to 10th Street? I followed the bucket truck, and I was nervous as hell. I kept reaching over in the seat next to me to touch the guns for assurance. I felt like I was going to throw up. The bulldozer led the way. We crossed over to 10th via Water Street. They stopped in the intersection for a few seconds, then turned left. We drove south 2 blocks and stopped again. The FedEx truck and the silver pickup were parked ahead. There were 3 armed men standing around talking. The doors on the bucket truck opened. The 2 men got out, and the driver motioned for me to join them. I really needed another drink. I took a deep breath and got out, slinging the rifle over my shoulder. The men looked at me when I approached, then went back to their conversation. I stopped about 15 feet away from the group and pretended to adjust the strap on the rifle. I didn't want to get close enough for them to realize I wasn't who they thought I was, and I wanted to be far enough away that I could put one of the parked vehicles between me and them if the shooting started.
"I don't know how she got over here," said the driver of the bucket truck. "We seen her go in that church."
"Maybe there's 2 of them,"
said a man leaning on the FedEx truck.
"Wouldn't that be something?"
"Well, we done scared her now," said another. "Ain't no way she'll come with us willin'."
"What about that old boy she was with? I don't like the idea of killing a healthy man."
"I wouldn't worry about it. You know he weren't no good. He's either dead or infected by now," the driver said.
Then he looked over at me.
"How about it, Sammy? Did that old boy get away?"
I shook my head.
"Fuck him anyway," the driver said. "He's the reason we lost James and the others. He brought it all on himself."
Another truck pulled up from the opposite direction, and 2 more people got out. That brought the count up to 7, with 1 more still manning the bulldozer. Then I realized one of the newcomers was a woman. That surprised me. She stayed next to the vehicle while her male companion approached the group. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, a camouflage hunting vest, and camouflage pants. There was a large handgun holstered on his hip.
"Y'all ain't found her yet?"
"No."
"Well, she can't be far," he said. "We ain't got a lot of time. Shit is coming down the goddamn pipe, y'all."
"I still say she ain't worth all the trouble,"
said the man by the FedEx truck.
"Let's just head on out before—"
"We ain't leaving without her, Lee. We might have freed her from that piece of shit, but we can't leave her to waste away here in Clayfield."
I mean, shit, man, how many times in the past 2 weeks have you seen a healthy woman?
Lee looked over at the woman by the car.
This ain't about getting laid, the camo guy said. Ellen ain't gonna single-handedly rebuild the human race. If there's another uninfected woman out there, we're taking her with us, and...
His voice trailed off, and he looked at me.
Who the hell is that?
The group turned their full attention on me.
That's Sammy.
I took a step backwards.
The hell it is, said the newcomer.
Shit, Willie, that's Sammy,
said the driver of the bucket truck.
I just talked to him.
I took another step back. The new man, Willie, stepped forward with his hand resting on the grip of the revolver. His eyes were squinting, scrutinizing everything about me.
What the hell happened to your ear? He said. You been bit?
I didn't speak.
Sammy,
the driver said,
you feeling all right?
I wasn't feeling all right at all, but Sammy was in worse shape than I. I nodded, hoping they would leave me alone and go back to their conversation. Willie pulled his revolver, but didn't point it at me. I took another step back. The rest of the group all turned their bodies toward me, and a couple of them stepped forward.
Y'all know what I think, said Willie. I think this here might be that fucker that's had her all this time.
Sammy?
The driver said again.
God damn it, Ray, it ain't Sammy. Can't you see that? I've been looking forward to this, asshole, he said to me. I've heard all about you. You're a real piece of work.
I thought they must have me confused with someone else.
We saw what you did out at the high school. It makes me sick to think about the perversions you've been forcing on that poor girl.
What was he talking about? Another truck pulled up behind Willie's truck. Most of the group turned to see, but Willie and a couple of others didn't take their eyes off of me. I glanced up when 2 more men got out of the new truck.
What you got, Willie?
A man said, joining the others.
Take a wild guess, Willie said.
The new man stopped and stared at me.
Pull down your mask, he said.
I didn't move, so Willie pointed the revolver. I nodded and pulled the mask down.
Son of a bitch,
the new guy said, pulling down his own mask. It was Nathan Camp. Shit, I whispered. Chapter 25. I stared at Nathan for a second, looked around at the others, then I ran. I wasn't thinking clearly, just that I had to get away. I didn't think I'd have time to get in the truck, so I ran past it. Then, out of nowhere, somebody clobbered me. I don't really know what they hit me with, maybe their fist, but it slammed into my left shoulder and knocked me sideways. I was seeing stars. I tried to stand, but then my head got punched a few times. They took Sammy's weapons. Then they were dragging me by my feet, face down.
Where's Sammy?
I had the 9mm down on my pants under my shirt. I rolled and tried to grab it, but somebody kicked me and took it.
He's wearing Sammy's cap, y'all. I could have sworn it was him.
Then someone was on me. They twisted my arms up behind my back, and I heard the clicks and felt the pinch of handcuffs. They rolled me over on my back, and I blinked up into the falling raindrops as they all looked down on me.
Where's Sammy?
Nathan said. Infected got him, I said.
He's a liar, Willie,
Ray said. Willie squatted next to me.
You've been a regular thorn, ain't you?
I looked away.
Well, he continued, we ain't gonna put up with it, you hear? We're gonna have law and order. We ain't gonna be animals. It's unfortunate that men like you survived the plague. I hate to say it, but I don't reckon you'll survive the trial.
Trial?
Ray said.
Hell, Willie, he's done gone and did something with Sammy. And you know he's been taking advantage of that poor girl.
I know, Willie said. It ain't like we got time for it, but like I said, we ain't gonna be animals.
He stood and looked around.
Right there, he said, pointing to the glass truck in which I'd arrived. Cuff him to that frame. We'll deal with him at the warehouse. Until then, we got a healthy woman to find.
They handcuffed me to the top of the A-frame rack in the back of the truck. I was standing up, and there was no way I could sit. I stood there for hours. The undead began migrating into the area a little at a time, following Sarah's scent or whatever. Several walked past me as the day wore on, but I remained perfectly still, and they never noticed me. I would have thought they would have smelled me, but either they were more interested in Sarah or the rain kept them from getting a fix on me. For a while, they congregated around a house, but then they moved farther south. It rained steadily the whole time. I was cold and soaked through. Sometime in the late afternoon, the silver truck pulled up. A man got out of the passenger side and came over to my truck. "Did you find her?" I said. "Shut up, asshole," he replied, as he crawled into the glass truck and started it up. We traveled north. There was a vehicle in front of us, and behind us were the headlights of 4 more. I tried to get out of the cold wind, but the best I could do was squat. It was dark by the time we arrived at our destination, and I don't know where it was. I tried to remember if I'd ever seen any warehouses to the north of town, and the only thing I could think of was maybe one of the remaining structures left from the old tire factory. All of the vehicles were able to pull into the huge building through a garage door. There was room in there for a whole fleet of vehicles, and in fact, there were a couple more inside. The headlights went out, and the engines shut off. I could hear the muffled sound of a generator running, and there was light at the far end of the building along with more figures standing around. The sound of a dozen car doors shutting echoed. Then I heard voices and footsteps walking away. I watched the silhouettes that were around the light, and I tried to get an accurate count. There might have been 15 of them. I thought I could make out 2 or 3 women. After a long while, 2 men came and got me. They led me toward the light. The group looked at me. There was a mix of expressions. Some looked angry, some curious, and others were indifferent. I saw the doctor, Travis Barr, among them. I recognized Nathan's friend Jack, too. They were all standing and sitting around a kerosene heater, and there was a little lamp sitting on a table. I was led into a room off to the side. It looked like it had been a furnace room or something. It was dark inside, so I couldn't see much. One of the men turned on a flashlight, and they freed my left wrist, then cuffed my right hand to something. They shined their light around the room, and the beam fell on another man sitting in the corner. His hand was cuffed to a large metal pipe that was attached to the wall. It was Nicholas Somerville. "Mr. Somerville," I said, "are you okay?" The 2 men left and shut the door. It was completely dark in the room. "Nah," Nicholas said, slowly and quietly. "How long have you been here?" "A while," he said. Then it hit me that I was sitting, and I kind of just sat there and tried to enjoy being off my feet. "You all right?" Somerville said slowly. "No," I said. "It's been a pretty shitty couple of days. They plan to execute me, I think." "Yeah," he said. "Willie Roop thinks he's the law in Clayfield now. Asshole. I've already had my trial." "When did we become the bad guys?" I heard Somerville shift in the darkness and breathe heavily through his nose. "I guess we've all gone a little bad these days," he said. "Did Judy make it out to you?" "No," I said. "When?" "I don't know," he said. "I don't know one day from the next in here. She was supposed to go out to that old horse farm where you were staying." "She might have," I said. "We left for a while to look for you, then we left again yesterday morning." "Yeah, she's probably fine." "What happened?" I asked. "Oh, we couldn't find that house she was looking for that had the solar panels. I figured, since we were out anyway, I'd run over to the high school and have a talk with Nathan Camp. Sarah told me he was over there. I knew him from before, you know, from working with the city. I was hoping for some support, and I thought it would be good to get that doctor to come in with us. He and I had our disagreements in the past, city budget issues and firefighters wanting a raise, but I thought he'd be over that." "Why do they have you in here? What was the trial about?" "This is more about Willie than anything," he said. "Judy and I drove over to the high school. They were gone. It looked like the place had been overran, but it had happened a while before because there weren't any infected still around. There was a note taped to the door that was intended for someone else. I think the names were Pat and Peterson and one other person. Anyway, it said something like,
We've had to move. You are still welcome with us. We'll be at the tire plant, something like that, so Judy and I drove over there. Here. I had her wait in the truck. Told her if anything happened that she should get the hell away and go find you and Sarah. Where's Sarah? I don't know, I said. I'm hoping she's waiting for me at the stables. Huh. I hope she is too, he said. I heard him shift again, then he continued. So, I told Judy to go find you if something happened. I went up to the warehouse and banged on the doors. Finally, a couple of men came out. Of course, when Judy saw it was Willie, she tried to run him over with the truck. That's about it. She drove off like I told her, and I wound up stuck in here. I've been convicted of attempted murder. The trial was silly. I don't really know what they plan to do. I don't think any of them have the balls to execute me. They'll probably just leave me here when they go or let the infected get me. Go where? They're leaving town, he said. I've been talking with one of their group, a woman named Wanda. She's been bringing me food when the others are gone. She told me a man came into town about 5 days ago. He said he was from just north of Jackson, Mississippi. He claims they nuked it. Nuked it? Who? I don't know, Somerville replied. Government, I suppose. When? I don't know. What do you think about it? I don't know. I'm inclined to think it's horseshit, but I thought the same about zombies a month ago, too. But wouldn't we have known? I said. Isn't there fallout and mushroom clouds? I don't know about that stuff, he said. Wanda told me the man had burns all over his body. She said he wouldn't stay here because everything is headed this way. Healthy people, sick people, one big exodus. He says other cities were hit too. Everybody south of here is headed north. I have trouble believing that, I said. It would do more harm than good. If there still is a government, and I don't believe there is, they would wait and let it run its course. Eventually, these things are going to deteriorate enough that they won't be a threat. Hell, maybe they don't know how things are, Somerville said. Maybe they're in an underground bunker somewhere pushing buttons. Why Jackson, Mississippi? Why not? Hell, the damned things are everywhere. Okay, but why not Memphis? If the man came up from Jackson, he probably passed within a few miles of Memphis. She didn't say, he replied. Anyway, I'm with you. But they believe the guy, and they're getting the hell out of here. They've already had somebody scouting the river for a big enough boat. The door opened, and the two of us squinted into a flashlight beam. The light came closer, and Travis Barr knelt beside me, holding a duffel bag. Chapter 26. Hello again, Travis Barr said. Dr. Barr, I said, acknowledging his greeting. One of the others said your ear was injured. Want me to take a look? No point, I said. Willie said I'd be executed. Well, when I heard about it, I insisted they let me look at you, he said. They didn't want me to, but it's my job. My earlobe was bitten off, I said. I poured whiskey on it and seared it good with a cigarette lighter. That certainly sounds barbaric. Let me look at it. Maybe I can at least make it hurt a little less. Are they going to kill me? I asked bluntly. Barr was shining his light down into his bag. They talk tough, but I don't know. I've never seen them do anything like that. Here, hold the flashlight. Point it at your ear so I can see. He put his hand under my chin and pulled my face around. He groaned a little when he saw my ear. They said the young blonde woman was with you, but they didn't see Jen. What about her? Jen's gone. Turned. Turned, he said. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, that's a shame. He squeezed out some cream on his fingers and touched it to my ear. I pulled away. You really caused a lot of trouble for us, he said. We lost good people as a result of your actions. If Nathan had let me... Oh, I blame Nathan too, but you could have handled it differently. Of course, they're out there discussing what to do with you now. Nathan is having a lot to say.
Don't you just love our new judicial system? Nicholas Somerville spoke up from the dark corner. What? That's my trial? I said. They're doing it without me? Dr. Barr pulled my face around again. Nathan, Jack, Wanda, and I are the only ones left from our original group, he said. I have tried to be magnanimous when it comes to you because I know Nathan and I know how he treated you. Nathan and the others don't like you at all, and they have painted a picture of you for Willie's group that is kind of extreme. As far as everyone else is concerned, you are the lowest scum. You can count on them accusing you of a lot of things, and I'm confident that you'll be found guilty of everything. Awesome, I said. Then what? I don't know, he said. They'd talked about forcing the councilman to work for them, but now I think they're just going to leave him chained here. That sure is humane of them, Somerville scoffed. I've heard them talking about shooting you, but I don't know if any of them could actually do it. It's different shooting healthy men. But I guess you would know that better than I. That's not really fair, I said. I think it's completely fair, he said. You can justify it all you want, but the fact is you have killed healthy people. And in a world where healthy people are an endangered species, it's reprehensible. They deserved it, I said. That's not for you to decide, he said, putting a bandage over my ear. Then who decides? I said. A bunch of jackasses sitting around in a warehouse? Listen, he said, I didn't come in here to argue. I think we can all agree that Nathan is an asshole. Officer Roop is an asshole. Hold up there, Somerville spoke up again. I won't disagree with the asshole part, but Willie Roop is not in any way an officer of the law. He was stripped of that a long time ago. He's had law enforcement experience, so he's the best we have, Dr. Barr said over his shoulder. Somerville grunted a disagreement. Dr. Barr shined his light in my face again. When we joined with Willie's group, it seemed like things got a little more strained. There are more of us, and there is strength in numbers, but I don't feel any safer than I used to. I had hoped that this new group would become something. Maybe we could start to rebuild, but... Hell, Doc, why don't you go tell them? Somerville said. The others might just be waiting for somebody to stand up to Willie and Nathan. You could do it, too, because you're the only one they actually need to keep around. I'm not a politician like you. Shit, Somerville said. Stop whining. Man the hell up. Barr closed his bag and stood. What are we supposed to do? I said. I don't want to stay with them, he said. I don't necessarily want to go with you two either, but until I can find an actual group of decent human beings who are more interested in fighting our enemy instead of each other, I think it would be best to go in with you. My pride wanted to argue with him, but I knew we needed him more than he needed us. He knew that too. I capitulated. Sure, Travis. We'll take you, I guess. You got the keys to these handcuffs? No, Dr. Barr said. I don't have the handcuff keys, but I will get them. Am I right in assuming the two of you are friends? Wanda said you knew each other from before. Are you going to stay together? Are there more in your group? Sure, we're pals from way back, Somerville said. Now go get the keys. We haven't spent a lot of time together, I said, but yeah, we have talked about working together to do what you were saying, rebuild Clayfield. So is it just the four of you? What's with all the questions? Somerville said. I just like to know what I am getting into, Dr. Barr said. Why don't you answer something for me? Somerville said. Aren't you concerned about what the man from Jackson said? How do you know about that? Did Wanda tell you? Yeah. Is it true? It's true that we found the guy, Barr said. He was on the parkway. We saw him when he looked down from the bypass between the hospital and the county high school. He had climbed up on top of the trailer of an 18-wheeler. He was surrounded by infected. He must have been there for days. We got him out of there. His face and arms were burned and he was dehydrated. He was going to require a lot of care. The others were relieved when he refused to stay. But what about what he told you about Jackson? Somerville said, sounding impatient. Personally, I think he was delirious. I didn't believe him. I want to stay in Clayfield, but I think if I don't get away soon, the others will force me to leave with them.
What's so special about Clayfield, Doc? Somerville said. We grew up here, so it kind of makes sense that we'd want to stay. Not you.
No, I'm not from here, he replied. And to be honest, before all of this happened, I'd been looking forward to taking a job at Vanderbilt, but right now, Clayfield is familiar enough to me that I can stay alive. I have no idea what is waiting on the road. You don't think we need to evacuate? I said. To where? Dr. Barr said. The virus is everywhere. If someone is setting off nuclear weapons, and God damn them if they are, then show me on a map where it's going to happen and I won't be there. Otherwise, one place is as good as the next. Don't misunderstand, I plan to leave this rat hole eventually once things have settled enough for me to do so. Why you would choose to live your entire lives here is beyond me.
Home is home, Somerville said.
I'll be back, Dr. Barr said, and left the room, closing the door behind him. The room was completely dark. After a while, Somerville said, Do you trust him? Yeah, I guess, I said, but don't count on him doing much. I get the feeling he takes it easy because he can. I don't think he'd be able to survive on his own.
We can deal with that, he said.
We were both quiet for a while. I tried to make out the words of the muffled voices in the other room, but I couldn't. Soon, Somerville was snoring. I suppose I fell asleep too, but I can't remember. I know we were in there a long time. Dr. Barr didn't return. Chapter 27. I started hearing a lot of movement and excited voices in the other room. The door opened, and there was light coming in through the skylights in the main part of the warehouse. Somerville and I both looked up at Willie Roop, who was standing in the doorway. He didn't speak. He just stared at us.
Well,
Somerville said.
Damn it, Roop said. I don't know what to do with you.
You can undo these cuffs so I could kick your ass, Somerville said.
If this was before, you'd both be going to prison, Roop said.
If this was before, you'd still be the incompetent, philandering drunk everyone knew you to be.
You're the one cuffed to a pipe, councilman, Roop said, taking a step farther inside. We're leaving. Bad shit is coming and we're leaving. We ain't animals. I told you that before. We ain't animals, but I can't just let you go. I couldn't live with myself knowing the two of you were out and about.
He pulled his revolver and pointed it at me.
Oh, man, I said. Don't. What about Sammy, huh? What about him? You've both been found guilty of your crimes and you have to pay for them. The question is, do I put you down quick here or do I let the living dead get at you?
Lee stepped into the doorway.
We're loaded up, Willie, he said. We need to get going. Jack said it's getting bad in town. We got to stay ahead of it.
I looked past Willie Roop and Lee into the warehouse. People were carrying bags and guns and getting into vehicles. I looked back up at Roop, and he was still staring at me, pointing his gun. I could tell he was trying to muster up what he needed to pull the trigger on a restrained, unarmed man.
I ain't no animal like you, he said.
No, you're worse, Somerville said. Willie turned and pointed the weapon at Somerville.
Oh, the councilman said. I didn't realize my crimes warranted a death sentence. In the old days, they hang people for less, Roop said.
You would have swung before me, he said.
Asshole, Roop spat.
Pussy, Somerville said. At that, Roop pulled the trigger. The sound in that little room was deafening and visibly startled all four of us, Willie more than anyone. Nicholas Somerville slumped forward. His left arm, handcuffed to the metal pipe, prevented him from going all the way to the floor. I looked up at Willie again. The gun was still extended, pointed at Somerville. Smoke hung around the end of the barrel. Willie had his other hand up to his mouth as if shocked by what he saw.
What the hell?
I shouted.
What did you do, man?
More people stood behind him now, trying to see into the room. He let his arm drop to his side, then took a quick look over his shoulder.
Get back, he yelled. Ain't nothing to see here. God damn it, everybody get to the vehicles.
Slowly, people walked away until only Willie remained. We stared at each other. He tried to keep an air of righteousness about him, as if what he'd done was justified. He broke eye contact first and holstered his weapon.
"You don't deserve a quick death," he said, and walked away, leaving the door standing wide open.
2 large garage-type doors were lifted, and I watched the group drive out into the daylight. There were 6 vehicles in all that left, and one was pulling a little fishing boat on a trailer. There was still a small car, a motorcycle, and the glass truck left in the warehouse. Soon, I couldn't even hear the sound of their engines anymore. A strong breeze came in through the doors. It looked like the rain and clouds had moved on. It was a pretty day. Nicholas Somerville slouched a few feet away. His body still leaned forward from his arm. His chin rested on his chest. Because of the way he was turned, I couldn't see the front of him. I couldn't reach him because of the handcuffs. I stretched, but I could only get to within a couple of feet. I tried talking to him, but he never stirred. I didn't see where he'd been hit, but the blood was starting to pool on the floor. "Mr. Somerville, can you hear me?" I stretched my body out and tried to touch him with my foot. I was just able to tap his knee. "Nicholas, are you still with me? Talk to me if you can." He never moved. He never made a sound. I sat up again and leaned back against the brick wall. I didn't like the news that it was getting bad in town. I didn't know what that meant. It was already bad in town. I wondered if it was just more creatures coming in because of Sarah or if it was something new. I kept telling myself that whatever was going on in town, if it headed my direction, would pass by without noticing me. Any other time, if I had been handcuffed to a pipe in a little room and abandoned, I would have wanted to be found. But not this time. It was imperative now that I find a way out of there. The pipe to which I was fastened was heavy and metallic. It was strapped and bolted to the wall. It would be easier to gnaw off my own arm than to pull the pipe loose. I looked around the room for anything I could use for leverage, but there was nothing. "Mr. Somerville, come on, please move for me. Talk to me." I sat there all day. The warehouse was well off the road, but looking out the door of the little room and out again through the garage doors, I could see the highway. I never saw anyone or anything pass by in that time. If it had been getting bad in Clayfield, it wasn't heading north. I feared it was bad there because of Sarah. I hoped she was safe. Just as the sun crept down to the horizon, Nicholas Somerville stirred. It was just a twitch at first, and I caught the movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked at him for a while, waiting for him to move again. "Mr. Somerville? I can't reach you. Are you badly hurt?" He moaned a little, and his right leg moved. It was sticking out now, and I thought I could touch his foot. I leaned out on the cuffs and grabbed the toe of his right boot. I shook it gently. "Mr. Somerville, wake up." He took a deep, rasping breath and shifted. His head came up slowly, and he turned toward me. I was still leaning out there, the cuffs biting into my wrist, with his boot in my hand. His eyes opened. "Mr. Somerville?" He moaned. I moved back to give my wrist and arm a rest. I could see he had a wound in his chest. The entire front of his shirt was soaked. He looked up at me. There was something about his eyes that worried me. "Mr. Somerville, are you—" He sat there and stared at me for a few seconds, then, "Emma, what?" he said hoarsely. "Shit," I said, relieved. "I thought you might have... Turned? Nah, boy. I told you before. I'm a tough bastard. If I do go, it won't be Willie Roop that does it." "Been out for so long, I thought you were dead." He shifted again and rested against the wall. "My shoulder hurts like hell. It's been twisted all this time." "What about your chest?" I said. He looked down at his chest. "What the—" "That son of a bitch," he said. "He shot me, didn't he?" Using his free hand, he pulled his shirt open and felt around inside. "Feels like it hit me under my collarbone. I didn't feel it before." He looked out the door into the warehouse. It was starting to get dark. "Did they leave us?" "Yeah," I said. "Judy will come," he said. "I'm sure she's been keeping an eye on this place." "What if she followed them north? What if she thinks you're still with them?" I'm really tired, he said. Be all right if I sleep some.
You've lost blood, I said. It looks like a lot. Is it still bleeding?
He didn't answer, because he'd fallen asleep. Chapter 28. I had another miserable night. The breeze from the day continued through the evening, and it got uncomfortably cool. Occasionally, I would hear one of the creatures howling in the distance. Sitting on the cold concrete with my hand chained up, combined with my hunger and thirst, prevented me from sleeping at all. I had drunk rain while handcuffed to the rack on the back of the glass truck 2 days prior. But the day before, all I had was the condensation I'd licked from the metal pipe to which my arm was attached. I hadn't eaten in about 36 hours. I was dehydrated and weak. Somerville slept most of the night, but it was fitful. I heard him mumbling in his sleep several times. He'd had something to eat and drink more recently than I, but his blood loss put him in a worse predicament. When dawn came, I was almost too stiff to move. I tried to stand, but I couldn't. I pulled myself up enough to catch some of the drops of water beating up on the pipe. That's when I saw a figure appear in the large doorway on the far side of the warehouse. Couldn't make out their features because they were backlit, but it looked like a man. He was carrying a bag, so I was confident that it wasn't a zombie. As he got closer, I saw that it was Travis Barr. I was a little pissed that it had taken him so long, but I was so relieved to see him that I didn't mention it.
Sorry, he said when he got close enough. It couldn't be helped. Is the councilman still alive?
I nodded, finding it difficult to speak. The doctor set his bag on the floor. It was a different bag than he had brought in previously. This one was bigger. He unzipped it and pulled out some bolt cutters.
I couldn't get the keys, he said. This will have to do for now.
He snipped the chain, and my arm fell to the floor. He then moved over to Somerville and cut his chain, too. Then he started examining the chest wound. I crawled over to his bag and opened it. There were lots of loose medical supplies and medication bottles. There was a multi-tool, a handgun with extra magazines, flashlight, a small bottle of bourbon, some clothes, and a box of protein bars. I found what I wanted in the bottom, 4 little bottles of water. I unscrewed the lid on one of them and drank. Dr. Barr came over and dug around in the bag for some of the medical supplies.
The bullet cut a groove across his left pectoral and went out his left shoulder, he said. It must have come in at an angle. I can't find an exit wound, and I can't get the bullet out here. I'm going to bandage him up, and I'll try to do it later.
I didn't say anything. I was finishing off the bottle of water.
You can have another, he said. I'm sure you're dehydrated. Save the other 2 for the councilman, okay?
I opened a second bottle.
Are you strong enough to help me carry him? He asked.
I don't think so, I whispered.
I'll be right back, he said.
He pulled the pistol from the bag and ran back through the warehouse, then outside. A minute later, a pickup truck backed through the open door. There was a second person in the truck. He backed right up to the entrance to our little room, then turned off the engine. He got out of the passenger side and came around to let down the tailgate. The driver's door opened and the second person got out.
This is Ellen,
he said. It was the woman that had arrived with Willie Roop 2 days before. She was still wearing her mask, so all I could see were her eyes. She had shoulder-length dark hair that poked out from under a blue sock cap. Her eyes didn't look friendly toward me at all. She was holding a shotgun.
Come around and help me, he said.
She leaned her shotgun against the truck, and the 2 of them dragged Somerville over to the truck, then hefted him onto the tailgate. Dr. Barr gently laid him back in the bed, then they pulled him in.
Can you climb in on your own? Barr asked.
I don't think so, I said.
We should leave him, she said. Give him some food and water and go.
No, he said. He comes too.
I don't like him, she said.
You don't know me, I said.
You're just another thug.
I'm not.
No time to debate, Dr. Barr said. Come on, help me get him in.
Begrudgingly, she obeyed. She was rough about it, too. I helped them some, and once they got me to the tailgate, I was able to scoot myself into the bed. Ellen grabbed her shotgun and climbed into the cab, while Dr. Barr shut the tailgate.
He handed me one of the water bottles. "See if you can get him to drink," he said. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Let us worry about that," he said, as he opened the passenger door. "What about Sarah?" "She's still in Clayfield," he said. "Right now, Clayfield isn't doable." "Isn't doable?" I asked. "It's overrun," he said. "It's best if we go somewhere else for now so I can take care of the councilman's wounds. Your wounds, too." "But Sarah—" He shut the door and stepped back so he would be near me. In a hushed voice, he said, "I want to find Sarah as much as you do. She and young women like her are the only thing standing between us and extinction, but we just can't right now." "Preventing extinction," I said. "Yeah, I'm sure that's it."
I did my best to get comfortable in the back of the truck, which was impossible. They drove us around for a while, heading generally north and trying different offshoots of the main highway, then doubling back to the highway when they didn't find what they were looking for. We stopped at a couple of places, I presume, so they could check them out, but eventually settled on what appeared to be a single-level apartment complex.
"This was an assisted living facility," Dr. Barr said to me when he got out. "They should have some medical supplies here. We'll be back for you as soon as we find an empty apartment." I was propped against the side of the bed, crosswise, doing my best not to sit on Mr. Somerville. The two of them stepped in front of the long row of apartments, talked a while, and then went into what appeared to be the main office. After a while, they came out. Dr. Barr was pushing a rolling shelved cart. It was a larger version of the kind you might see flight attendants pushing on airplanes. It was loaded with medical supplies, food, and water. Ellen looked through a large ring of color-coded keys. They stopped next to the first door. Ellen inserted the key and turned it in the lock. Then she pulled it out and placed the whole ring of keys on the cart. Both of them checked their guns, and Dr. Barr opened the door. They stood there for a couple of seconds, then cautiously went inside. There was a gunshot. Then the two of them came out again and moved to the next door. This happened 6 more times. I was afraid they would find all of the rooms occupied and their shooting would draw a crowd, but finally they found an empty apartment. They both stepped out. Ellen pushed the cart inside while Dr. Barr went back to the hub of the facility. When he came out again, he was pushing a wheelchair. Just as he reached the truck, Ellen joined him. "You first," he said, letting down the tailgate. "We need you out of the way so we can remove the councilman." I got to the edge, and they helped me into the chair. Dr. Barr wheeled me into the apartment and parked me next to the supply cart. It was dark and stuffy in there. The only light came in through the front windows, which were curtained. I was in a larger front room that comprised a small living room, tiny dining area, and a kitchenette. In the back wall was an open doorway leading to a bathroom and bedroom. "I'm going to leave you here for now," he said. "The councilman gets the bed. We'll try to get a cot in here for you soon." He left, and several minutes later they pushed Somerville into the apartment on a second wheelchair. They went past me into the dark bedroom. I could only see inside a little. I watched their flashlight beams play on the wall. Then the soft glow of candles took over. I listened to them grunting and straining as they got Somerville into the bed. Then Dr. Barr came out and started looking through the items on the cart. "We only have one IV, he said. "I'm going to need that for him. I'll get him set up, and then I'll be back to mix up something for you." I was kind of dazed, and I kept drifting off. I don't know how long it took him to get to me. At some point, he was kneeling in front of me with a large plastic cup and straw. The room was lit by several candles and by the open front door. "We're going to try oral rehydration," he said. "I'm having to work with what I've got. This is a mixture of water, salt, and sugar. It probably won't taste very good, but drink it anyway. It's the best I can do." Then he stood. "Ellen, come in here, please." Ellen came into the room from outside and shut the front door behind her. She smelled strongly of cigarette smoke. Her mask was down and her hat was off. Her long, dark hair was dry and streaked with gray. Her face was lined and stern. She looked like she might have been of Native American descent. I couldn't pin her age, but I guessed her to be a hard 40, maybe 45. "I need you to hold this cup for him so he can drink," Dr. Barr said. Ellen frowned at me. "He can't hold it himself?"
I really need to be in the other room, Dr. Barr said.
Fine, she said. Give it to me.
Dr. Barr handed her the cup and went into the other room. Ellen pulled up a chair from the small dining table and sat next to me. She shoved the cup under my nose.
Drink it, she said.
Her fingers smelled like an ashtray, and I almost gagged. I took a sip and made a face.
Tastes bad, she said.
I nodded.
Good, she said.
I'm not the person they say I am, I said.
I guess you're just misunderstood, she said sarcastically. A poor, tortured soul.
What have I done to you?
Just drank.
I drank. Every few sips, she would stir the cup with the straw to keep the undissolved sugar and salt suspended. When I drained the cup, she went into the bedroom, and I heard Dr. Barr tell her how to mix up another batch. When she returned with the second cup, I said, "What did you do before?"
No need for conversation, she replied. We're not friends.
I nodded and put my mouth on the straw. She watched me drink and sighed heavily.
I used to own a furniture store, she said.
Oh, I said.
You worked at the museum?
Yeah, I replied.
I never went in there.
I drank quietly for a while. Why didn't you stay with the group? I asked.
It doesn't matter, she said.
What is happening in Clayfield? She shrugged.
Jack says the streets are packed. He says there's no way in.
Is it true about the nukes? She shrugged again.
Beats me.
Then why?
Just drank.
Chapter 29. I fell asleep in the wheelchair for a while. When I woke up, they were moving the small round dining table and 2 chairs. I watched them quietly. When they'd made a space in the room, they went outside and returned with a plastic-covered mattress. It was one that would fit a single-sized bed. They put it on the floor, and Ellen spread a sheet over it. Dr. Barr looked at me. Good, you're awake. We got you a bed. Do you need to go to the bathroom or anything? No, I said. Ellen stepped just outside and lit a cigarette. Do you feel like eating? He asked. Not really, I said. I found some glucerna shakes in the storeroom, he said. They'll provide some nourishment. I want you to drink one before you go down for the night. How's Nicholas? He's resting, he said. He might lose some mobility in that left arm, but other than that, he should recover. Thanks for all your help, I said. It's what I do, he said. He stepped over to the window and looked out into the parking lot. The next apartment over was clear, so Ellen and I will stay there. It should be more comfortable for all of us. We all need to rest. He went over to the counter and opened up a case of the glucerna, then brought me a can. I hope you like strawberry, he said, opening the top for me. I took a drink. It was warm and sweet with the consistency of watered-down milk. There was the strawberry flavor, but it was mixed with the taste of vitamins. It was better than the water mixture he'd given me earlier. I want to know when you go to the bathroom, he said. I don't have to see it, but pay attention to the color of your urine and the consistency of the stool. I'll come check on you in a couple of hours and mix you some more water. Okay, I said. He helped me out of the chair and down onto the mattress. You seem to be able to stand better, he said. I'm feeling a little better. If you need anything, knock on the wall over there and I'll come over, he said. Can I get a weapon? You won't need one. We're right next door. I'd feel better if I had something, I said. He looked around the room, then went over by the front door and grabbed an umbrella. Here, he said. I'll put it by the mattress. What am I supposed to do with that? Just keep the door locked and be quiet, he said. Ellen and I have been in and out all day and we haven't seen a soul. What about the soulless? I said. He gave me a patronizing smile. Get some rest. The sun was low in the sky when he joined Ellen outside. He shut and locked the front door. I could see the 2 of them standing by the window until she finished her smoke. Then they walked away. I heard them enter the apartment next door and the door close. Their voices were muffled. I fell asleep again. When next I woke, it was completely dark. I could hear a thumping sound. I was immediately concerned, and I rolled over on my side to put my hand on the umbrella. I listened. It was coming from the other side of the room, or maybe from Somerville's room. I pushed myself up on my elbow. I was a little dizzy, but I thought I could get up. I didn't think I had the strength to fight, so I would have to call in Travis and Ellen. I couldn't see a thing, and not wanting to risk tripping, I decided to crawl toward the wall we shared with the other apartment. The noise got louder as I got nearer. There was thumping, but also the occasional scraping sound on the wall. I ran into a piece of furniture. I felt it and figured it to be the coffee table. I went around it to the couch, then crawled up on it. I was making out moaning noises, too. It sounded like they were in trouble. Then I realized what I was hearing. Those were not the moans of the undead. Those were moans of pleasure. "Figures," I said, collapsing back on the couch. I was too tired to crawl back into bed, so I just lay there listening to them have sex until I fell asleep again. Dr. Barr woke me up and was shining a flashlight on my face. "What are you doing over here on the couch?" he said, as he checked the bandage on my ear. "I was going to knock on the wall, but you were occupied," I said. "Oh," he said. He put the bandage back in place, then went around lighting candles. "Do you need to pee yet?" "I think I could," I said. He helped me into the bathroom and set a candle on the sink. He went into the bedroom to check on Mr. Somerville. I hadn't felt the need to go since that morning. It hurt like hell, but I was glad to see everything functioning again. When I finished, I left the candle and moved to the doorway of the bedroom. Dr. Barr didn't look up. "I'll be in there in a moment," he said. "Don't go back to sleep yet. You need to drink some more." I carefully made my way back to the couch and sat. Ellen came inside and shut the door. "Is he in there?" she said. "Bedroom," I replied. In the candlelight, she didn't look quite so rough. She looked younger, softer. "What are you looking at?" she said. "Just sitting here," I said. There was an uncomfortable silence as we both looked around the room at nothing in particular. "So, you and Travis are a couple?" She gave me a harsh look. "Did he tell you that?" "No," I said. I could hear, you know." "So now you want some too? Is that it?" "No," I said. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything." She glared at me, and the roughness of her appearance returned. "You asked me why I didn't stay with the group," she said, moving closer to me, and speaking in a low voice so Dr. Barr couldn't hear. "I'll tell you why. Men are pigs, that's why. I got tired of being treated like a damn whore. I'm not like that. I'm a businesswoman. I had employees. People respected me. Now all I am is a piece of tail." "Sorry," I said. "I didn't know." "Didn't you?" she said. "That's all that blonde girl is to you, isn't she?" "Actually, we've never—" "I left with Travis because I got tired of being forced to service those redneck pigs. At least there was only one of Travis, and at least he was nice looking." "You don't like him?" I asked. "He treats me like a whore, same as the others," she said, pulling out a cigarette. "He might be good at being a doctor, but that's about it. He doesn't know shit about living in this new world, and he doesn't know shit in bed either." She stood and started toward the door, then turned. "And if you tell him any of this, or you try something with me, I'll shoot you. Do you believe me?" I nodded. "Good," she said, lighting her cigarette as she opened the door. The facility in which we were staying was about a mile off the main highway and about 10 miles north of the Clayfield city limits. After a couple days of rests and regular meals, I was almost back to my old self. I still had plenty of aches and pains, but I could get around on my own and take care of myself. I was eager to leave and look for Sarah. Unfortunately, Mr. Somerville had not improved at all. By the second day, he had an infection in his shoulder. He continued to get worse. "I don't have the meds to treat this," Dr. Barr said, inspecting the wound. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom watching him. Ellen stood behind me beside the bathroom. Somerville was sleeping. "What about something else?" Ellen said. "What did people do in the old days before all this medication? I know you can break a cigarette open on a bee sting, and the tobacco helps it." "There is a reason why we use modern pharmaceuticals," he said. "They work better. That being said, I read somewhere that during the World Wars, field medics would treat wounds with garlic. Salt, too, if they had it.
Well, you need to try something, I said.
I saw some garlic salt in the spice rack in the cupboard, Ellen said.
I don't think that is quite the same, he said. I think it needs to be fresh garlic.
What about wild garlic? I said.
He shrugged. I wouldn't know how to find it.
I do, I said. It's the same thing people call wild onions. You can smell it when people mow their lawns.
He shrugged again. Okay, I wouldn't know.
I'll get you the garlic, I said. There should be some right outside. That stuff grows anywhere. While I'm out, write down what medicine he needs, and I'll go out and get it. Write legibly, if you can.
A doctor handwriting joke, he said with a straight face. Good one. Never heard that before.
I'm going out, so I need a weapon, I said.
We don't have extra guns, he said. All we have are the two.
Give me one.
No, he said. Sorry, I can't do that. I don't completely trust you.
I'll go out with him, Ellen said.
Dr. Barr looked up. His eyes bounced from her to me, then back to her. There was a look on his face, something like suspicion or jealousy.
Stay close, he said.
I went to the kitchenette and got a fork from the silverware drawer to use for digging. Ellen led the way outside with the shotgun. It was another beautiful day, and the sun was high in the sky. Let's go over to that grassy area, I said, pointing to a spot past the parking lot. We were into early April, and the grass had had plenty of warm enough weather and rain to green out. Even in all the green, the wild garlic was easy to spot. It was a little taller and darker than the rest of the lawn, and its leaves looked more tubular. I knelt by one clump. I broke off some of the green and smelled it to be sure. This is the stuff, I said. I stuck the fork in the ground and pried it up while pulling on the greens. The cluster of tiny white bulbs pulled free. I wiped away the mud and handed them to Ellen. They're not very big, so I'm going to dig a few more. After digging up 5 clumps, we went back inside. I washed the bulbs in a pan of water, then rinsed them in a second pan. After cutting away the chives, I presented Dr. Barr with the handful of pea-sized bulbs. He picked one out of my palm, scraped it with his thumbnail, and smelled it.
Well, I'll be damned, he said. It does smell like garlic. I'll need to crush these and try to pack them in the wound somehow.
He extended his hand to take the rest of them and handed me a small piece of paper with his other hand.
Antibiotics, he said. I've listed a few here that will work, and I have them listed in order of preference, but really just get what you can and get back here as quickly as possible. One of the pharmacies in the hospital might have this. Connie and I cleaned out the one on the 3rd floor, but you would need a key card and probably electricity to get into them. You could try floor by floor there if you want to see if any of them are open, but chances are you won't be able to get in. There were 6 pharmacies around town. You could look in them first, but it might be quicker and safer if you just went north to check the hospital and pharmacies in Singletree. Jack said there was a lot of zombie activity in Clayfield.
Will you trust me with a gun, or should I take Ellen with me?
Ellen stays with me, he said. There is a golf club behind the seat in the truck that we put there as a backup weapon.
Golf club? I said. Seriously?
Seriously.
Do I get to drive, or are you going to make me walk?
The keys are in the truck, he said. You can take it. We parked another truck out back while you were recovering, so we have an additional vehicle. I don't put much faith in this herbal stuff, so hurry.
Chapter 30. I drove the truck out to the main highway and stopped. I looked south in the direction of Clayfield, then north toward Singletree. I knew it might take longer, but I needed to see Clayfield for myself. I turned south. It's funny how I still followed most of the highway laws, except for speeding, of course. I pulled across the 2 northbound lanes, over the median, and then to the southbound lanes, settling in on the far right lane. Other than the infected people that Travis and Ellen had killed in the assisted living facility, we hadn't had contact with any of the infected since leaving Clayfield. I wondered where they all were. Even at this time, I didn't see any on or off the road. I also pondered the story about the nukes and mass exodus. Even if something like that happened, it's not like they were all going to funnel into Clayfield. I can understand that the healthy people would stick to the highways.
They would probably travel north on the interstate, and perhaps some would connect with the parkway, but not all of them would. They would take different routes. I could imagine that we'd get some into Clayfield, but not enough to be overrun. Perhaps all Jack had witnessed was the continued gathering around Sarah. Perhaps it would be easy to find her, maybe not get to her, but find her location. Her menstruation seemed to be the cause, and that should be winding down. Would the zombies stick around or wander off? I drove by the warehouses where we'd been held by Willie Roop. A short distance ahead, the parkway passed over the highway. I could see figures walking on it. Lots of them. Was it true? Were these all healthy people heading north? The parkway is the main corridor through the area, connecting the two interstate highways, one in Tennessee, the other in Kentucky. However, its course meanders in a diagonal through this portion of Kentucky in a northwesterly route. It doesn't go directly to the Ohio River. To reach the banks of the Ohio, one must get off the parkway in Clayfield, then travel north another 40 miles. The spot where they needed to get off was right there, yet they weren't getting off. They were continuing past the off-ramp and proceeding northwest. I slowed, then stopped when I got close. Some of them stopped and looked down at me from the overpass. I got out of the truck and walked as far as the front bumper. I took a chance and waved. One of the people came close to the bridge's guardrail. I thought they were about to return my wave, but they just kept coming. They got to the rail, flipped over, and fell down to the highway. There was a sickening sound when they smacked the pavement. Then another came. The first one moved and tried to get up. A third fell. Then it was like in those wildlife shows where the migrating wildebeests spill over into the river. Their bodies hitting the road kind of sounded like somebody clapping. Some of them managed to make the fall without damaging their legs too badly. Those were up and coming toward me. I still had time, if I moved quickly, to get past the overpass before they completely blocked my path. But then what? If Clayfield was infested, then I'd be surrounded. Because of the rise of the parkway, I couldn't see how many were on it or how far they extended in either direction. Before getting behind the wheel, I pulled out the golf club and put it in the passenger seat. Then I put the truck in reverse and backed up until I got to the off-ramp for the southwest lanes. I drove up it, going the wrong way. Even after all that had happened, and even though I knew no other cars would be coming, it made me uncomfortable going the wrong way. When I topped the hill, I was able to see. To the northeast, about a mile up the road, was a small group of them gathered around a car. Between them and the overpass were 5 individuals not together but making their way in that direction. Then, farther away past the car, there were a few more heading toward the vehicle. To the southwest, beyond the overpass, were more single individuals, then past them was another group. Someone must have been in the car, but I was in no position to help them, at least not at that time. I turned the truck so that I was traveling the right way, headed southwest away from the surrounded car. I plowed through the group on the overpass, running over one of them and bumping 3 more. There was another off-ramp a couple of miles away, the one that led out between the hospital and the county high school. I got off there. As expected, the doors to the hospital were unlocked. They were automatic, but I was able to pull them apart enough to get inside. I went in through the main entrance with only my mask and the golf club for protection. I didn't like being without a gun, but it was probably better that way. The less noise I made in there, the better. Immediately to my right, just past the foyer, was an information desk. There was no one manning it. Then I entered a large atrium waiting area. There were lots of potted plants, cushioned benches, and magazines. There was even a fountain in the middle. It had not been operational in more than a month, and the water was green. Off the atrium were the gift shop, cafeteria, elevators, and a few closed doors marked only with numbers or placards that said authorized personnel only. The whole area seemed to be deserted. I knew it wasn't, however, because the smell of death was strong. There were probably zombies behind those closed doors or in the cafeteria. I had no desire to investigate. I doubted this part of the hospital would have a supply pharmacy. I needed to go where the patients had been, and where many likely still were. I opened the door next to the elevators and started up the stairs. There was light coming into the stairwell from long horizontal windows on each landing. It was very quiet, and my footsteps echoed up the 5-story staircase. The odor of decay wasn't noticeable in the stairwell, which made me feel a little more comfortable. I knew that wouldn't be the case when I entered each floor. Hopefully I could find what I was looking for right away. I stopped by the entrance to the second floor and looked through the narrow vertical window in the door. Dim light from the second-floor lobby barely made it down the corridor to the area right outside my door, but I could see enough. On the opposite wall there was a mural of a rainbow. Under the arch of colors it said Pediatrics. There was a directional chart mounted on the wall there, too. I didn't open the door right away. I put my face against the window so I could look down the corridor toward the lobby. There were a lot of windows down there, and I could see two figures silhouetted against them, an adult and a child. I considered proceeding to the next floor. I would likely find people on every floor, but this was pediatrics. Did I really want to face and kill a bunch of kids? I'd done it before, but it was the worst, except for maybe facing someone I used to know and like. Of course, kids would be smaller and weaker. I opened the door and stepped into the pediatrics ward. It smelled pretty bad on this floor. The two zombies I'd seen in the waiting room heard me enter and came toward me. They weren't moving very fast, and they were both emaciated. The adult, a female nurse in soiled blue and yellow SpongeBob SquarePants scrubs, opened her mouth and moaned. It would take a few seconds for them to make it down the corridor. I glanced around me for a door that might lead to this floor's stock of pharmaceuticals. I opened the door nearest me. It was a dark maintenance closet. It looked like this was what I would have to do. Just open doors until I found it. The nurse got to me first. I hit her in the head with the golf club. She stopped a moment but didn't fall. I swung again. The club bent in half on impact, but the blow spun her around and she fell on her face. When the boy got close enough, I held the two ends of the club like a dowsing rod and stabbed at him. The pointed end of the V went right into the top of his head. I kept pushing until he quit moving. The nurse was up on all fours by that time. I opened the door to the closet again and grabbed a mop. I beat her with it until her skull caved in. Finally, she quit moving too. The next door opened to the staff's break room. The room after that didn't have a door and contained two vending machines. I went past the front desk. To my left was the lobby or waiting area. It was a small, open, carpeted square with two couches, a chair, and a television. There was a table in the middle holding a heap of children's books. To my right was a long corridor of closed doors, the patients' rooms. At the far end was a large window. There was nothing in the corridor but a couple of rolling carts. I couldn't believe my luck. All I had to do was find the correct room, find the medicine, and get out of there. The first door past the nurse's station got my attention. It was metal like the others, but it had a special lock on it that the other rooms didn't have. It took a key card. There was also an additional numbered keypad next to the door. I couldn't think of any other reason to have that much security on a door unless there were drugs on the other side. I tried the handle just to see if it would open, but it wouldn't. I'd have to find a way to break it down. Before going to all the trouble, I looked in all the other unmarked and authorized personnel-only rooms, but there was no medicine in any of them. I went back to the maintenance closet near the elevators for another look. I also kept an eye out for a fire axe, but the only firefighting equipment on that floor was some fire extinguishers and a folded hose behind a glass door in the wall. I got to thinking about it, and I realized I'd never actually seen a fire axe in a building in real life. Maybe only movie makers supplied their buildings with fire axes. It was a shame, because I needed one. The closet had mostly janitorial supplies, but in the back corner on the floor was a long toolbox. I pulled it out in the light for a look. The top drawer was filled with basic tools you might find in a home toolbox: screwdrivers, pliers, and crescent wrench. I couldn't imagine what they would need with tools like these. I pulled out the tray, and there was a hammer, some loose screws and nails, a level, and a flat pry bar. I put everything back in place, closed the box, and took it back with me to the locked door. I started out with just the pry bar, but I couldn't get the door to budge. Then I worked on the door handle with the hammer. This got everybody on too excited. The whole floor erupted with howls and moans coming from behind the closed doors of the patient rooms. I stared down the corridor for a while to see if any would find their way out. When I was satisfied that they weren't coming after me, I continued my work. I beat the handle off of the door, then the keycard lock. I stuck one of the screwdrivers in through the hole where the handle used to be and pried on the locking mechanism. I must have worked on it for more than an hour. I hadn't noticed, but it was getting late in the afternoon. I went back into the lobby and looked out the window. I couldn't see the sun from this side of the building, but I could tell by the shadows that it was getting low. I sat on a couch and rubbed my eyes. Shit, I said. I really didn't want to have to spend the night there. But I had to get that medicine for Mr. Somerville, and I didn't want to go unarmed into one of the pharmacies in town. In front of me, on the table, partially tucked under another book, was a tattered copy of Dr. Seuss's Yertle the Turtle. I grinned a little and picked it up. The spine had come loose from the pages in the front, the title page was torn, and there were crayon marks inside, but the story was still there. I flipped through it, looking at the pictures. They did look familiar, but then all of Dr. Seuss's stuff had the same look to it. I am the ruler of all that I see, I read aloud. I stood and went back to the window toward downtown Clayfield. I ached to know if Sarah was safe. Chapter 31. I went back to the locked door. I had no luck with the locking mechanism, so I decided to try brute force again. I swung the hammer with both hands, striking the door where the lock was. The creatures on the floor started howling again. I hit it again. The door wasn't moving. All I was doing was denting in the door in that spot. Then I got an idea. Why not go through the wall? It was an interior wall, so I doubted there would be any concrete in there. I went behind the front desk to the wall it shared with that room. It was plastic-coated. Then I noticed a rechargeable flashlight plugged into a receptacle on the desk. I grabbed it and tried it out. It worked beautifully. There was a purse there, too. I dumped out the contents, so I could use it to carry the medicine. I hit the wall hard with the hammer. It punched through. It was a little more difficult than it might have been had it just been a regular drywall, but I managed to beat out a big enough hole. Once that opening was made, I pounded my way through the wall panel inside the room. I crawled in with the hammer, flashlight, purse, and the list Travis had given me. The medicines were all lined up in neat rows. They were arranged in groups and alphabetically within those groups. I found a couple of the names on the list. One was in tablet form, and the other was a powder. There were other items on the list that I took as well. Syringes, IV bags and tubing, bandages, tape, and several bottles of prescription-strength painkillers. My purse was full. I crawled back out through the hole and went to the window. It was dusk. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have risked it, but Mr. Somerville needed the medicine. Besides, I parked near the door, and I hadn't seen anyone when I came in. I had not realized how hungry and thirsty I was until that moment. But after my experience in the warehouse, it didn't seem so bad. I could have a meal when I got back. I put the purse strap over my shoulder, grabbed the short pry bar for my defense, and turned on the flashlight. Yertle the Turtle was still on the chair where I'd left it. I picked it up and pushed it into the purse. The stairwell was still deserted, but much creepier in the fading light. I went down to the door and did a quick look through the window into the atrium. Even if something had been out there, I wouldn't have known. There just wasn't enough light. I opened the door and swept the room with the flashlight. It all looked clear until I stopped and swung the beam back several feet. There was a man there, standing by the entrance to the cafeteria. He was wearing a suit. It was ragged, but the knot of his tie was still pulled up snug under his collar. His face was pale and splotchy. All around his mouth was black. He stared into the flashlight beam like a curious animal. I could make it to the door if I ran. I shined the light toward the door to see if there was anything between me and it. When I moved the light, the man made a coughing sound. I turned the light on him again. He blinked, opened his mouth, and made a gurgling sound from the back of his throat. I decided to go for it. I got to the front entrance just fine, but squeezing through the narrow opening I had made earlier between the automatic doors slowed me down. Before I got outside, the man was screeching and had grabbed my arm. In the low light, I could see more dark figures hobbling to join him from the cafeteria.
He had my flashlight arm. I stabbed at him with the pry bar and finally connected with his throat. He fell back, raking the light out of my hand. I sprinted to the truck. Once inside, I allowed myself to look back. 2 of them were trying to get through the opening at the same time. The flashlight was being kicked around on the floor, and its circle of light bounced around on the walls and on the legs of at least 10 more zombies. I pulled away and headed back to the assisted living facility. I drove with the headlights on. Wheeler's group and Willie Roop's group had both traveled north to cross the Ohio River, and zombies weren't that difficult to avoid in a vehicle so long as I kept moving. In the early days of the crisis, I had been hesitant to use the lights, but I didn't think it mattered on this particular night. I got back on the parkway and headed northeast. There were still some zombies on the road, but they were all going my way. When I got to the off-ramp before the overpass, I stopped and put on my high beams. The car up the road was surrounded. The crowd pressed in on each other and against the vehicle. They extended out at least 50 feet in every direction. In fact, I couldn't even see the car for all the bodies. I was still unarmed, so I wasn't going in there yet. I would deliver the medicine, then see what I could do to help the person, or persons, inside. I reasoned that there must have been at least one woman in there. There was a thump against my window. I looked over, and an infected man was pressing his face against it, leaving a wet smear. Another joined him. Others walked past the truck on their way to the stopped car ahead, briefly illuminated as they walked in, then out of my headlight beams. I continued on down the ramp, then north, to deliver the medicine. When I pulled up, I was surprised to see Ellen standing outside the door smoking. She stepped on her cigarette and pointed her shotgun at me until I turned out the headlights and she was sure it was me. "You're a brave woman," I said when I got out. "Aren't you concerned about one of them sneaking up on you out here in the dark?"
"We've got a moon tonight," she said. "I can see."
"I've got the medicine," I said. "Where is Dr. Barr?"
"In there, with the councilman," she said.
"Did the garlic work at all?" I asked, as I stepped past her to the door to the apartment.
"He hasn't gotten any worse," she said, "but he hasn't gotten any better either."
I went in and found Dr. Barr changing the bandage on Mr. Somerville's shoulder. "I got what you wanted," I said. "I found it on the pediatric floor. Will that be okay?"
"It'll be fine," he said. "I'm guessing the antibiotic is in powdered form?"
"One of them is," I said.
"Children have trouble swallowing pills, so the pharmacist will mix the powder in liquid. It might be better for him that way. Did you get more IV bags?"
"Yeah," I said. "And tubing, needles, bandages, all of it."
"Good. Any trouble? You were gone a while."
"No more than usual." He took the purse and started pulling out the items.
"I need a gun," I said.
"I've already told you."
"There is someone trapped in a car on the parkway," I said. "I don't want to leave them there surrounded like that."
"Surrounded?"
"Yeah."
"Well," he said, "if they are surrounded, I can't see how a gun and a few bullets will do much good."
"I'm going back to help them," I said. He sighed.
"When I cut you loose, it was with the understanding that you would assist me."
"But you're a doctor," I said. "Don't you feel the need to help them?"
"Don't try to guilt me into anything," he said. "I seem to recall you refusing to help people and then outright hurting others, even taking lives."
"I think it's a woman, if that makes a difference to you," I said.
"You think?"
"I've never seen zombies surround men like this. I think it has to do with their menstrual cycle, pheromones and all that."
Interesting theory. I hadn't noticed anything like that,"
he said, obviously intrigued. "I know your group has been searching for young women," I said. "I know you wanted Jen, and I know that is why you almost killed me trying to get Sarah."
"I had no part in that," he said, raising a finger.
"I think you did," I said. "Maybe not directly, but you had a part." He frowned at me.
"Are you questioning my ethics?"
"Your motives are what they are," I said. "But let's not lie to ourselves, okay? You say I'm a killer, and you're right. I have killed. I felt justified at the time, but I'm not going to say I'm innocent. I don't know your reasons for searching out young women, but I wasn't born yesterday. I can guess."
"They are our only hope of survival as a species," he said.
"Whatever," I said. I don't care what your reasons are. I just need a gun to go help one of them." He sighed again, looked down at the floor a moment, then looked up at me. "You bring her here," he said. "I should examine her anyway, just in case. But understand me, she'll be mine." "Sorry, yours?" He came in close. "Of the two of us, I am obviously best suited, genetically speaking, to impregnate her." I was speechless. "I mean no disrespect to you," he said. "You are obviously a smart man, and you've been able to survive all this time on your own, but look at me and look at you." I still didn't know what to say. "If the new woman suits me, I might be willing to share Ellen with you. She's been good to have around to take the edge off, and I'm sure she'll help in other ways, but she's well past her prime." "And if I don't bring her back here?" "The councilman might not survive without my care," he said. "He's sort of a burden now, anyway. I could refuse to treat him. Besides, you owe me." I stared at him. "Take Ellen's gun," he said. I stared at him a little longer, then turned and walked out. I ran into Ellen. She'd been standing in the living room area, out of view, listening to our conversation. She and I made eye contact in the candlelight. She pulled her shoulders back and stood tall. She looked proud and angry and hurt all at the same time. She presented me with the shotgun, and I took it. We didn't say a word. "Send Ellen in here on your way out," Dr. Barr called out from the other room. "Tell her I said to give you the shotgun." Ellen raised a finger to her mouth to tell me not to speak. I nodded and stepped past her to the door. I looked back, and she was still standing in the same spot. I went outside to the truck. I put the shotgun inside and was about to get in myself when I heard the door to the apartment open. Ellen followed me out. I paused before climbing in to see what she had to say. She stopped by the front bumper. "You keep trying to tell me that you aren't the man they say you are." I didn't reply. What more could I say on the subject? The only way she would know who I was would be to spend time with me. "If there is a woman in that car, don't bring her back here," she said. "But, Mr. Somerville, the councilman will be fine," she said. "I'll make sure of that." "If I come back empty-handed, don't come back at all." I stepped around the door to come closer to her. She took a step back. "I'm not property," she said. "I'll not be shared and passed around anymore. As much as I would love a reprieve, I don't want to see it happen to someone else either. So with or without her, don't come back." "Ellen, I'm not like that." "I don't care," she said. "Okay," I agreed, "but don't let him hurt Mr. Somerville." "Travis is a wuss," she said. "He's not going to do anything." "In that case, why not come with me?" She gave me a derisive laugh. "Why the hell would I want to do that? No. As soon as I'm in a position to do so, I'm going off on my own. I'm done with all of you." I stared at her a moment. "Okay," I said. "If you change your mind, find a phone book and look up the address for Lassiter Stables. We stay there sometimes." "I won't change my mind," she said. I climbed in the truck. "By the way," she said before going inside, "that shotgun only has one shell. Better make it count." Chapter 32. I thought about the whole situation as I drove back toward the parkway. I didn't like the idea of leaving Somerville there by himself, but I knew I didn't want to bring anyone else back there either. Really, all I wanted to do was find Sarah. I planned to drive out to the stables, and I hoped I would find her waiting for me there. But first, there was the matter of the surrounded car. I pulled up the off-ramp, heading the wrong way again. The car was over in the far lane, around a quarter of a mile up the road, and there were 2 more lanes and a median between us. There were so many creatures around the car, there would be no way to just go in like I was. I would need to do something similar to Willie Roop's group, and go in with a bulldozer or something big like that. I sighed and looked at my wrist. At one time, a watch had been there. I laughed a little when I saw the bracelet from the handcuffs. I was hungry and thirsty. So I decided to get something to eat and think about my next course of action. I did a U-turn and got back on the highway. There was a gas station up the road, and I thought I could find myself a snack. Pulling up close to the front of the building so my headlights would shine in, I left the engine running and went inside. The place had already been looted, but as in most lootings, they didn't take everything. I got a can of Coke, 2 packages of those little powdered donut gems, one of them had been stepped on, and a snack-sized bag of peanuts. I got a couple of those small keychain flashlights. I took it out to the truck to eat. The Coke was warm, and the donuts were stale. Only one of the flashlights worked. I looked back toward the parkway as I licked the crumbs out of the donut package. I would have plenty of energy very soon as all the sugar and caffeine kicked in, but I still didn't know what I would do to make use of it. I opened my package of peanuts. Then I nearly jumped out of my skin when someone slapped the passenger side window. I looked over, expecting it to be an infected person, and saw a healthy woman standing there. "Let me in!" she yelled through the glass. I flipped the switch on my door, and the door lock went up. She opened the door and climbed in. She was holding a pistol, and she pointed it at me. "Sorry about the gun, but I don't know you," she said, out of breath. She was in her early to mid-20s. She was homely-looking and obese. Her clothes, a yellow sweatshirt and jeans, were dirty and torn. It looked like she'd cut her own greasy brown hair recently. It was uneven. She was wearing glasses, but the lens was missing from the right eye. "I don't mind you having it, just don't point it at me," I said. "I need your help," she said. "My friends are trapped in a car over there, and—" "Yeah," I said, "that's why I'm here, but I'm not really sure how I can help." "They've been in there since this morning," she said. "I don't know what to do." "How did you manage to get out?" "I had to pee," she said. "That's why we stopped. Then I had to run to get away from one, and then Sean tried to help me, and they got him, and I tried to help him, but I couldn't, and—" "How many are in there?" "Cassie and Rodney are left in there." "Do they have weapons?" She held up the pistol. "This is it." She started crying and made no pretense to be doing anything else. Her face screwed up and the tears and snot flowed. I'd never seen an adult blubber like that so openly, except maybe Lucille Ball in those old I Love Lucy episodes. Certainly no one in real life. She looked me square in the face while snot bubbles popped in her nostrils, and was more like a toddler than a fully grown woman. I didn't know what to do. I would look away, but every time I looked back, she was still staring at me, bawling. It's going to be okay," I said, reaching over to pat her arm. "Don't you touch me!" she yelled, her expression instantly switching to anger. I pulled my hand away. The tears stopped for a moment as she regarded me in silence. Then she came at me, scooting across the seat. I was unprepared for it and jerked back in surprise. She put her head on my chest, and the bawling started up again. I froze there, looking down at the top of her head. Her hair smelled soured. Hesitantly, I put my hand on her back and gently patted her. "What's your name?" I asked. "Fern," she said through her wailing. "Did you say Fern?" She stopped crying and raised up to look me in the face. "Bern. It's short for Bernie, and that's short for Bernice. It was my grandmother's name, my maternal grandmother. My dad called me Bernie, but my friends call me Bern. My friend Jason used to call me BB, but that's a long story." "Bern," I repeated. She sniffed, then wiped her nose on her sleeve. "What happened to your ear?" she said. I reached up to touch the bandage. I'd almost forgotten about it. It still hurt, but I'd grown accustomed to the pain. "It was bitten off," I said. "The lobe." "Gross," she said. "So now you got the CBs?" "The what?" "The CBs. You know, C for Canton and B for B. The CBs." "No," I said. "I don't think so." "Antoine got bit, and we shot him then and there. 2 in the head. You should have seen him twitch after. Sean said it was his nerves that made him twitch, but I think it was the CBs." "I'll be fine," I said. "I don't have it." She stared at me like she didn't believe me. Then, in an instant, her expression changed to relief. "You must be immune. We could make a serum from your blood like in that movie." "No, She scooted closer to me and put her hand on my leg. "Do you like vampire books?" she said. Never read any, I said.
Listen, I love vampire books. You know what Oprah said about the Twilight books? She said they were delicious. I think that too. I love Oprah.
That's fine, but
my friend Jason is a vampire. He's like 300 years old. Now he's got the CBs. Your blood would probably be good for him. It would be good for all of us.
She looked at me with her attempt at puppy dog eyes, which looked ridiculous through her broken glasses. Her bottom lip pushed out in a pout, and she made a big production out of licking her lips. Then her hand slid down to my crotch.
"Do you like that?" she whispered. "Do you?"
I was surprised to find that I did. I pushed her hand away.
"What the hell are you doing?"
I said, befuddled by her actions and conversation.
"We have to help your friends."
She scooted back against the passenger door and pretended to be examining her gun. She didn't act angry or embarrassed by my rejection. She just acted like it never happened. "Is your friend Cassie on her period?" I asked. She looked up slowly from her pistol and out the windshield as if trying to see something inside the gas station. Then, just as slowly, she turned her head and looked at me in awe.
"How do you know that? Are you psychic?"
"How long have you two been together?"
"We've been roommates for like 2 years," she said.
"How is it that your periods haven't synced up? Doesn't that happen?"
"You are psychic, aren't you? Tell me who I'm going to marry."
"Are you on your period or not?"
"I'm pregnant,"
she said, smiling down at her belly, then rubbing it.
"My baby is an immortal, just like Jason."
"Okay," I said. "I just wanted to be sure we weren't going to have any unnecessary trouble. We're going to need to find a really big truck or a bulldozer or something to move the infected out of the way."
"We passed a big truck right after we crossed the state line and came into Kentucky," she said. "I can show you where."
"Where did you come from?"
"Just south of Birmingham," she said.
What's happening down there?"
"The Seabees," she said. "Seabees is everywhere."
"Nothing else?" I asked. "What about bombs?"
"Well, yeah, bombs too. They nuked the fuck out of Nashville from what I hear."
"Really?"
"It's for the best, I think. Country music was really bad. It wasn't healing at all, and music should be healing."
"Who told you about the nukes?" I asked. "Where did you hear this?"
"There was this guy driving this bus. He told us. That's why we didn't go through there. He had skulls painted all over his bus, but not in a cool or artsy way. It looked like a 2-year-old did it."
"But you didn't actually see anything? You didn't see the bombs going off?"
"No,"
she shrugged. "Are there a lot more people heading north?" She snorted.
"There's not a lot more people doing anything at all."
Chapter 33. I was frustrated with the lack of solid information about nuclear strikes. I don't know why it should have mattered. It's not like I could do anything about it. I looked down at the clock on the truck's radio. It said 11:20 p.m. I knew it was actually 12:20 a.m. because of daylight savings time. Of course, nobody gave a damn about springing forward now. "We'll find a big truck nearby," I said. "No need to drive to the state line for one. I'd really prefer to do it during the day, but the longer we wait, the more infected will come in. It's best if we do it now." I put the truck in reverse and backed out into the highway. "Where have you been? Have you been hiding all day?"
"Yeah, in that building over there,"
she said, pointing across the street.
"That reminds me. This one time in Twilight, Bella and Edward were—"
"Whoa," I said, raising my hand. "Stop right there."
"Why?"
she said, visibly offended. I was about to tell her I had absolutely zero interest in the subject, but judging by the look on her face, I didn't think that was a good idea. "Well," I said, searching for something to say, I wouldn't want you to ruin it for me. I haven't read them yet, you know."
"Oh, no,"
she said, waving both hands and acting relieved and excited.
No, this won't ruin anything. Bella and Edward were—"
"I'd really like to read it for myself," I interrupted. "I'm kind of weird that way. I don't even watch movie trailers." She smiled broadly and wiped her nose on her sleeve.
"You're going to love it," she said. "I dare you not to love it. I dare you.
With a recommendation like that, how can I not? I said, trying to smile back. She got an odd look on her face.
I am so going to kiss you right now, she said, scooting back across the seat.
No, I said, a little more loudly than I intended.
Her face was inches from mine. I have to drive, I said. You're right, she said. There will be time for that later.
There were 3 zombies with broken legs still crawling around under the overpass. I drove around them and proceeded to the Clayfield city limits. Tell me about your boyfriend, I said, hoping to keep her distracted.
Jason, was it?
She snorted.
Jason isn't my boyfriend. He's just a friend. We fool around and stuff, but that's all. I'm kind of like his familiar.
Familiar? She didn't explain. I knew it was vampire lingo, but I didn't know what it meant. He's the father of your baby? I asked.
I think so. Either him or Antoine. We shot Antoine. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. So Antoine was your boyfriend?
No,
she said.
Just a guy from school.
Where did you go to school?
Samford University, she said. A few of us hid out on the 2nd floor of the Arts Center right after everything happened. We stayed there a couple of days until we ran out of food. There were 12 of us in the beginning. We lost Kara, Stephen, and the Chinese chick when we left the building. Then we hid out in a mill for almost 2 weeks. Then Sean convinced everyone that we needed to go north. Professor Carter was against it. He thought we should go south to the Gulf and try to get on a ship or something. But the Seabees got him. Now there are just 3 of us left. It's taken all this time for us to get this far.
So you were studying art?
No, she said. When did I say that?
Never mind, I said.
When we pulled into Clayfield, I was surprised to see how deserted it was relative to the last time I was there. I prayed that didn't mean that Sarah had been caught.
The last time I was in town, there was a bulldozer parked on 10th Street, I said. I don't know how to drive it, but I guess I'll have to learn.
What town is this? She said.
Clayfield, I replied.
Clayfield, she repeated. Do you have a lot of clay in your fields or something?
She snickered and wiped her nose, looking at me sideways. That's pretty funny, I lied, forcing a chuckle. But really, it's true. There is a lot of clay here. There is a major clay mine right outside of town. That's not how the town got its name, though. Coincidentally, there was this man named Henry Clayfield, and he—
Snoozeville,
she interrupted.
What? They should have named it Snoozeville, after you.
Okay. Well, here's the bulldozer. I hope they left the keys in it, and maybe the operator's manual. I parked close to the machine so my lights could shine in the cab. We did have a moon, but I wanted to be sure I could look at the controls. Stay put, I said, opening my door. I'm going to see if I can get that thing running and rolling. I shined the little flashlight around in the vicinity to make sure I was clear, then I ran to the bulldozer and climbed inside. I didn't know if the cage around the cab was standard or something improvised by Willie Roop's men. It did make me feel safe, though. I held the flashlight in my teeth for a little while as I messed around with the controls. It was a mess in there as far as I was concerned. I'd never seen so many levers and pedals and buttons just to control one vehicle before, except maybe a cockpit, and I certainly couldn't fly a plane. I finally found the key. I turned off my flashlight and put it in my pocket when I realized I could see just as well without it. The headlights from the truck were doing fine. I turned the key, and the big yellow thing rumbled to life. I realized after I turned it on that I hadn't given Byrne any instructions. The bulldozer had no lights, so I would need her to light my way. I couldn't get out now, because undoubtedly the sound of the big engine would have already alerted the infected. Shit, I said. I had no idea which pedal or lever I should choose first. I grabbed one to my right next to the seat, and the blade moved up. I grabbed one to my left next to the seat, and the engine got louder. Throttle, I said to myself. I pulled on the handle next to it, and the machine started to roll. Byrne laid on the truck's horn. I looked over, but I couldn't tell what she was trying to do. What an idiot, I said. The bulldozer eased up over the curb and into the front lawn of a little house. There was no steering wheel. I pulled on the handle between my legs, and it moved to the right. "So, it's like a joystick," I said, "and all I have to do is find the brake." I pushed on one of the pedals in the floor, and it slowed, but didn't stop. I rolled up into the front porch, then front room of the little house. The wall caved in, and I heard glass shattering. Byrne was on the horn again. "What?" I yelled back at her as I yanked on the joystick. The machine turned. It felt like it pivoted, raked through the house, then back into the yard. I thought I saw a recliner flip out of the house, but it was dark, so I couldn't be sure. I dropped off the curb into the street, successfully steered past Byrne and the truck, then headed north. I was going completely on moonlight by that point. Behind me, she was on the horn for a third time. "For God's sake, follow me!" I yelled, even though I knew she couldn't hear me. I hoped she was smart enough to figure it out for herself. She had survived this long somehow, so maybe she wasn't stupid, just crazy. I was a full 2 blocks up the street before she got around to joining me. She pulled alongside me. I looked down into the truck. Her window went down and she yelled something to me, but I couldn't understand her. She just kept on yelling and looking at me while she did it. The truck was swerving all over the road because she wouldn't watch where she was going. There were figures all around, shadows in the shadows. Occasionally, the definite form of a person would be illuminated in Byrne's headlights, then disappear again. They were still around, just not congregating. I've mentioned it before, but again, I was struck by how unnerving it was to be in a city that is devoid of artificial light. It's different when I'm in the country. I expect it there. But in the city limits, it just adds to the feeling that something is very wrong. I wasn't going very fast. I wanted to remedy that, but I didn't know how. And I didn't want to risk going too fast and being unable to control it, or pulling on the wrong lever and shutting it down. Because of how slow we traveled, the creatures were able to follow us. I could see their silhouetted forms moving behind us. There were hundreds of them. It took us about 20 minutes to get back to her friends. Chapter 34. The crowd around the car had grown, but I felt confident that I could clear them away, and I felt fairly secure inside the cage. I thought the best course of action would be to plow away the ones in front of the car to see if perhaps Cassie and Rodney could just drive out of there. I should have gotten more information from Byrne. She honked the horn again. I just shook my head because really there was nothing I could do about it, and I doubted she had anything useful to say. I stepped on the pedal in the floor and the bulldozer slowed. I stomped on the second pedal and it finally came to a full stop. I played around with the lever that controlled the blade. I got it to go down, then hit the pavement. It continued to push down until it was lifting up the front of the machine. I backed off. When the front of the dozer dropped back down to the ground, I let my foot off the pedals and steered toward the car. I could hear the blades scraping along the highway. I pushed into the crowd and the bodies heaped up ahead of me. I hoped Byrne's friends were brighter than her and would take the opportunity to escape. They weren't, and they didn't. Once I cleared the front of the car, there was a short window of opportunity for them to get the car moving before the creatures behind me filled the vacuum. They didn't take advantage of it, so I decided to make a second pass, thinking that maybe they'd had time to discuss it and come to a realization about what they should do. The second go was just as unsuccessful as the first. "Okay," I said. "We'll try something else." This time I came in and hit them head on. It wasn't jarring for me at all, but I'm sure they felt it. A couple of zombie torsos rolled off the hood, their legs no doubt mashed to sausage through the grill of the car by my blade. I could see the dark figures inside the car moving around, but that was about all. I shoved the car backward through the mob. Finally, someone in the car cranked it and either shifted it into reverse or neutral. Once I pushed them to the outer edge, they took over and backed well clear of the crowd. They must have driven in reverse for almost a quarter of a mile before stopping. Of course, the crowd pursued them. The driver of the car pulled off onto the ramp, down to the highway, and sped away heading north. Byrne followed them. They just kept going. I stared out at their shrinking taillights. "You're welcome," I said. "Feel free to keep my gun and truck." I drove the bulldozer onto the overpass and looked up the highway. I watched their taillights getting smaller and smaller. They weren't coming back. That was obvious. Then one of them braked. The lights got brighter, and then the taillights wobbled. I couldn't tell which vehicle it was. It wobbled, then cut off to the left and stopped. The other vehicle kept going. I sat there in the bulldozer, surrounded by zombies, watching those taillights and working out what might have been going on. Rodney and Cassie must not have realized that it was Byrne in the other vehicle. Even though they were freed by the bulldozer, they were no doubt afraid that I might not be a very nice person, and perhaps the person in the truck was chasing them down to hurt them. Or maybe they did know it was Byrne and just wanted to be away from her. Or maybe the stopped vehicle contained Rodney and Cassie, but Byrne was just too daft to stop. I looked around me at the moonlit creatures lowing and moaning and howling around me. One of the smart ones had even climbed up on the bulldozer's tread. He had hooked his fingers in the wire of my cage and was trying to chew his way into me. "Hold on tight, buddy," I said. I lifted my feet off the pedals and the machine began to move. He held on, but his feet went with the tread. Very soon he was being pulled down the deadly conveyor belt to be smeared on the road. I took the ramp and rolled toward those lonely taillights. I didn't like that I was being followed. I was going to need some breathing room to check on the vehicle, so I shined my flashlight on the lever that had initially got the machine moving in the first place. I noticed that there were notches, and I hoped that meant different speeds. I stopped again, moved the lever to a different notch, and was pleased to find I was going faster. I stopped again and shifted to the farthest notch. That did it. I wouldn't win any races unless I was racing zombies, which I was. I easily outdistanced them. I figured I must have been going about 30 or 40 miles per hour. I would have a little time to check out the vehicle and occupants before the creatures caught up. As I neared the vehicle, I saw that it was the truck, and it was in the median. It looked like Byrne had run off the road. I stopped the bulldozer and climbed out. I opened the door in the truck, but Byrne wasn't inside. I shined the little flashlight around, and then I saw her. She was kneeling in the road. I'd driven right past her, and if I'd been in the other lane, I would have run over her. "Byrne!" I yelled, running to her. "What the hell are you doing?" She was hugging an animal. She looked up at me, and I saw that it was a dog. "I killed it!" she cried. "I ran over it!" "Byrne, we can't be out here, Then I heard a yelp nearby. Then another. I shined the flashlight around me. Glowing eyes all around. "Damn it, Byrne, get back in the truck." More glowing eyes came into view ahead of the truck. They neared, and the headlights illuminated 3 dogs. "Look, there's more," Byrne said. "Come here, puppy." "Get in the truck." "Here, puppy," she said, reaching out her hand. She was still on her knees with the dead dog in her lap. She whistled. I opened the passenger door of the truck. One of the dogs, in the dim light it looked like Old Yeller, after the rabies, ran at me. I jumped in and shut the door before it could get me. I rolled down the window. "Byrne, get in the truck." More dogs darted through the headlights toward her. Her pistol was in the seat and my shotgun with its 1 shell was there too. Byrne screamed. I didn't have much time. I slid over to the driver's seat and pulled the truck back onto the highway, making a U-turn so the lights were shining on her. There were 10 dogs that I could see, but I would catch glimpses of shadows in the moonlight and eyes shining, then disappearing. Byrne was covered up and screaming. The dogs were yapping and snarling and doing their best to get a piece of her. Byrne was on her back, her legs kicking wildly. I stepped out of the truck with the pistol and drew down on the pack. I fired twice. One yelped and whined. The rest were visibly startled by the noise, and most of them shied away with their tails between their legs. Some, however, were hesitant to give up their prey. I took careful aim on one of the brave ones and fired again. It fell and twisted on the ground. The others ran a short distance away. I advanced. They watched me from the edge of the light. "Byrne, can you walk?" She didn't answer, but I could hear her crying, so I knew she was alive. "Byrne?" She was bleeding from her face and at least one arm. I took a look around at the pacing, waiting pack. They were eerily quiet. "Get up, Byrne. We need to go right now." I pushed a dead dog off her. Another lay nearby, while a third continued to kick and whimper. It had been someone's pet once. It still wore a thick leather collar around its neck and a second narrow flea collar. Now it was a killer, just like the rest. I pulled Byrne into a seated position. She cradled her left arm. One of the dogs decided to test me and crept into the light. I couldn't let it do that. The others might be emboldened by its example. I shot, and it practically did a somersault. I wasn't sure if I'd hit it or just scared it, but then it fell. Its whole body seemed to tense up as if it were stretching. Then one of its hind legs started to kick and spin it around on the pavement. The other dogs converged on it, fighting for its carcass. This gave me the time I needed. I got Byrne to stand, draped her arm over my shoulders, and then we hobbled back to the truck. I got her into the passenger side. Then I fired the gun into the night to keep them scared long enough for me to get around the truck and get inside. Once I was behind the wheel, I turned on the interior light and looked at her. She was leaning against the door, crying and holding her arm. A plug of flesh was missing from her cheek. There were also teeth marks in her forehead. "Where all are you hurt?" I said. She would only stare ahead and cry. I pulled off the rag I had been using as a mask and put it against the wound in her face. "I'm going to take you to a doctor," I said. "You're going to be fine."
"That poor puppy," she said.
"Where are you hurt?"
"My arm hurts really bad."
"Is that all? Did they bite you anywhere else?"
"Cassie and Rodney left me."
"They didn't know it was you," I said, shifting into drive and turning the truck around. "Do you know where they were planning to go?"
"We never decided on a place. We were just going north."
We arrived at the assisted living facility, and I parked directly in front of Somerville's apartment. The curtains moved, then the door opened. Dr. Barr came outside with the pistol in his hand. "I've got a young woman here," I said, getting out. "She's hurt." Dr. Barr stuffed the pistol in his pants and came out to help me. Ellen appeared in the doorway but didn't come outside. "What happened?" the doctor asked, examining the wound in Byrne's face. "Dogs," I said. "Were they rabid?" "I don't think so. I don't know." "Well, dogs don't just attack people," he said. "Things are different now," I said. "You think they have the virus?" "No," I said. "They just reverted, I guess. They were feral." He looked at me dubiously. "Help me get her inside." Byrne was able to walk on her own, but we assisted her. Ellen stepped aside to let us pass. She gave me a cold look when I went by her. We put Byrne on my mattress on the floor. "Go get my bag," he said to me. "Ellen, light some more candles in here and bring me that gallon jug of water." I went into the bedroom. Mr. Somerville was sleeping soundly. I was about to leave with the bag when Ellen came into the room and picked up a lit candle from the nightstand. "What part of 'Don't come back' did you not hear?" she whispered. "She's hurt," I whispered back. "She's all chewed up," she said. "She's probably infected." It was dogs, not people. "What did you do with my shotgun?" she asked. "I want it back." "It's in the truck," I said. "I'll get it for you." "I'll get it," she said, turning to leave. I didn't want her to do that. Byrne's pistol was still in there. I knew Ellen would take it, and I needed a weapon. I grabbed her shoulder to stop her. She spun around. As she did, she grabbed one of my fingers and twisted it back. That brought me to my knees. She shoved the candle in my face, then bent so we were face to face, the candle between us. "Don't you ever touch me again," she hissed. The flame on the wick danced in her breath. She stalked out, leaving me on the floor. I made a fist a few times to work the pain out of the finger she'd twisted. I didn't get why she was so venomous toward me. Her complaint was toward Dr. Barr. I wasn't the one taking advantage of her. I joined Dr. Barr and put the bag on the floor beside him. "Ellen has gone out again," he said absently, "doing her part to use up the world's cigarette supply." Then to Byrne he said, "You don't smoke, do you, dear?" Byrne shook her head. He turned and looked up at me. "We should probably get her a drink. I have a bottle in the apartment next door."
"No,"
Byrne said.
"I'm pregnant. I can't drink.
We'll have to risk it, he said. Have you been exposed to the infected?
Not much,
she said. Get the bottle, he said. Chapter 35. I went outside. Ellen was standing in the open door of the truck with a cigarette in her mouth. She turned toward me when I came out. I watched her put the pistol in the front of her jeans, then pull her shirt down over it. Then she drew out the shotgun and shut the door. I went out to her. I want that pistol, I said. It's mine. It's hers, she said. That's right, isn't it? I need it more than she does, I said. Ellen tossed the glowing cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. I think she needs it more. I could see that I wouldn't be getting the gun unless I took it by force. Clayfield is clear, I said, changing the subject and trying to sound friendly. So? So it's not overrun like they said. I never believed what they said, she replied. You are more than welcome to come in with Mr. Somerville and me, I said. No thanks. You won't make it on your own, I said. Then I won't make it, she said, sounding irritated. Excuse me, I'm going to bed. She walked past me to her apartment. I watched her go inside and shut the door. Then I remembered why I was out there. Dr. Barr's booze. I went over and knocked on the door. Ellen opened it and glared at me. What? The doctor wants me to get a bottle for him. Byrne needs to drink something. She sidestepped so I could come in. Byrne? That's her name? Short for Bernice, I said. Where's the bottle? On the counter in the kitchen. The apartment was identical to the one next door, only mirrored. I went to the counter. There were 3 bottles there. I grabbed one. Not that one, she said. That's my port. I like port. Take the whiskey. I put the bottle down and picked up another. Old Crow, I said, reading the label. Wow, I didn't know they still made this. Nobody's making anything anymore, she said. I held up the bottle to show her. My grandfather used to drink this stuff. She nodded but didn't say anything. She looked tired and sad. Had you always lived in Clayfield? I asked, trying to be friendly again. Yes. I was surprised that she answered. Me too, I said. Well, except for my college years. She nodded again. Where will you go? She shrugged. I just want to go home and be left alone for a while. This time it was me that nodded. It sounded perfect. But, she continued, I don't think there is any future there. I'll be heading north like everybody else and try to find civilization again. I think we're it, I said. Mr. Somerville is really optimistic about making a life for ourselves in Clayfield. I think if anyone can get the people to work together, it would be him. She laughed. No offense to the councilman, but I don't believe that for a second. Don't get me wrong, I voted for the man. I liked him a lot, but he's got enemies too. There are people like Willie and Nathan who don't think much of him. Or didn't you notice? Now that the bad element has left town, Bad element? She laughed again. You were the bad element. I stepped from behind the counter. Me? I'm the one raping you, am I? She winced when I said the word. I moved closer to her. I know it might not be the best word to define your situation, but you've certainly been coerced. What about that young girl you've been with? She said accusingly. For one thing, she's 20 years old, I said. For another, we've never... Dr. Barr opened the door. He looked back and forth between us. What's going on? Nothing, Ellen said. Just talking. About what? Ellen was about to speak, but I spoke up first. She was telling me not to take the port, I said. He stared at her as if trying to read her. Yeah, he said absently. Better not touch her port. Then he looked over at me and, with a stern expression, said, Better not touch any of her ports. There was a thick silence in the room. Ellen looked down at her feet, embarrassed. I pretended to read the label on the bottle. The doctor broke the silence with laughter. Come on, he said, winking at me. Our new friend needs a drink. I followed Dr. Barr, and Ellen shut the door behind us. The doctor turned and faced me before we rejoined Byrne inside. This new girl seems healthy enough, he said. She's not much to look at, and I don't like that she's already pregnant, but the situation is what it is. Couldn't be helped, I said. I'll still take her. He shrugged and turned to open the door. I put my hand on his shoulder. What does that mean? I mean hands off. She's mine, he said, looking me in the eye. Hands off me, too. I took my hand from his shoulder. I think you spent too much time with Nathan and Willie. He turned around again to face me. He pulled his shirt aside so I'd be sure to see the gun. In nature, the strongest male beds the females, he grinned. It was like that before, too, but now men don't have to spend all night peacocking in a club trying to talk some bitch into coming home with them. When did the handsome doctor ever have to do that? I said. I'm speaking about men in general, he said. Men like Nathan and Willie. And you. I can have whomever I want, whenever I want. What was with the nice guy routine back at the high school? No routine, he said. I'm a nice guy. I just don't think getting laid should be so much work. I'm sure it was harder for you, so you should appreciate our position. In the process, we are ensuring the continuance of humanity. You should enjoy it, but not with my women. You'll have to get your own. I didn't care for Ellen or Byrne at all. If I needed to, I could have walked away from them and never thought about them again. Living in this new world had made me callous like that. But I remembered how much Jen and Sarah had liked Dr. Barr when they had met him. Given the opportunity, he would have smooth-talked his way into their pants, or forced his way in if it became necessary. It pissed me off. You smarmy piece of shit, I said. Excuse me? You piece of shit, I repeated. I'm not going... I punched him, right in the teeth. It wasn't hard, just a quick jab, but it did the job. He dropped to his knees, both hands over his mouth. I punched him again in the side of the head because I was still mad. He fell on his side. I straddled him and pulled the pistol from his pants. Don't hurt me, he said. I'm the only doctor around. You need me. I stood and opened the door. Go be a doctor then, I said. He stayed there, curled up on the sidewalk. Now, damn it, I said. He got to his hands and knees, crawled into the room, then over next to Byrne. I checked the pistol to see if it was loaded. It had 5 rounds in the magazine. I put it in the front of my pants and started to walk inside when I noticed Ellen standing in her doorway. She was holding her shotgun. Are you going to use that on me? I said. She didn't answer. She just turned and went back into her apartment and shut the door. I went in my apartment and closed the door. Dr. Barr wouldn't look at me. Have you two been fighting? Byrne asked, propping herself up on her elbows. We didn't reply. Were you fighting over me? No, I said. There's enough of me to go around, she said. I rolled my eyes and went to check on Mr. Somerville. I was surprised to find him awake. What's going on? He said. His voice was weak. Nothing much, I said. How are you doing? I'm tired. How long? It's been days since the warehouse, I said. Where'd all this get-up come from? He said, nodding up to the IV bag. Hospital, I said. Clayfield? Yeah, I said. It's not overrun like they said. I don't know what's going on. Took a deep breath, and I thought he'd fallen back to sleep. I was about to leave when he spoke again. What about Judy? I don't know, I said. I'm hoping she and Sarah are together. Maybe they've started the garden. He laughed a little, then coughed. Maybe. I picked up a new woman, I said. The doctor is looking at her now. He grunted a reply. You sleep, I said. It's still the middle of the night. He grunted again. When I came back into the living room, Byrne was still on the mattress on the floor, but the doctor was gone. She had a big white bandage on her face and another wrapped around her arm. Where is he? I said. He said he was going to bed. I nodded and went over to get on the couch. You don't have to go all the way over there, she said. There's plenty of room down here with me. I'm really tired, I said. So is the doctor. Just to be sure Travis wouldn't try to retaliate while I was sleeping, I locked the front door and propped a chair under the knob. I returned to the couch. Good night, Byrne, I said, and blew out the candle. Chapter 36. I opened my eyes just as the early morning sun was starting to filter in through the curtains. There was enough light in the room that I could see, but just barely. I didn't know why I had woken up. I hadn't slept very long. I looked around the room for a moment without moving. Byrne was up. She was standing by the window. Byrne? Are you okay? She looked at me when I spoke, but didn't reply. I sat up, and she turned to face me. There was something about her posture that told me she was infected. I pulled the pistol. Byrne? She hissed at me. I didn't hesitate. I put her down quickly. The odd thing was that I didn't feel anything. I don't even think my heart rate increased. I didn't even fully come out of the haze of sleep. I just woke up, killed somebody, and that was it. No more exciting than getting up in the night to take a piss. I heard a noise from the bedroom, so I went in to check on Mr. Somerville. He was trying to sit up. It's okay, I said. The new girl was sick, so I shot her. He paused, then lay back on his pillow. You all right? He said. Yeah, I said, almost in a whisper. I returned to the living room expecting Ellen and Travis to come pounding on my door, but they didn't. He knew it would happen, or at least hoped it would. He hadn't given her anything to drink, and she'd succumbed to the virus. That was his retaliation. Asshole, I said. I pulled the chair away from the door, unlocked it, and went out into the cool morning air. I didn't bother knocking on their door, I just went in. They weren't inside. Their bags and supplies were still inside. I went back out and walked down to the office. I didn't find them there either. The truck was still parked in the front, so I walked around the building to check on the spare vehicle. It was still there, too. Odd, I said to myself. I couldn't imagine them leaving on foot. We hadn't seen any infected out there since we arrived, but that didn't mean it was safe to venture out without a car. I decided to go back to their apartment to see if they had left a note. I doubted they would have, since neither really liked me very much. As I rounded the corner of the building, I looked down the road. There was something there on the center line. It looked like a dead body, but it was too far away to say for sure. I knew it hadn't been there when I went out to dig the garlic. Before going to investigate, I went back inside to remove Byrne's body. I felt sorry for the girl, but I tried not to think too much about it. I put a towel over her face so I wouldn't have to look at her. I dragged her outside and into the apartment next door, shutting her up inside. Then I checked my weapon and started walking. I didn't take the truck because I didn't want to make any unnecessary noise. I had to walk about 300 yards. There were spots of blood leading up to it. As I got closer, I could tell that it was definitely a body. It was naked and face down. When I saw the dark hair and that the body did not look decomposed, I had a feeling it was Ellen. Her back was bloody from several small holes. They didn't look like gunshots, but more like stab wounds. I grabbed her arm and rolled her over. She was already cold. Her eyes were closed. There were scrapes on her nose, left breast, and knees, but no stab wounds in the front. Her feet were bloody, too, from running barefoot on the pavement. The only thing I could figure was that the doctor had done this. I got a chill and quickly looked around me for any sign of him. Farther down the road, I saw a figure. It wasn't Dr. Barr, but an infected child. I needed to get back to the building. Chances were other zombies were around. Then I noticed blood out ahead of Ellen's body. I didn't think it was hers because she hadn't made it that far. There was another spot of blood a few feet farther. Then I came to the bloody steak knife. I followed the trail, all the while keeping my eye on the kid. The trail of blood took me off the road, down a hill, and to a fence row. When I saw it, I stopped. Ahead of me, Travis Barr was seated, leaning against the fence. He was also naked. His legs were spread, and his crotch was a bloody mess. There was an infected woman on the other side of the fence. She had pulled his arm back through to her side and was eating on it. 2 more infected people were reaching through the fence to get to him, too. I was about to leave when he moved. "Help me," he said feebly. She cut me. Get my bag, and I'll tell you what to do."
"I think it's too late," I said. "Your arm." Slowly, he turned his head to look at his arm. There was a section of it where the bare bone was exposed. The woman didn't look up from her meal. With his other arm, he tried to swat her away. I didn't understand why he couldn't feel her eating him.
"Get my bag," he said, as if drugged. "I'll get rid of her."
I looked back to the road. A man had joined the child. "I'm sorry, Travis," I said. "I wish things had been different." He was still trying to slap away the woman when I shot him. I didn't stick around. I turned and sprinted back to the facility before the creatures could get a fix on the noise of the gun. When I made it back to the building, I went into the apartment Ellen and the doctor had been using. I needed to collect their supplies, particularly the guns and medicine, while I still could. I expected the infected to be drawn to the area, but I didn't know if they would zero in on us. I found the shotgun and Burns' pistol next to a pile of Ellen's clothes in the bedroom. There was blood on the bedsheets. That must have been where she cut him. I didn't know what had happened after that or why they were outside in the road, but I guessed that he'd taken the knife and chased her out there. I divided the food, water, booze, clothing, and medical supplies between their 2 bags. I made sure to get the copy of Yertle the Turtle, too. I wanted to give that to Sarah. I stowed 1 bag and the shotgun in the truck, then took the other items into my own apartment. Somerville was still sleeping. His IV bag was empty, so I pulled the needle out of his hand. That woke him up.
"What's happening?"
"Do you think you can sit up?" I asked.
"I can if you help me. Why?"
"We need to leave soon," I said. "The others are dead."
"You mean the doctor?"
"Yeah," I said. "We don't have to leave this very second, but soon. Do you think you could eat?"
"I don't have an appetite," he said. "What happened to the doctor?"
"He went out too far on foot, and the zombies got him," I said, not wanting to tell the whole story. Ellen was with him. He grunted and shifted in the bed.
"He got me on some medicine. I don't know."
"I'll figure it out," I said. "I'm going to see if I can find some soup. You need to eat." He grunted again. There was no soup in the food supply, at least none of that prepackaged or canned stuff, but there was a small can of sliced carrots. I took the fork back outside to dig some more wild garlic. While I was out there, I looked down the road. Ellen's body was gone. I watched a man cross the road on his way to the spot where I'd found Dr. Barr. I dug the garlic quickly and took it back inside. I cleaned it, chopped it up with chives, and put it in a small saucepan with some water, salt, and the carrots. Then I put 3 short candles in the sink, lit them, and propped the pan over them to cook. Within a few minutes, the water was steaming. I poured some of it into a coffee cup and took it to Somerville. He was still weak, but with the 2 of us working together, we got him sitting up enough to take the mug. He took a sip and made a face. "Drink as much as you can, and if you're able, eat the vegetables," I said.
"Yeah, I've had soup before," he said grumpily. "I think I can manage."
"Okay," I grinned. "Since you can manage, I'm going to go in the kitchen and eat." I poured myself a mug of soup and opened a package of crackers. The soup wasn't very good, but I'd had worse. I had some of Ellen's port wine, too. It was pretty good. I could see why she had been so selfish about it. When I finished my meal and had a buzz going, it couldn't have been later than 8 a.m., I picked up everything we would need and took the bag out to the truck. It was clear out there at that time. On my way back, I was startled to see Byrne standing in the window of the apartment next door watching me. The gunshot must not have done the necessary damage. She had an expression on her face like she was trying to do math in her head. Then she leaned in and licked the window. I suddenly had a memory of her from the night before, sitting next to me licking her lips, her hand on my crotch. "Do you like that?" I felt queasy. "Mr. Somerville," I said, returning to our apartment, "do you feel well enough to travel now?"
"No," he said, "but I'll do it anyway."
I entered the bedroom, and he was still holding the mug.
"Do we need to go now?"
he said. "We don't need to, but I want to," I said. "I want to find Sarah. Did you drink the soup?" He turned the mug upside down to show me it was empty. "Good," I said. "Let me get the wheelchair, and we'll be on our way."
Chapter 37. The most difficult part for both of us was getting him up into the truck. He was so exhausted after the ordeal that he fell asleep before I had even started the engine. I drove back toward Clayfield. I passed the dead dogs and drove under the bypass. There was still a crowd there left over from the night before, but it had diminished. When I got into the city limits, I went to the alley between the glass shop and Plucky's diner. The supplies Sarah and I had collected days before were still inside. I backed the truck up to the rear of the van and climbed in. There were zombies around, and they were curious, but they hadn't decided whether or not they wanted me. Quickly, I transferred as much as I could from one vehicle to the other. The creatures began to shuffle in. I didn't have time to get it all, most of the alcohol was left, but I could come back for the rest later. I shut the van doors and got back into the truck before the things got too close. Somerville slept through it all. As I drove out to the Lassiter's stables, I felt fluttery inside. I didn't know if it was giddiness over seeing Sarah again or anxiety over the possibility of not finding her there. They both feel the same. I pulled up in the driveway and was surprised to see the chickens scratching around in one of the pastures. The moving van and church van were still there, but there were no other vehicles. I parked, got out, looked, and listened. I didn't notice any danger, so I shut the door, leaving Somerville in the truck. Someone had been in the house recently. There was a bag of garbage in the kitchen that I hadn't remembered being there before. The tomato and pepper seedlings were still in the window, and while the soil was dry, it hadn't been that way for long. The tiny plants were still very much alive, albeit wilted. There was a new addition to the windowsill, too. The sweet potatoes had been sliced in half and placed in a tray of dirt to encourage them to sprout. One of them already had several little purple eyes forming on it. I emptied my little water bottle on the plants and turned to go upstairs. That's when I saw a note stuck to the wall. It said, "I hope you read this. I hope you are still alive. Nicholas is dead. Judy is with me, and we are with Mr. Parks. I will wait 2 days. I love you. Sarah." She said she would wait 2 days, but 2 days from when? And after she'd waited, what did she plan to do? I hurried out to the truck and backed out of the driveway. Mr. Somerville stirred. "Are we there?" "We're going to another place," I said. "Sarah and Judy should be there. What I wouldn't give for a working cell phone right now." I drove over to the house where Ben and Ron and the others were staying. I parked at the gate and got out. There was a vehicle at the house, but not the SUVs I'd seen Parks and the others in before. They'd also said they had a boat, and I didn't see that either. The gate was unlocked. I swung it open and pulled up to the house. I went up to the front door and knocked. When no one let me in, I let myself in. "Hello? Sarah? Ben?" No one answered me, so I moved into the next room. It was a large kitchen. There was a long table in there, and on the table a map of the region was spread. A route had been marked out with a red Sharpie. It started at my present location, traveled into Clayfield, then north through Singletree and Riverton, across the Ohio River into Illinois, then west across the Mississippi River into Missouri. The route continued west to Springfield. 3 big red arrows pointed to Springfield, and next to them a handwritten address, 124 Harper Street. The route didn't make sense to me. Why would they travel north, then west, forcing them to cross 2 large rivers? Why not just head west and cross the Mississippi River into Missouri and forget about the extra jaunt through Illinois? Obviously, the map had been left for me to find. I grinned, imagining Sarah trying to convince the others to leave it for me even though I was likely presumed dead. I needed to leave right away if I hoped to catch up with them. I didn't want to travel with them. I still wanted to stay in Clayfield, but no matter where I ended up, I wanted to be with Sarah. I didn't know what to do about Somerville. He didn't feel up to traveling, but I didn't want to leave him behind by himself. I took the map and went outside. After waking him, I explained the situation. "I'm going," he said. "If you leave, it might be days before you come back, if at all. I can't sit around wondering what's going on. Let's find a vehicle where I can stretch out, a van or something." I drove back over to the stables and unloaded most of the supplies from the pickup, leaving the wheelchair and just enough supplies to fit in 2 duffel bags for traveling. I gave the seedlings and sweet potatoes a good soaking and turned them in the window. Then we headed into Clayfield to look for a suitable vehicle where Somerville could lie down. It was frustrating because even though there were plenty of vans around, it was difficult to find one with keys or gas or a charged battery. I couldn't get it out of my head that every minute that passed could be another mile or more that Sarah and Judy were traveling away from us. Mr. Somerville was awake the whole time, and even though he could see my impatience and hear my cursing each time I stopped, he did not let it bother him or even speak one word of apology for coming along. I was about to try my luck at one of the car dealerships when he spoke.
"That should do," he said.
I looked out his window. We were about to pass a little Baptist church. In the parking lot was a small RV. I say it was small, but even a small RV is big compared to other vehicles. I pulled in anyway. "It's going to be like driving that moving van," I said. "Hard to maneuver."
"It ought to have a bed in it," he said. "Might have supplies in it, too. Park by the door, and we won't even have to mess with the wheelchair."
I sighed. "Fine."
"I know it is," he said. "Stop being such a whiny ass."
I didn't try to get him right away. I went inside to check it out first. There was no one in there, but it did look lived in. How recently it had been lived in was difficult to say, but I figured no one had been in there since Canton B arrived in Clayfield. I found boxes of bookmarks printed with a picture of a young couple and two small children. Underneath their picture, it said, "Pray for the Wachowski family, missionaries to Alaska." At the bottom of the bookmark, it said, "How shall they believe unless they hear? And how shall they hear without a preacher?" Romans 10:14. The rest of the stuff in there was what you might expect a young family to have. Clothing, toys, diapers. There was even some food in the tiny cupboard. The keys were in the ignition, and there was gas in the tank. I tried it, and it started right up. I went out and helped Somerville get transferred over.
"Don't forget to unhook it," he said. "I noticed it was still plugged in."
I went outside and found a cord running from the RV to a receptacle on the outside of the church. There was also a water hose running from the church's outside faucet. I unhooked all of that and noticed the vehicle had Michigan plates. The thing looked a whole lot smaller when I imagined this family of 4 traveling around the country in it. Once I moved the supplies from the truck, I did a quick check on Somerville, who was making himself comfortable on the bed in the back. From the time I found the map until I finally got on the road on my way to the Ohio River, it was more than an hour. At steady, even traveling on their part, that might have been another 60 tacked onto the space we had to close. We made good time on the highway going north through Grace County. I had made this trip a few times in the past week. We crossed into southern McCullen County, and the highway was still fairly clear, being a rural area. As we neared Singletree, the road became a bit more congested, but passable. It became obvious as we entered the Singletree city limits that vehicles had been moved to allow passage, about the space of 1 lane. It looked like it had been done with something large, like a bulldozer. Some of the cars were even turned over on their side. This was an impressive feat considering the distance between there and the river and the amount of traffic on the road. I had never seen this many cars in Singletree at one time. The town was smaller than Clayfield, but because of its proximity to Riverton, a city more than 5 times its size, it usually had more traffic than Clayfield, just never this much. I attributed it to evacuees headed to the river, or possibly the sick trying to get to Singletree's hospital. I didn't deviate from the path provided because I couldn't. I just hoped it led to the riverfront. Of course, if Ben Parks, Sarah, and the others came this way, they would have encountered the same path and been forced to follow it to its end. The undead were there, too. They were between the cars and in the cars. They watched us and followed us as we passed through this miles-long gauntlet of abandoned vehicles. Chapter 38. Even though there were dozens of places where we could have accessed the Ohio River in and around Riverton, the corridor led us right up to the flood wall and the main scenic access in the downtown arts district. This was always an inevitable and popular stop for tourists. Visitors could enjoy the masterfully painted murals that adorned the flood wall and depicted Riverton's history. They could buy one-of-a-kind items made by local artisans. They could have a meal in one of the restaurants. Or they could have a picnic on the riverfront and watch the towboats and barges. The flood wall is a 15-foot-tall concrete wall that protects Riverton's entire downtown. Once the concrete ends, the protection is provided by earthen levees. The whole system stretches for more than 12 miles. In the concrete wall section, there are several gates that can allow access to the river most of the year, but that can be closed to seal the wall when the river rises. I was surprised to find the gates closed. I stopped the RV, but I left the engine running. I hadn't been paying attention before because I'd been so distracted by the closed gate, but the cars on either side of me were literally bumper to bumper. They were pressed up against each other, allowing no space between. I got out and looked down the cleared path, and there were no zombies coming through. The vehicles had been pushed together to prevent, or at least deter, the creatures from entering the corridor. I don't know how far back this closed car barrier started, but it must have been for several blocks because I saw no one in the road at all. However, on the other side of those cars, on both sides of me, there were thousands of them, moaning and lowing. It was loud. I felt trapped. I couldn't go forward, and I couldn't turn around. If I wanted to get out of there, I would have to make the trip in reverse, but I didn't want to get out of there. I needed to get on the other side of the wall. I climbed into the RV, killed the engine, and went into the back. "The floodgates are closed," I said, waking Somerville. "If they came through Riverton, then they came through here. There was no other way."
"If the gates are closed, somebody closed them," he replied. "Did you try knocking?"
I imagined myself knocking on that massive metal gate and a hunched gatekeeper scurrying out to ask me a riddle before he let me through. Even if there was someone on the other side to let me in, they'd never hear me banging on that gate. It is crazy loud out there.
"This thing's got a horn, doesn't it?"
I grinned sheepishly. "Yeah, I'll give that a try." I went up front and got on the horn for a good 10 seconds. Then I went outside and waited. I saw no movement on the gate, and all I could hear was the undead. I decided to climb up on the roof of the RV for a look. I was too far away from the wall because of the front of the truck to climb up on the wall itself, but standing on top of the back of the RV, I could see over. What I saw took my breath for a second. As many creatures as there were on my side of the wall, it was nothing compared to the other side. They were tightly packed on the dry land for as far as I could see, about the distance of 2 city blocks either way. Then they continued down into the water, first ankle-deep, then knee-deep, chest-deep, then floating around like bugs in a swimming pool. On the river, a chain of barges, 2 of them loaded with coal, stretched across in an uneven line, forming a floating bridge. On the upriver side of the barges was the beautiful Chickasaw Queen, a steamboat just like the kind you might find in a Mark Twain novel. It had been a big tourist attraction, offering short day cruises, meals, and dinner theater. Now it was anchored and empty. My ex and I had gone out to dinner there back when we were dating. I was kind of glad to see that it was free of the undead. For a couple of seconds, I had a fleeting thought of commandeering it and traveling up and down the river, but who was I kidding? I didn't know how to drive the thing. On the downriver side of the barges, preventing them from going with the flow of the river, were 3 towboats. The barges were loaded with undead. Some of them attempted to climb up the mounds of coal, but none of them made it to the top. I looked across the river into Illinois. The banks on the Illinois side were just as crowded, and they were coming across the barge bridge. There was an exodus taking place, but it wasn't from the south. It was from the north. In the far distance in Illinois, there were columns of smoke rising in different places. It was so loud out there I could barely think.
"Don't open that gate,"
I heard someone yell out. I looked around for the source, and I saw a man dressed in red coming toward me, walking across the top of the flood wall. He was carrying a megaphone and a rifle. I pulled the pistol just in case. He put the megaphone to his mouth. Replace that weapon or you will be shot. I looked around to see if there was someone else around. Building on the corner, the man said. The Riverman's Pub. I scanned the buildings. I saw a sign with those words. On the 3rd floor, I spotted an open window and someone pointing a rifle at me with a huge scope. I put my gun in my pants and raised my hands. The man walked up until he was close enough to get a good look at me and me at him. He was short, in his early 30s, and except for the gun, he looked like he might have been dressed to go see a ball game. He was completely decked out in official Cincinnati Reds gear. Jersey, pants, cap turned backwards, even a fanny pack with the Reds logo. "We've closed the gate to keep them from coming in," he said. "How long?" "Please repeat." "How long?" I yelled. 3 days. They made the bridge and the dead came over, he said. We had to hold them off. You should back out of here. There is no way through. "Who made the bridge?" He stared at me, trying to figure out what I said. "Who?" "We didn't know them. Not from here," he said, shaking his head. "There is nothing for you here," he said. "You should leave." I had a lot I wanted to ask him, but there would be no way to have a conversation in this noise. I motioned to him, trying to ask how I could get up there with him. "Please back out the way you came and do not attempt to open the gate," he said in the megaphone. I didn't know why he kept telling me not to open the gate. For one thing, I didn't know how. For another, I'd be a complete idiot to open it. I didn't think it would even be possible to open it from my side. I looked over at the Riverman's Pub, and they still had a bead on me. I waved at them because, well, what else was I going to do? They gave me a wave in return, but didn't turn the rifle away. I climbed down and went inside. "What are we doing?" Somerville called out when he heard me come in. I went to the rear of the vehicle and sat on the bed. "We don't want to open the gate," I said. "It is like a horror movie on the other side. There are some uninfected people out there, but I'm not going to be able to get much information out of them in this noise. We're going to have to back out of here." "Is there anywhere else we can get on the other side of the wall?" "I'm telling you, we don't want to be on the other side." He sat up, propping himself up on his elbow. "Are we going to catch up to Judy and Sarah, or aren't we?" "I'm having trouble believing they came this way." He pushed himself up so he could throw his legs over the side of the bed, forcing me to stand. "Where the hell did they go then?" he said, sounding perturbed. "I don't know." "Well, damn it, man, we know they're headed towards Springfield, so let's back the hell out of here and cross someplace else. Where are these uninfected people you're talking about? Let me talk to them." "No," I said. "Get back in bed. They can't be talked to. We'll try something else." He eased himself back into the bed and rubbed both eyes. "You said you'd keep up with my medicine. My shoulder hurts like hell." "I'll get you something for the pain, but I'm not sure about the dosage for the antibiotics. I think he might have been giving that to you intravenously." "Go," he said. "Back us on out of here. I'm fine for now." I sighed and went back to the front. I put the RV in reverse and started out. This was going to be a pain in the ass. I was going to have to drive all the way back into Singletree backwards using my mirrors. Cincinnati Reds watched us go. Soon, he was just a red speck in the distance. Before we got into the Singletree city limits, we were met with the group of infected that had started following us before we entered the car corridor. I backed through them and over some of them until I finally found an opening in the cars. It wasn't wide enough for the RV, but I managed to push my way through. This put me on a residential street heading west. I drove for another mile or so, then stopped the RV to take a look at the map. "Where are we?" Somerville called from the back. I went to the rear and showed him the map. "The levee runs all through here," I said, pointing at the map. "We could go over on foot anywhere, but I don't know if you are up to it, and I don't know if we'd find a boat." "There's a port here," he said, pointing at a spot on the map. "It's a distribution hub or something for the barges." Then he moved his finger a short distance. "This is where the ferry is, if it wasn't sunk. Either of those places would be a good place to try."
You should have been able to see the port from the flood wall.
I didn't see anything like that, I said, but my view was blocked and I was distracted by all the infected.
Chances are, if the group Judy and Sarah are with went the way we did, they would have tried at the ferry crossing, he said. That's what I would do.
I don't think they would have tried the ferry, I said. They knew, or Sarah knew anyway, that the ferries had been bombed. Where else might they have gone? Are there any other ports other than this distribution hub?
Not nearby, he said.
Then we'll try the port, I said.
Chapter 39. I drove toward the spot on the map Somerville had indicated. As we got near, I could see the high levee stretching across in front of me. The road passed through it, however, it too was gated. There was a shorter concrete flood wall here that was embedded in the levee on either side. It was there to provide support for the floodgate. Parked in the road in front of the gate were 2 SUVs, and one of them had a boat on a trailer hitched to the back. This was them. "Found 'em," I called out. I parked the RV and climbed out. The vehicles were unoccupied. I heard the side door open on the RV. I turned to look. Somerville was bracing himself in the doorway. "Are they okay?" he said. "They're not here," I said. "I'm going over to look around." I climbed up the steep incline to the top of the levee. The river wasn't close. It was maybe a quarter of a mile away. Between it and me, with woods on either side, were 3 warehouses and a large paved parking lot full of trucks and trailers. There were railroad tracks and loading platforms in there, too. Out in the river were huge concrete docks. Another coal barge was moored to one. The grounds appeared to be deserted. I didn't understand why the floodgate was closed or why Ben Parks had not pulled his vehicles to the river side of the levee. Maybe the gate was closed when he got there and he couldn't open it. I went down the hill to the interior. There was something about the stillness and quiet that made me uneasy. The hair stood up on my arms and I shivered. I could still hear the low roar of the horde in Riverton, but they were far away and posed no danger to me. This was something else. There was something here that wasn't right. I ignored my instincts and followed the road toward the facilities. The railroad tracks were about 100 yards from the levee and ran parallel to it for as far as I could see. I knew it eventually crossed to the other side of the barrier, but I would have to check the map to see where. There was a train on the tracks in the distance off to my right. Nearer, there was a switch, and the track split off in 3 places to access the warehouse's loading platforms. Then they rejoined the main track again at a second set of switches off to my left. I crossed the tracks and stopped to listen. I didn't even hear birds. Although I saw nothing, I pulled the pistol. I continued walking. Rather than go into the warehouses, I decided to walk down to the river. I went by the rows of semi-trailers, and then there were the trucks, some with trailers and some without, that seemed to watch me as I passed, their headlights like the eyes on a painting following me. The place felt haunted. I went out onto one of the docks and stopped at the edge. I looked down between the dock platform and the barge that was moored to it. The water lapped and sloshed against the metal side of the vessel. There was a body down there, too, bobbing in and out of view. Somerville was right. I could see Riverton's riverfront from here. Things there looked just as bad from this vantage. Out in the river, hundreds of undead floated by with the current. Most didn't fight it, they just let the river carry them. I imagined them connecting with the Mississippi River in a few miles, then traveling south until some or most of them were flushed out into the Gulf of Mexico. Others would drift toward shore somewhere en route, to be snagged by the debris that littered the riverbanks. Some of these I watched pass by might have even started farther away, perhaps in eastern Kentucky, or farther still in West Virginia or Pennsylvania. Under different circumstances, it might have made an interesting study for scientists. The things could be tagged and their movements tracked. A researcher in New York could scratch his head and wonder how his zombie wound up in South America. I still had to check the warehouses, but I didn't think I'd find them there. My guess was that the group pulled up outside the levee,
climbed over the way I had done, and then found a boat to take them across. They might have even decided to stay on the river rather than their original route over land. It would have been quicker. I looked down the river to the west. It was clear of boats and barges that way, except for a small craft on the shore on the Illinois side. I noticed more smoke coming up from that side of the river. I was really curious about what was burning over there and who had started the fires. I turned around and took a look at the complex again. From this side, I saw a car parked next to one of the warehouses. Because of where it was parked, I hadn't noticed it on my way in. I decided to check that warehouse first. The huge building had skylights. The only thing I could see were crates stacked twice as high as my head. There was a forklift parked in there, too. Thinking that was all there was to see, I was about to leave and check the other buildings. But then I noticed what looked like the end of a truck poking out from behind the crates on the far end. I walked down there. On the other end of the building, I found a clearing. The truck I had seen was a military transport. There were 2 of them. The rest of the clearing looked like some sort of military camp and planning area. There were cots, maps on the wall, and lots of supplies. There was also a large chalkboard with a row of numbers written on it that could have been times. Unfortunately, I didn't see any weapons around. "Anyone here?" I yelled. The building echoed back my voice. I exited the building and went into a second building. I found it and the third warehouse to be full of what you might expect: crates, barrels, and forklifts. I went back into the first warehouse to have a better look around. It appeared as though the military personnel had left in a hurry, but I didn't know where they went. There was no indication of violence in the building, no spent rounds, blood, or overturned furniture. It just looked like they left without taking their stuff. It reminded me of that story from history about the Roanoke colony. In the late 1500s, a colony had settled on an island off the coast of what would become North Carolina. When a supply ship arrived at the island a couple of years later, they found the structures of the colony, but the 118 colonists had disappeared. Of course, the mystery here was likely more easily explained. It's doubtful the Roanoke colonists went off to kill zombies. I searched the military vehicles. I hoped I might find at least one gun inside, but I didn't. I went back outside and stood on a loading platform between the warehouse and the railroad tracks. I just stood there, looking around and listening. I didn't know what to do next. I thought it would be foolish to cross the river and proceed to Springfield without knowing for sure that Sarah had gone. If we had arrived here and found the truck and an empty boat trailer backed up to the river, I could have made a reasonable assumption that they had crossed over, but now I just didn't know. I was startled out of my thoughts by a blast from a horn. I ran over to the levee, then climbed up. The horn honked again. Somerville was sitting in the driver's seat of the RV with the window down. "Everything okay?" I asked. "You'd been gone a while," he said. "I wanted to make sure you were still alive." "There's no one over there," I said, carefully making my way down the levee to join him. When I got to the RV, I told him what I had found. "If they went off on foot, they should be nearby," he said, "but I can't see them doing that. It's too dangerous." "They might be with whoever was staying in the warehouse," I said. "Maybe a boat or a helicopter came in and got them out," he said. "They could be anywhere by now. I still think it would be best if we went to Springfield and waited at that address." I shook my head. "I don't want to go anywhere until I know something definite." "That map and note are the only definite things we have," he said. "We still have some daylight left," I said. "I'm going to walk on the levee toward Riverton and see if they went that way. There is a train that way I'd like to take a look at, too." Somerville sighed. "We're wasting time, but I guess I'm not in any shape to make you do anything. I'm going back to bed. You do what you want. As soon as I'm up to it, I'm crossing the river whether you go or not. I need to find Judy." "Fair enough," I said. "I'll be back before dark. Be careful, because I sure can't help you if you get into trouble." I climbed back up to the top of the levee, and I was surprised to see a soldier standing in the edge of the woods that bordered the grounds. He had a pack on his back. I didn't see a rifle, but he did have a sidearm holstered on his hip. "Hello!" I waved. I didn't want him to mistake me for one of the infected. I climbed down and started out to meet him. When I got to the bottom of the hill, I waved again. He lifted his arm in greeting. I could hear the sounds of more people tromping through the woods coming my way. I stopped when they began to emerge from the trees. They were the soldiers from the camp dressed in camouflage and carrying packs. Another man came out with them in jeans and a flannel shirt. It was Ron Meyer, Ben Parks's friend. I waved again. This time, none of them waved back. I noticed the rips and blood stains on some of their clothing. I was standing between the levee and the tracks. I glanced to the east toward the train, and I saw more people coming out of the woods there. The soldier lifted his arm again, but he wasn't waving. He took a step toward me. They all did. I backed toward the levee. Then Ben Parks came out of the woods, limping. The fingers of his left hand were tangled up in the hair of a decaying human head. It was as if he were carrying a bowling ball. Parks's eyes were milky. He had turned. At least he had gone down fighting and ripping off someone's head in the process. I was glad he had restrained himself from ripping my head off. I knew he hadn't liked me, and for that reason, I hadn't liked him. Still, I was sad to see him like this, because I knew how protective he was toward Sarah, and how much she cared for him. Women were coming out of the woods, too. I searched their faces, but I couldn't find Sarah or Judy. By the time I got back up on the levee, the first few of them had made it to the railroad tracks. I didn't feel the need to run for the vehicle just yet. I wanted to stay as long as I could, in case Sarah or Judy was there. Ron Meyer ran at me, passing the others. When he got to the base of the levee, he tried to climb, but kept falling back. Then some of the others rushed in with the same result. More people came into view from the shadows. I didn't see Sarah among them. I did see a man that might have been Nathan Camp, but I couldn't be sure. His face had been chewed up. "Sarah, where are you?" I said anxiously under my breath. If Meyer and Parks had turned, then I didn't think I could expect good news about Sarah or Judy. Since they weren't having any luck climbing the levee, I decided to run down toward the train where the second group had emerged. I didn't want to find them in the group, but I had to know. Before I set out, I looked back at the RV. I didn't see Somerville up front anymore, so I figured he had gone back to bed like he said he would. The crowd followed me, running along the base of the hill. When I got to the train, I saw it wasn't a complete train, but just 4 coal cars and an open boxcar. There was no engine connected to them. The group there had made an attempt at climbing the levee too. None of them were Sarah or Judy, so I walked back. I kept my eyes on the woods the whole way, checking out the newcomers. When I got back to the gate area, I walked out on the short section of concrete wall and sat down. I really didn't know what to do, or where to go, and I saw no reason to go anywhere at that moment. If they suddenly developed their climbing skills, I would climb down to the RV and drive us out of there. After a couple of minutes of sitting, no more people came out of the woods. They had come originally because Somerville had honked the horn. Now the only noise was coming from the creatures themselves. There might have been 100 of them total. They congregated below my dangling feet, reaching up, but I ignored them. I was tired. I missed Sarah. I really wanted to see her again, but not like this, like them. I was angry with myself for not doing a better job of protecting her. I was angry with Ben Parks for the same reason. If she was still alive and well somewhere, I doubted she would go to Springfield now. The only reason she would have gone there to begin with would have been because of the safety of Parks's group. No. If she were alive, then she would go back to Clayfield. I was sure of it. Either that, or travel south to get her a beach house on the Gulf like she had mentioned once. I knew I had to go back home. Somerville wasn't going to like that, but I knew that was what we had to do. Out on the river, a towboat floated by heading west. It was sideways in the water, so I knew no one was steering it. Then about 30 seconds later, a second one came by, moving with the current of the river. Then a barge loaded with coal and zombies drifted past. Then the water was full of bodies, virtually clogged with them like a log jam. They rushed past, following the boats and barge on their way to the Mississippi River. Riverton's bridge to Illinois must have come undone. It might be odd saying it, but I'm glad I got to witness such a surreal scene. I looked down into Ron Meyer's snarling face and decided to head back to Clayfield. Chapter 40. Somerville sat up when I came in. I could tell he had been sleeping. It was a little humorous to me that he was able to do that while unaware of what was outside. He looked at me blankly but didn't speak. "I'll get your medicine," I said. "What did you see?" he asked. "They're not here," I replied. "The two men they were with have turned, Sarah's teacher and his friend." Somerville looked down and fidgeted with the bedsheets. "They don't stand much of a chance, do they?" he said hoarsely. "I think they went back home," I said. "There's no reason for them to go anywhere else. If they haven't started back yet, they will."
"If they think we're dead, there isn't a reason for them to go there either."
I shrugged. "Except that it's home to both of them. I think our best move is to go home and wait." He swung his legs over the side of the bed again and rubbed his eyes, then beard.
"I can't do that. I have to keep looking."
"Let me get your medicine," I said. "Then go back to bed and think it over. I'm driving back to Clayfield."
"Sorry, son," he said, "but I reckon we're going to have to part ways."
"Come on, Nicholas," I said warily. "You can't go out there on your own. The damn river is full of monsters. The other side is on fire. Without Ben Parks, there is no reason for them to go to that address in Missouri."
"When I find them, we'll come home," he said. "I still have big plans for Clayfield. I know you mean well, but I don't agree with you on this, and I can't just go along with it."
"You're so weak you can't be out of bed more than a few minutes. How do you plan to cross the river?"
"There's a bass boat parked out there," he said. "I've spent plenty of time on bass boats. I'll be fine."
"Nicholas, I don't—"
"Stop talking," he said. "I'm crossing that river. I'm not trying to guilt you into doing anything. It might be best if you stayed in Clayfield and kept a lookout for them. I'll go to Springfield. I'll wait there a week, and if they aren't there or don't show, I'll come back. Ordinarily, a trip like that would be less than a day coming and going, but I expect delays. You should give me, a minimum of 2 weeks. If you want to come looking for me, you can, but I'd rather you didn't."
I didn't respond. I stood and went to get the bag with the medical supplies.
"Don't you be feeling bad or second-guessing," he said. "It's just fine for men to disagree. I'm not leaving mad. I'll be back."
I returned with the bag. "You shouldn't take the pain pills if you're going over the river. They'll make you sleepy and you need to stay alert. This antibiotic is in powder form. You might be able to mix it with water and drink it."
He nodded. "I'll do that. I don't have time for the IV."
I looked out the window to keep from looking at him.
"If the girls are in Clayfield, you tell Judy to keep her butt there until I get back," he said. "There's no use in us going back and forth looking for each other."
"Ben Parks's truck is still full of supplies," I said. "We should probably load the boat with necessary stuff so you can just get in the water and go."
"I appreciate this," he said.
"It's a bad idea," I said.
"Remember when you wanted to force that woman on Braggisburg Road to come with us? Remember how you told us that there aren't enough people around to let anybody make stupid decisions?" "You're welcome to try and stop me," he said. "I might not win a fight, but you'll know I've been there."
"No need for posturing," I said. "We're not at a city council meeting. You do what you want." I packed Somerville a backpack and duffel bag with supplies from Ben Parks's SUV and stowed them in the boat. I transferred the rest of the supplies and Parks's 2 vehicles to the RV. There was another shotgun in one of the trucks, along with some extra shells. We split the ammunition between us, 12 rounds for Somerville and 13 for me. Then I followed him a few miles to the west to the ferry crossing. The floodgates were open there, and he backed the boat down into the river.
"I'll be seeing you soon," he said, standing by the truck.
"I hope so," I said. He nodded, slapped my shoulder, and turned to go. He stumbled a little. I reached out to help him, but he pushed my hand away. Once he had steadied himself, he made his way out to the boat. I watched him push out into the river and climb in. He started the motor, gave me a wave, and turned the boat to the west. He was going straight to Missouri. I watched him until he went around the bend in the river, and I returned to the RV. It was just me again. I used back roads to return to Grace County. Once I was far enough away from Riverton and Singletree, I cut across and connected to the main highway, heading south to Clayfield. I didn't regret my decision to stay, but I did feel bad for not volunteering to go help Somerville. My main concern was Sarah, just as his was Judy. We both made our choices, but I was fairly certain he'd made the wrong one. I just hoped it wouldn't cost him his life. I arrived at the Lassiter place just after dark. Sarah and Judy weren't there, but I didn't let that make me give up hope. The house was incredibly empty and quiet. I didn't really need one, but I thought about building a fire just to give me some company. Instead, I decided to go straight to bed. I would drive around and look for them the next day. It took a while, but sleep finally came. The next day, I checked every place I thought Sarah might go. Blaine's place, the Somerville's house, our house in town where we'd been ambushed by Wheeler and Corndog, Ben Parks's house, the museum, and even the community Christian church. She wasn't in any of those places. I drove around town until noon, just looking. Then I went back to the van by the glass shop and collected the rest of the supplies from there. With nowhere else to go, I returned to the stables. I thought it might be best to stay around in case she showed up. It gave me time to sort through all the supplies. I emptied the RV and took everything into the living room of the house. I would have more than enough alcohol for a while. I had enough food to last about 3 weeks, but I would need to go out for drinking water soon. My gun situation wasn't that great either. I was concerned, too, about my mental state. I was fine at that moment, but it was starting to sink in that I might be the only healthy person left in Clayfield. I'd always been an introvert. I loved my time alone, but the thought of being completely alone indefinitely made me feel empty inside. I built a fire as the sun was going down, and that made me feel better. I went back outside with a flashlight to check the RV one more time and made a discovery. It had a propane water heater. I pulled aside the narrow folding door to its tiny bathroom and grinned a little when I saw the shower head. I hadn't had a hot shower in weeks. It wouldn't be the same as the showers I'd had before, but it was going to be better than rinsing myself off out of a stock pot. I ran inside and collected my soap, shampoo, a towel, and a couple of candles. This was going to be something special, and I planned on staying in there until every last drop was gone. I only regretted that Sarah couldn't enjoy one too. I assured myself that she would be back, and I'd have the water tank full for her when she did. Maybe we could even squeeze in there together. I stood under that trickle of hot water until the tank was dry. I hadn't felt that clean in a long time. I didn't bother getting dressed. I just went inside, wrapped myself in a blanket, and sat in front of the fire with a glass of whiskey. I was so relaxed. The flames were hypnotic. I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of rain. I stood and went to the front window. It was pouring. I wished I had those rain barrels and cisterns set up. These were things that needed to be done, and I had put them off for too long. The seasons weren't going to stop for me. Soon it would be summer and the rains would be less frequent. Then it would be late summer and fall. But if I had not planted my garden, there would be no harvest. There were some things that couldn't wait any longer. Sarah and I had collected enough seeds to at least supplement our food supply for that year. I had to get them in the ground whether she was around or not. Eventually, she would come home. The cistern tank and rain barrels were still over at our place in town on the back of the hay truck. I couldn't do much in the rain, and I didn't want to be cooped up, so I decided to drive over in the church van and get the truck. My ability to drive a manual transmission had not improved, but I wasn't in any hurry, and there was no one around to make fun of me. Everything seemed slower in the rain. The undead were especially sluggish. They were all droopy and soggy. I wondered how much longer they would last. I wondered if they would even be a problem by the end of the summer. They appeared to be deteriorating, but would they completely rot to their bones and fall apart, or would they hang on? I wondered if they were nourished when they fed on other living things. I wondered if it prolonged their existence. I didn't plan to wait it out. I knew Sarah was right that we needed to be proactive. We needed to exterminate them.
if we could. Chapter 41. I made an effort with the clutch and gear shift in that old hay truck, but I lacked the practice and coordination. So I found first gear and left it there, content to creep along. It was still faster than most of the creatures. Only 2 stayed with me the whole way, and I think it was because they were newly turned. That was not a problem. I could deal with 2. I parked the truck, bashed in their skulls with a splitting maul from the barn, then sat in a chair on the front porch just out of the rain and thought about the best place to put the cistern. Ideally, it should be higher up so I could utilize gravity. It would also be a good idea to bury it so the water would stay cool in the summer and not freeze in the winter. To have it both ways, I'd have to get a backhoe. I could do that, but it wasn't important at the moment. I absent-mindedly twirled the head of the maul on the porch between my feet. Then I rested my chin on the end of the handle and stared out at the 2 things sprawled in the driveway. I would need to burn them. I still wasn't comfortable with how little I felt for them. Before all this happened, I couldn't even bring myself to kill a mouse. Now, I had no idea what my tally was up to. On people. "Where the hell are you, Sarah?" I said aloud. I had been trying not to think about it, but I was afraid I had made a huge mistake by coming back to Grace County without her. There was nothing I could do about it. I would just have to wait. I had to believe she would be okay. She and I had managed to survive against monsters, both living and undead, these past 2 months. She wasn't a noob. She was a killer. She would make it back to me. She would make it back to me. She would make it. I propped the splitting maul against the house and went inside. I was hungry. After lunch, I tried to keep myself occupied by planting some of the tomato and pepper seeds that Sarah and I had collected on our last excursion. It was kind of late in the year to be planting these particular seeds, but it couldn't be helped. The mature plants would probably be full of unripe fruit when the first frost hit in the late fall. So I planned to transplant the seedlings into pots rather than the ground so I could move them inside if needed. When that was finished, I spent a couple of hours in front of the fireplace studying the edible wild plant field guide I'd found. Some of the plants in the book were already up. I knew I'd seen dandelions growing, and I thought I recognized some of the others. I didn't know how they would taste, but eating fresh greens would be a welcome change from all the canned soup I'd eaten over the last few weeks. Every few minutes, I would get up and check the window. I wanted to make sure the creatures I had killed earlier were still dead, and I hoped to look out and see Sarah coming up the driveway. The rain continued to fall. I went out for a few minutes to take the plastic barrels off the truck and put them under the eave of one of the barns so they could collect the runoff. I had initially planned to put them beneath the roof of the house, but I got to thinking that the runoff from the asphalt shingles might not be safe to drink. The barns had metal roofs, and I thought they would be a little cleaner, or at least free from chemicals. I went out into the barn, found a hacksaw, and finally cut that handcuff bracelet off my wrist. I was afraid I would cut myself, but I managed to do it without drawing blood. I stood inside the barn for a while after watching the rain. The 2 hens were still alive, and had also taken shelter inside the barn. They kept their distance from me and were scratching around on the other side of the corridor between the stalls. Fortunately, there was enough forage material around, bugs and plants, that they were able to fend for themselves. The feed we had collected for them was still in the back of the moving van. It and the hay truck were my only real means of transportation, and neither was ideal. The van had no windshield, and the cab was probably ankle-deep in rainwater by that time. The hay truck had a manual transmission, which I still hadn't mastered. My other transportation options were a small tractor, a 4-wheeler, and a horse. All would leave me open to attack. I thought it might be a good idea to secure another vehicle while the weather was bad, since the zombies didn't seem to like moving around in the rain. Besides, I really needed a distraction to keep my mind from wandering to Sarah's and Mr. Somerville's safety. I covered the shotgun with plastic sheeting and strapped it to the 4-wheeler. I didn't like it being so difficult to get at, but I couldn't hold it and steer. I cranked the machine and headed east, back to where Ben Parks's group had been staying. I knew there was a car over there, and I knew the place was free of infected. The tires of the 4-wheeler hummed and whined on the paved road.
There was also a faint buzzing sound added in because the road was wet with rain. The engine itself wasn't that loud. It was a quieter way to travel, but I didn't like being exposed. I liked having a door or windshield between me and them. It wasn't a problem that particular trip because I didn't see any out. I kind of figured that even if they were out, the steady, heavy rain would make it difficult for them to get a fix on me. The vehicle left at the house was a late 1990s Volvo station wagon. It was white with a red passenger side door. It had a half tank of gas, and it started up just fine. I didn't feel like going back to the stables, so I drove around checking out houses. I needed more guns anyway. I was soaked through and shivering, so I turned on the heat in the car. I figured I could change into something dry from the closets of one of the houses I entered. I saw one I liked. It was a small manufactured home, and the front door was standing wide open. There was a row of 3 homemade deer stands in the front yard with for sale signs on them. A big new Dodge Ram 4x4 was parked in the driveway. I pulled up next to the truck. It was black and had been pimped out redneck style with a winch on the front, roll bars, those awful chrome bull's testicles hanging from the back bumper, tires that were entirely too big, mud flaps with Calvin pissing on the Chevrolet logo, tailgate painted as the Confederate flag, and a big decal in white letters on the back window that said Ram F*CKIN Faux by Faux. I shook my head at that irrelevant asterisk. Naturally, I wanted that truck. 2 months ago, I wouldn't be caught dead even parking near it, but this was now. That was an ass-kicking truck, and these were ass-kicking times. There was an NRA sticker on the bumper near the bull scrotum. I figured I'd find a gun or two inside the house. I couldn't imagine looters sacking the house and not taking that truck. I also couldn't imagine there being any zombies inside since the door was standing open. This was going to be a good score. I was right. Holy shit, I said when I walked in. The first thing I noticed was that the living room looked like a taxidermy exhibit. The place was full of dead animals, some of them not indigenous to Kentucky. One of the deer heads had been pulled from the wall and torn apart in the floor, but otherwise nothing looked disturbed. Then I started seeing the guns. All 4 walls in the living room each had a gun rack to display particularly beautiful firearms. This guy was a collector. There was even a flintlock, and it didn't look like a replica. Of course, I wasn't interested in sullying these museum pieces by killing zombies with them. I knew there would be more. I wasn't disappointed. In a spare room, I found not 1, but 5 gun cabinets. On the wall, there were all these pictures of the guy's not-so-attractive girlfriend posing with guns and posing next to kills. In the only bedroom, I found a gun safe. There were replicas of medieval weapons hanging on the wall in there. Mace, sword, lance, flail, and a shield. There were more pictures of the guy's girlfriend, too. I looked in his closet for something to change into and was surprised to find women's jeans and shirts. All were too small to fit me. I went to his dresser and found panties and bras in the top drawer. That's when I realized that the owner of all the guns, dead animals, and ass-kicking truck was a woman. Probably the woman in the pictures. I wasn't going to find any dry clothes there that would fit me, and I really didn't want to drag all those guns out in the rain, so I decided to spend the night there. Other than the deer head and some wet carpet in the front doorway, the place was very clean. I closed and locked the front door, then stripped down and hung my clothes up to dry in the bathroom. Then I dried off with a very soft and fluffy Harley-Davidson bath towel. I had no idea they made those. Wrapped it around my waist and did a full investigation of the house. There was plenty to eat and drink, and there was a gas heater in the living room. The blower didn't work, but it wasn't really that cold anyway, so all I really needed was for it to ignite. I cooked some canned chili on the gas range, then looked through a few of her gun magazines while I ate. Later, I was surprised to find a generous supply of romance novels under her bed. If nothing else, the zombie apocalypse had given me a good look into people's lives. Like they used to say, you just never know about some people. That afternoon and evening, I moved all of the weapons into the living room so I could see what I had. This was my haul.
2 AR-15s, one painted camo, one black, one 30-30 lever action, one 30-30 semi-auto, 5 22 semi-automatic rifles, 3 12-gauge shotguns, one break action, one semi-auto, one pump action, one 30-06, one 20-gauge shotgun, pump action, one double-barrel 410 shotgun made to look like a Lupera, 2 9mm semi-automatic pistols, a .45 revolver, a .22 revolver, a pistol I couldn't identify, something Russian, I think, and various fully functional antique guns, including a very old blunderbuss and a pepper box. In addition to that, there were perhaps 10,000 rounds of mixed ammunition for the newer guns. All of that came out of the gun cabinets. I couldn't get into the gun safe. I could only imagine what must have been in there. I also found a Kevlar vest and a Kevlar helmet. I put the helmet and vest on, then grabbed the camo AR-15 and looked at myself in the mirror. Helmet, vest, gun, and Harley-Davidson bath towel. Then the towel fell off. "Dork," I said, then laughed. Chapter 42. From what I could gather by the mail and other items around the house, the woman's name was Michelle, and she was single. However, reading her diary, I found that she did have a serious interest in one of the troopers at the local state police post. She was also planning to go on a hunting trip to Canada. There were other things in the diary that were quite tender, like how she talked about her younger sister and how they were dealing with the death of their mother. I found myself tearing up a little, and I welcomed it. Her last entry was made in February. She was worried that she had caught that bug that's going around. I guess she did. I slept in her bed that night. It was one of the most restful sleeps I had gotten in a long time. I woke up late the next day, after 8. It was still gray out, but the rain had stopped. I had a peanut butter protein bar and some instant coffee from her pantry, then got dressed. I used her first aid supplies to clean my missing earlobe stub. I decided to leave all the antique guns behind. I loaded up everything else, including the medieval weapons from the bedroom. I didn't know if it was wise. They were made for display purposes, and I didn't know how much punishment they could take. I loaded them all into the back of the truck and headed back over to the stables. The creatures I'd killed the day before were still dead in the driveway. After taking the guns into the house, I dragged the dead zombies out into one of the front pastures, poured kerosene on them, and set them on fire. I watched them burn for a while, but the smell was getting to me, so I went inside. Of course, in the back of my mind, Sarah's absence was nagging at me. I forced myself to think about other things like the location of the garden, the location of the cistern, and finding more chickens and maybe some goats. These were necessary things, but thinking about them left me feeling hollow inside. I didn't see any farming implements anywhere on the property except the trailer. I would need to break the ground, and I didn't like the idea of having to do that with a shovel. I would probably have to do that the next year unless I could find out how to train a horse to do it. This time around, I saw no reason why I shouldn't make use of the tractor while it still worked. It would be noisy, but maybe I could come up with something to counter that. I was feeling anxious trying to keep Sarah out of my head, so I decided to just go out again and check the usual places one more time. I armed myself with one of the AR-15s, a holstered 9mm, and extra magazines for both. I made the rounds to all the county locations, then I drove into Clayfield. I pulled into the museum lot, parked in my normal spot, and got out. Walking around the back of the truck, I noticed that metal bull's scrotum swinging on the bumper. Ridiculous, I said, but I made no effort to remove it. Sarah wasn't in the museum either, and being in there made me feel sad. I walked around looking at the dusty exhibits with new eyes. I suppose it had been pointless to have all that stuff before, but it felt especially pointless at that moment. When I got to the prohibition display, I stopped. Eventually, all the gasoline in the area would go bad. The moonshine still in the museum could be made to work. I could generate not only drinkable alcohol, but also fuel. I only had a cursory understanding of how to operate a still, just enough to discuss the topic when giving tours, but maybe I could learn through trial and error. Hopefully I wouldn't kill myself in the process.
I would just have to find vehicles that ran on ethanol. I knew the Riverton City Transit System did, but I had no interest in driving around in a city bus. Maybe they had switched their government vehicles to it too. I would have to look into it. Hell, I might just try it out on normal gasoline engines. It's not like I had to be concerned about damaging them. I heard a very deep boom outside. I thought it must have been a gunshot, but it was so much deeper and louder than anything I had heard lately. It almost reminded me of those big fireworks the city of Clayfield would set off on the 4th of July. I got very excited because that meant there were healthy people around. I went outside and waited for a second shot. There was another, and I felt the sound vibrate in my chest. It didn't sound like any gun I'd ever heard. It was difficult to tell with all the buildings around, but I thought the sound was coming from farther north. A block over, 3 scrawny creatures emerged from behind the newspaper office on their way toward the sound. I got in the truck so I could also investigate. I headed north up 8th Street. There was another boom. I really didn't want to just drive up on whoever was shooting, but I couldn't get a fix on their location. I was coming up on the edge of the city limits, and I found the source of the noise. It was a tank about a quarter of a mile up the road. It was surrounded by a couple of hundred zombies. I immediately stopped. The cannon on the thing was pointed away from me toward a used car dealership. There was smoke coming up from 2 buildings farther down the road. The turret turned a little, then stopped. The whole machine jerked. Fire belched out of the end of the cannon, and dust and smoke swirled. One of the cars in the dealership lot was immediately engulfed in black smoke. Then the boom from the gun rattled everything around me and in me. The black smoke cleared enough that I could see the car burning. The turret moved again, turning in my direction. I put the truck in reverse, but didn't pull away just yet. It stopped moving before it was pointed directly at me. There was a long pause, then the hatch opened on top. A man stuck his head out and looked in my direction. He ducked back inside, then came out again with binoculars. He watched me for a while, then brought what looked like a walkie-talkie or cell phone up to his mouth. He dropped inside again and closed the hatch. I waited. Then the turret started moving again, swinging around to point at me. I put my arm on the back of the seat and stomped the accelerator. "Sons of bitches, sons of bitches, sons of bitches," I chanted through my teeth. Mud and asphalt erupted in front of the truck. Then I felt funny in my stomach, like when I ride an elevator. The front end of the truck went up and paused and down. Then the sound of the cannon arrived with a deep boom. The front end of the truck connected with the road again and bounced, throwing me against the ceiling. When I landed in my seat, I put my foot on the gas again. I lost control, but fortunately my careening took me around the corner of a building, shielding me from a second shot. That didn't stop them, however. The side of the building blew out and brick sprayed out in front of me. Then, boom! I stopped the truck and rubbed at the pain in my neck caused by me hitting the ceiling. I took a couple of deep breaths, then continued to back down the side street until I was a block over. I grabbed the AR-15 I'd brought along and climbed out to take a look at my ride. My new ass-kicking truck had a few scars, but I didn't see any major damage. Even the tires were fine, which surprised me. I'd lost the chrome bull's scrotum. I could hear Corndog's voice in my head saying, "They done blowed off my nuts and everything." There was another shot from the cannon, but I couldn't tell what had been targeted. I didn't need to be anywhere near that thing, so I decided to get away from there for a while and come back later. Maybe by then they would have used up all their shells. I didn't go back to the stables. Instead, I drove out to the east side of town and parked on the bypass in the exact spot where Jen had been shot so I could hear when they were done shooting. I could have probably driven out to Blaine's. I remember hearing the fireworks going off in Clayfield a couple of years before from Blaine's when I was there for his 4th of July cookout, and I thought I should be able to hear the tank from there. But that intersection was a good location because it gave me 4 escape routes. I doubted I was out of range over there, but I really didn't know how far those tanks could shoot. If they hit me there, it would be accidentally. The cannon went off. I started counting between rounds to see how long it took them to reload. I got up to 30, and they fired again. I counted up to 10, and another round went off.
I didn't know anything about tanks except what I'd seen in movies. Maybe they didn't have to reload. Maybe it was automatic. Another round interrupted my thoughts. They shelled the north end of Clayfield for the next half hour, averaging 2 every minute. I hated to think what that end of town might have looked like when they were done, but I could see the black smoke billowing up over the tree line, and I knew it wouldn't be good. Then it was quiet. I gave them another half hour before going to take a look. I went in the same way I had before. They had moved closer to Clayfield's downtown and had parked on the bridge that rises up over the railroad tracks, near the historic Sons of the Confederacy Cemetery. That put them about 6 blocks north of the museum. I parked about halfway between the museum and the bridge. I had a limited view, and I was hoping their view of me was just as limited, and that they wouldn't notice me. They were still surrounded by hundreds of creatures, which were crowding onto the bridge and even spilling over the side, falling to the tracks below. The hatch was open on the top of the tank, and there were 2 guys sitting on top. It looked like they were sharing a bottle and maybe having a sandwich. They were not the least bit concerned about the groping zombies reaching for them. They couldn't see or hear me. At the entrance to the cemetery, another truck was parked. 2 armed men were leaning against it talking. I wished I had brought along one of the hunting rifles that had a scope so I could get a better look and a better shot. They had fired on me, so I knew they weren't friendly. I hadn't tested the AR-15, but I could move a little closer to make sure the men were all in range, and I thought I could hit them. The only problem was that I could shoot 1, maybe 2, but I wouldn't get all 4. Also, what if there was another one down in the belly of that tank? What if there were more parked around town? While I was considering my options, one of the men on the tank took a wallop from the bottle, passed it over to his friend, and then got on the belt-fed, mounted machine gun. Ching 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 ching. Black and red zombie gore filled the air like fog. The creatures jerked and splattered and piled up around the tank. Every time there was a pause from the gunfire, I could hear whoops from the 4 men. I saw it as an opportunity. I got out and ran toward them, taking cover behind a parked car in the street. I steadied myself on the hood of the car and took aim at the man nearest the cemetery. The belt snaked into the tank's machine gun. Ching 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 ching. I pulled my trigger. The man collapsed in a heap by his truck. His friend noticed him fall but didn't know what had happened. The machine gun continued. Ching 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 ching. I took aim and fired. A mist of blood sprayed away from the head of the second man. He dropped to his knees, then to his back. I turned my rifle toward the men on the tank. The man on the machine gun was the most distracted, so he would be last. I killed his friend while his head was tilted back for a drink. The man's body rolled back off the tank and into the groping hands of the undead. The gunner turned to help his friend, and I fired again. I hit him in the shoulder. He grabbed it and dropped down inside the tank. I watched for a while, waiting for him to come out, but he didn't. Then, after a couple of minutes, his hand came out searching for the hatch. I fired at it. He quickly pulled it shut. A minute later, the tank began to move south toward Clayfield. Toward me. Chapter 43. I ran back to my truck and climbed inside. The tank rolled over bodies, dead and undead, as it approached. The turret was turned so that the cannon was pointed away from me. It looked like he was going to try to ram me. I put the truck in reverse, but before I could get moving, the tank cut hard to the left, ran up over a parked car, and stopped. I shifted the truck into park again. The metal beast was about 50 yards out from me, idling. A few of the zombies that had survived the machine gun began to trickle in, following the tank's path to join it. I watched them surround it again and waited. Nothing happened. I kept waiting for the guy to crawl out, but the hatch never opened. I looked past the tank to the entrance to the cemetery and the 2 men dead by the pickup truck. The zombies weren't over there, and the men were untouched. Not knowing what to do at the moment, I drove over there. If nothing else, I could get their guns. I parked close to their bodies and got out. They were some of Wheeler's men. Both of them had laughed at and cheered for Corn Dog that afternoon when I was in the cattle trailer. I didn't understand why they were still on this side of the river.
When the guy in the Cincinnati Reds clothes told me strangers had built the bridge out of barges, I just assumed it must have been Wheeler's gang. I took their guns and stowed them in my truck, and then I quickly searched their truck for anything useful. I didn't see anything I wanted except some binoculars and an unopened bottle of cheap red wine. I looked over at the tank and saw that the hatch door was open on top. I hadn't been paying attention, and he had opened it while I was distracted. I didn't know if he had crawled out yet or not, but I doubted he had because the tank was surrounded. I moved to put the truck between me and the tank, and I lifted the AR-15 to my shoulder, ready to fire. Slowly, the man's head eased out of the hatch. My finger pressed against the trigger, but then I hesitated. There might be a chance that this man had seen Sarah and Judy Somerville. He pulled himself up with his good arm until he was sticking out from the waist up. He was obviously addled. The zombies stretched for him and howled. He looked around at them. He reached inside and pulled out a big handgun. He turned around, assessing his situation. Then his eyes found me. He paused and stared. He swayed a bit, and I thought he might faint. Then his gun came up. I ducked down and he fired. I heard a thunk when the bullet hit the side of my truck. He fired again, but it was a complete miss. I looked over the hood, and he was fidgeting with his gun. I took aim on a zombie and fired. The zombie fell, and the man sank down into the tank for cover. I began to pick them off one at a time. The wounded man inside the tank didn't come out at all for fear of being shot. There were 22 zombies over there, and after I had killed half of them, the turret began to turn. I didn't know if he had any rounds left for that cannon or if he was bluffing. I thought the latter because it had taken him so long to decide to do it. Still, I thought it would be prudent to move. I wanted a word with him anyway, so I ran off to the side, then toward the tank. As I ran, I exchanged magazines on the AR-15 and took out 2 more zombies. The remaining creatures were on the other side of the tank, and I thought I could climb up on it without having to engage them. When I was about 20 feet away from the machine and pretty damn close to the business end of the turret, I was knocked off my feet by the concussion of the cannon blast. I landed hard on my back and my ears were ringing. I twisted on the ground and rubbed the dust from my eyes. My ass-kicking truck looked like... well, it looked like a tank had hit it. Bastard, I said. I figured he would either be coming out soon or reloading, so I knew I had to act fast. I rolled to my feet and ran as hard as I could at the tank. I climbed up onto the tracks, then onto the turret. Once on top, I hunkered down on the back side and waited. A minute passed, and then, cautiously, he peered out of the hatch toward the now destroyed truck. When he was feeling more confident, he pulled himself out farther for a better look. That's when I planted the muzzle of my rifle against the base of his skull. He was startled and tried to move, but I pushed harder.
"Put your pistol down and climb out,"
I said. I was speaking louder than I normally would have because my ears were still ringing from the blast. He tried to look at me out of the corner of his eye, but I was behind him. I took his handgun and pushed it into my belt.
"Do it,"
I said.
"I could have killed you already if I wanted to. Climb on out."
Gingerly, he lifted himself out, favoring his wounded shoulder.
"Completely out and have a seat,"
I said. He obeyed. I moved so that I could see his face. It was another of Wheeler's men. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked. "Why haven't you crossed the river?" He looked at me a moment, then seemed to recognize me. He said something, but he sounded muffled.
"Talk louder," I said. "I can't hear you."
"I said, I know you. You're that fuck that done killed old corn dog." "Why are you here?" I said. "Be all right if I smoke?" "Answer my questions."
"Shit, man, if you seen what's on the other side of the river," he said, shaking his head and lighting a cigarette.
"Have you seen my friend? Pretty blonde?" He took a deep drag and grinned through his exhale.
"Nah, but she sounds real nice."
"Why are you in Clayfield?"
"One place is as good as the next," he shrugged. "This was the easiest place to lure the goons."
"What do you mean?"
"This old hoss has sure been fun," he said, patting the tank. "I learned how to drive one of these back before they sent me to Iraq."
Then he looked up at me, and his eyes narrowed.
"You hear what I say, asshole? I'm a goddamn veteran."
I learned shit in the service. I could take that piece away from you and cut you before you even knowed it. I'm just having a smoke break is all.
What do you mean about luring the goons?
The damn thing is loud as fuck, ain't it? We'd fire a couple rounds, then drive a couple miles, fire a couple rounds, drive a couple miles. Hell, I'll bet every goon in Riverton has followed us. I reckon they'll be coming into town in another hour or two. Gayfield is about to get all gooned up. That's what Wheeler likes to call it. Gayfield.
I looked over toward the highway.
We blowed the hell out of the flood wall, too, he said. You never seen the like of goons coming over the bridge we built. It was funny as shit.
Why?
Shit, I do as I'm told. Wheeler's my commanding officer, you know? That's how shit's gotta be.
Where is he? Where's the rest of your gang?
We ain't no gang, he sneered. We're a unit. I done radioed. Hell, they're coming here to get me. Never leave a man behind, you know? They're coming here to fuck you up. That is, if there's anything left of you when I'm done.
This is what is going to happen, I said. You're going to hop down inside this thing, and you're going to use any shells you have left to destroy that bridge. That should slow up some of the traffic coming in. He laughed.
Hell no!
Are the creatures from Riverton really coming? I asked.
I said they were.
Then blow up the bridge.
Nah, he said. I'm going to sit here and smoke and wait on Wheeler. You are in such deep shit. I tell you...
He didn't get to finish his sentence because I kicked him in the mouth. He rolled backward off the tank to the ground. He started to get up, but I shot him in the knee. He wailed in pain. I stood on the turret and watched the zombies make a meal of him. While the creatures were distracted, I climbed down on the other side and made a wide circle around the tank. I would have to take the other dead man's truck. On my way, I stopped at the smoking remains of the Ram fucking 4x4 to see if anything in the cab had survived. The truck was on its side. The windshield had been obliterated, so I was able to climb right in. I was surprised to find the bottle of wine unharmed. One of the dead man's rifles, a 30-30, had survived as well. I took them, then I took their truck. I pulled out of the cemetery, then around and onto the bridge. I headed north to see if what they said was true about the zombies from Riverton. I also wanted to know how much damage they had done north of Clayfield. I was disgusted by what I saw. I know it shouldn't matter, but it did. Clayfield is my hometown. It is where I was born and where I grew up. The only time I was really away was when I was in college. I loved this town, even if all the good citizens had changed into monsters. These assholes had turned the area north of town into smoldering rubble. It looked like something from a war movie. Black smoke billowed and rolled from several places, merging into one big cloud. There was a slight breeze from the south, so I was able to stop a couple of blocks away and stay out of the smoke. Ahead, visibility had been reduced considerably. The 4-lane highway, cluttered with debris, disappeared into the dark haze. I parked and got out. I leaned against the front of the truck and unscrewed the lid on that bottle of cheap red. I took a drink and surveyed the battered landscape in front of me. I was grateful they had stopped here to have their fun. Downtown Clayfield's old buildings, though scarred from the initial unrest, were at least still standing and mostly intact. Took another drink. There was a partial pack of cigarettes in the truck. I was tempted to have one. Why the hell not? I was alone here, and my days were likely numbered anyway. What did I have to look forward to? I took another drink and listened to the ringing in my ears. Why the hell not, indeed? I went back to the cab and climbed in, leaving the door open. I pushed in the truck cigarette lighter and tapped a Pall Mall out of the pack. The scent of the unlit cigarette brought on a wave of nostalgia. The lighter popped out, and I immediately felt a twinge of pain where my earlobe used to be. I touched the end of the lighter to my cigarette and drew in a long breath. It was good. Disgusting, but good. I exhaled and coughed, my lungs no longer accustomed to it. It made me lightheaded, but I took another drag. Of course, I couldn't allow myself to have any more. I could remember how difficult it was for me to run back in the days when I was a smoker, and I didn't need anything slowing me down. I took another drink of wine and just stared.
My next plan should be to find a tractor with a plow or disc attached so I could break the ground at the stables. Tractors, like guns, were easy to find around Clayfield. Then I saw movement ahead in the haze that was different from the movement of the smoke. I took another drink, then leaned forward against the steering wheel, squinting to see. A person emerged from the smoke, walking on the center double yellow lines. It was a woman, and her hair was all frizzed out away from her head. She was infected, but not yet in a state of decay. Then another came out of the smoke. Then hundreds came. The undead from Singletree and Riverton, and I suppose from across the river, had arrived. Clayfield was about to get all gooned up. Chapter 44. Naturally, I was concerned, but I didn't get frantic the way I might have a month before. I would just get out of their way. The streets of Clayfield had been clogged with zombies before, and this would be no different. I made a U-turn and drove up onto the bridge, then made another U-turn so I could watch them come in. I wanted to get an idea about numbers. Down below me to my right were the railroad tracks, the cemetery, and the other tank. The crowd was enormous. They just kept coming out of the smoke. There were thousands. I was kind of glad my ears were ringing so I couldn't hear the sound of them. Then I could see the shadow of something big coming through the haze. I cranked my truck, and another tank punched out of the smoke like a football team making an entrance through a breakaway banner. It was moving fast and smearing every zombie in its path. The cannon was pointed behind it, and there was someone on the turret manning the .50 caliber machine gun. Directly behind the tank was one of those armored personnel carriers that looked like a big camo SUV with a gun on top. I shifted into reverse and backed away as fast as I could. I went down over the rise of the hill, turned, and shifted into drive, heading toward downtown Clayfield. In my mirror, I saw the tank top the hill. I wanted to get out of view. I took a left to shelter between two buildings. I waited, hoping they would blow past. They did not. The tank rolled to a stop in front of me. The guy on the machine gun swiveled around and gave me a wave. I was confused by their friendliness. Then I remembered I was in one of their vehicles. I watched in my mirror and waved back. Then the personnel carrier pulled alongside the tank. The driver's door opened, and out stepped Wheeler. I took a drink of wine and wiped my mouth on my arm. Wheeler waved to me, then looked down the street behind his vehicle to see how close the zombies were. He adjusted his NASCAR cap and started toward me. I took another drink, put the bottle down, grabbed the AR-15, and climbed out, keeping my head down.
"They cleared out," he yelled to me. "We ought to cross over into Illinois while we can. Y'all did real good."
I lifted my rifle to my shoulder and put the sights on him. He stopped.
"What are you doing?"
Men like him are supposed to die in some spectacular way, I suppose. He didn't. It was quick, and he was confused by it all. I was okay with that. I suppose, too, that I could have given him one of those bad one-liners like they do in action movies before I shot him. I could have said something like, "Welcome back to Gayfield, motherfucker." But I couldn't think of anything to say at the time, and it would have been silly anyway. After he hit the ground, I put a bullet in his groin. Just because. I was startled when I heard the .50 caliber. I looked up expecting to die any second, but the man on the machine gun was pointing his weapon down the street at the approaching horde. I jumped back in my truck and pulled away from there. Just as I got over to the next street, the machine gunner looked over to check on Wheeler. Finding him dead and seeing me in retreat, he swiveled around. I mashed the gas pedal, and I almost made it. That .50 caliber chewed up the rear end of my truck, including my back right tire. It wasn't enough to stop me right then, but it slowed me down, and eventually I would have to abandon the vehicle. I drove as well as I could down the residential street and kept glancing in my mirror for any sign of pursuit. When I got to the next intersection, I looked to my right. On the street over, running parallel with me, was the tank, just a couple of beats behind me. I knew, however, that at my current rate of speed, they could catch up by the next cross street. Then, in my mirror, the personnel carrier turned onto my street. I took a hard left into a driveway, then across the small lawns of 2 different houses and crashed through a picket fence to the next street over. I made a left, heading back towards the Sons of the Confederacy cemetery. I limped along for 2.5 blocks, then the truck refused to go. The transport came around the corner fast. I grabbed my 2 rifles and left the truck. I ran first down the road, then cut through a yard and between 2 houses. The transport followed. In the distance, I heard the ching-ching-ching-ching-ching of the machine gun on the tank. It sounded like it was several blocks away, possibly even in downtown. I tried to stick to narrow spaces so my pursuers couldn't follow. The vehicle stopped briefly and 6 men emptied out of the back. Then the transport sped down the street to head me off while the men came in from behind. The guns I was carrying were slowing me down, but I didn't dare drop them. I needed to find a place to make a stand. I was tempted to run into one of the houses I kept passing, but I knew I'd be like a fish in a barrel for them there. I took a quick peek over my shoulder. They were fanning out. I had to do something quickly or they would surround me. One of them took a shot at me. I spotted a figure out of the corner of my eye and turned my head. It was a zombie shuffling in my direction beside a house. I kept running. Then there were 4 zombies ahead of me. I cut around a parked car and ran behind a house where it shared a yard with another house. The next street over was jammed with the undead. It was the overflow from the Riverton migration. I hadn't been paying attention to my exact location, but I was very close to the cemetery. Behind me were 6 men with guns. To my left were thousands of hungry zombies. 1 more block and I would be in the cemetery. It wasn't ideal, but at least there would be plenty of stones I could hide behind. Where was the troop transport? Another shot rang out. If I could just get into the cemetery. Then the big armored truck was suddenly in front of me. I didn't miss a step. I changed direction and headed off to the right. That's about when everything converged. I heard the guns opening up behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see the men engaging the advancing undead horde. The Sons of the Confederacy Cemetery is not a Civil War cemetery. There are graves from that time period in there, but there are also older and more recent graves there as well. The Sons of the Confederacy was the organization that paid for the maintenance of the grounds for several decades until all its members died off and the upkeep fell to the city. The name stuck, however. The cemetery covers tens of acres and is park-like with old trees, walking paths, and benches. Some of the wealthier families of Clayfield's past had been able to afford more elaborate stones, statues, or above-ground burials in mausoleums. In the middle of the cemetery was a 20-foot obelisk topped by a stone angel holding a trumpet. I kept my eyes on the angel. From where I was at the time, I could just see it above the trees. That was my destination. I knew that the monument was flanked with double mausoleums on either side. It would provide excellent cover, and if I needed to, I could climb out of reach of the creatures. The grounds had changed some since my last visit. I had never seen the grass this high before. It wasn't overgrown by any stretch, but it was about calf-high on me. Of course, by the end of the year, the place would be unrecognizable. Nature would reclaim everything eventually. As I ran past the second row of headstones, the stone to my immediate left was shattered by a bullet. There was a very old mausoleum and a juniper tree ahead, and I decided to take cover between them for a moment so I could assess the situation and catch my breath. Out in the street that bordered the cemetery, the undead pressed in. I looked to the hill and bridge that rose up next to the cemetery and over the railroad tracks. It was packed with them. The healthy men that were pursuing me were dangerously close to the mass of people closing in on them. They would fire into the mob, fall back, fire again, and fall back. They were wasting time and bullets. They should have focused their efforts on running. The troop transport had moved down the street and had entered the cemetery near the back fence. I took off again toward the Angel Monument. There were zombies in the cemetery, too, and I didn't think they were with the Riverton group. There weren't many of them, but they were scattered around, and they made me nervous. I ran past 4 more rows of headstones and stopped to check my back. The zombies had advanced well into the cemetery. The healthy men, now down to 4, were moving in my direction backward through the stones, firing into the crowd. The .50 caliber machine gun on the tank sounded closer now.
Off to my left, the armored truck was weaving through the stones on its way toward the healthy survivors. I had an opportunity now to reduce one of my enemies. If I waited and allowed that armored transport to pick up the men, I would have to deal with them later. I did a quick look around to make sure none of the zombies were close to me, and then I knelt behind a headstone and used it to steady my rifle. When I was a kid, I watched this old movie with my mom. It was Sergeant York, starring Gary Cooper. For some reason, the most memorable scene in the movie is where the main character talks about shooting geese. He said you shouldn't shoot the lead goose because the other geese would scatter. If you start with the last goose, you could shoot them all. That memory came to me as I was kneeling there behind that headstone and lining my gun sights up on the 4 men running for their truck. The last goose was shorter than the others. He was working harder to keep up and stay ahead of the zombies. I thought they might just get him anyway. If I shot the guy in front of him, it would probably slow him down for that second or two needed for the creatures to catch him. I moved the rifle, aimed at the 3rd man, and fired. He fell to the ground, and his running momentum sent him tumbling. The short fellow behind him hesitated and looked around. You can't hesitate when zombies are on your ass. I moved my gun to take out the 2nd man. I fired, and he fell. The man in back slowed again, unsure what to do, and that's when they caught up. One of the things snagged his shirt collar. He twisted out of its grasp, but 5 more swarmed in. He went down beneath them. The man in the front never looked back. He almost made it to the personnel carrier, but I got him before he could. The carrier kept on coming, but when the driver noticed that the men were down, he changed direction, heading deeper into the cemetery and away from the army of zombies. The horde continued to press in, so I made for my destination. When I made it to the monument, I stopped. I stood at the base of the obelisk and looked up at the angel, then to the 2 mausoleums on either side. Then I looked back to the advancing mob. While this would have been a good place to make a stand against those few healthy men, it would be a bad place to get surrounded by thousands of undead. I decided to keep moving. About 200 yards ahead was the short fence that separated the cemetery grounds from the railroad tracks. Between the fence and me were 3 zombies, but they would be easy to avoid. Off to my right, still driving around amidst the stones and trees, was the personnel carrier. It had at least 1 person inside, but I thought there were probably more. I made for the fence. Once I was clear of the cluster of large monuments and trees, I entered an area of the newer headstones that rose only about thigh-high. There were no trees out there either. I was exposed. The truck moved to intercept me. Behind the windshield, I saw the driver on a radio. Chapter 45. Behind me, over the moans of the undead, I heard the tank rolling in. Then, boom! I ventured a glance over my shoulder. Smoke curled out of the end of the cannon, and tiny bits of stone sprayed out around the angel monument. The obelisk and angel were coming down toward me like a felled tree. The creatures were already around it by that time, and the thing slammed down on them, breaking up in sections. The troop carrier veered away from me to stay out of the tank's line of fire. Then the .50 caliber started up. The tops of headstones shattered to the left of me. I cut to the right and rolled down behind a stone. Dirt skipped into the air as the steady stream of bullets walked toward me. Then chunks of the headstone were chiseled away. I curled up into a ball and did my best to cover my head. I wished I had grabbed that Kevlar helmet, but I didn't know how effective it would be against a gun like that anyway. The bullets moved on, taking out most of the next stone, and then came back for another pass. I might have imagined it, but I thought I actually felt the wind from the bullets as they came over me. Then the machine gun stopped. The moaning was getting closer. I didn't want to get up and make a target of myself, but if I stayed any longer... Before I could finish my thought, the first one stumbled into view. I pulled myself up and looked over the jagged stone. The sea of walking corpses was upon me. Many of them had their backs to me. Only the closest ones had noticed me. It was as if the mass was being pushed into the cemetery against their will. Their focus was on the tank, but because of the number of them flooding into Clayfield, those on the outside edges were being pushed out to make room. I imagined that if the scene were witnessed from the air, it would look like spilled ink spreading. The few that had noticed me, 10 or so, came for me. They were mere feet away. I ran for the fence and the railroad tracks. One of them was faster than the others. She hadn't been infected very long. She was wearing heavy brown Carhartt pants and a long-sleeved denim shirt. Her hands were protected with leather work gloves, and she had a pistol under her left arm in a shoulder holster, and the holster on her hip was empty. A big knife was in a sheath just above her boot. She'd survived for a few weeks, but her luck had run out recently. There was a plug of flesh bitten out of her cheek just below her left eye. She was young and fit. I didn't know if I could outrun her, but I didn't want to pause long enough to shoot her. Off to my right, the troop carrier was about to exit the grounds onto a narrow side street. The woman was right on me. I could hear her heavy breathing. I dropped both of the rifles to lighten my load and to hopefully trip her up. They clattered to the ground behind me. The big pistol I had taken from the tank driver earlier was biting into my stomach, so I pulled it out of my pants as I ran. Her gloved fingers brushed my shirt. I arched my back and screamed. Even if I killed her, there were at least 10 more behind her. It was like so many nightmares. I was running, but not fast enough. These things didn't get tired. These things always had plenty of energy. If I couldn't outlast her, and if I wasn't faster, then there was no hope. There was a boom, then a sizzling sound, and then the ground heaved up about 30 feet in front of me. The men in the tank were playing with me. I didn't stop or change direction. I ran through the raining mud and dirt and through the small blast crater. She growled like a cat and brushed my shirt again. Oh, God, please, please, please. Boom! Sizzle. Then there was a curtain of debris in front of me. I stepped in a hole and went down. I rolled, doing my best to see where she was, but my eyes were full of grit. Then I was on my back, and she was on me. Her foul breath caressed my face. Warm lips pressed against my cheek. Hot, wet tongue slithered along my face. Please, no. There were points of pressure, then pain as her teeth sank into my jaw. She moaned, and it sounded so much like pleasure. I pulled the trigger on the big pistol. I didn't even know if it was pointed at her. I just kept shooting over and over. Then her hot, moist breath moved down to my throat. Boom! Zzz. I opened my eyes. I caught the blurry sight of zombies and pieces of zombies vaulting over me in a cloud of mud and blood and turf. The blast shifted her too, and I was able to push free. They were near. I didn't know how many. I tried to rub my eyes clean. I got to my feet and stumbled sideways. There was a moan to my right, so I turned to avoid it. Something growled in front of me. I spun around. Hands groped me from all sides. I cried and fired the pistol wild until it was empty. I threw the now useless gun toward the moans and pulled the 9mm from its holster. I rubbed my eyes with my free hand and spun around, trying to get my bearings. All I could see were slack-jawed faces with vacant eyes. My bleary vision made them appear dreamlike. Then I caught sight of the fence. It was close. I lifted the weapon, firing only at the ones between me and my destination. Others grabbed my arms and shoulders from behind, so I was constantly twisting and jerking to stay free from them. Boom! Szzz. To my left, a group of the undead was translated into a spray of meat chunks and gore. I screamed and fired and ran. Then the .50 caliber opened up again. I looked over my shoulder. My view of the tank was blocked by the throng, but just above the thousands of bobbing, swaying heads was a dark red cloud, and it was moving in my direction. It was the bloody mist from hundreds of exploding heads. Ching, 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 ching. The cloud got closer. Ching, 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 ching. Closer. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The mind does this. I could perceive every minute detail. I could hear my own breath, my own heartbeat. Ching, ching, ching. The cloud was so close. I looked over my shoulder again. The skulls of zombies, 5 back, burst open. Then 4 back. I felt the blood rain on my face. Then, it was like somebody hit me with a sledgehammer just above the shoulder blade. I had no balance. I stumbled forward, then darkness. I woke up to moonlight. I was on my side in the mud. There was a body on top of me, but it was completely lifeless. I rolled out from under it and sat up. All around me on the ground were hundreds of corpses. It looked like a battlefield. There were also approximately 50 undead ones scattered around the cemetery grounds. It was wet and sticky with putrid zombie fluids. The meaty part above my left shoulder hurt really badly. I touched it, and it was bloody, but I didn't know if the blood was mine. I looked around. The zombies that were still alive were just walking around and bumping into each other. None of them approached me. It was an eerie scene, like something out of those old scary movies. Beyond them, near the entrance to the grounds, was the tank, its hatch open. It looked dead, like the monuments around me. Except for the occasional lowing from the creatures or barking of a dog, the night was quiet. It was too cool for crickets and frogs. I sat still for a long time, watching the undead creatures walk around. I was so covered up in gore that I must have smelled like one of them. They had no interest in me. I stood. My 9mm was on the ground next to me. It was empty. Cautiously, I stumbled back to retrieve my rifles. They were farther back than I thought they would be. I looked around for the woman that had attacked me. I thought I might be able to get the pistol in her shoulder holster, but I couldn't find her. And if she was still walking around, I didn't want to find her. I picked up the rifles. The AR-15 had mud stuck in its barrel. I had no way to clean it, and I didn't want it slowing me down, so I left it. The hunting rifle I had taken from the men earlier that day was fine and fully loaded. I needed to drink something. That bottle of wine was still in the pickup I had abandoned earlier in the day, so I headed in that direction. It was strange to be out on foot after dark. It was even stranger not to get harassed at all. I easily walked out of the cemetery and up the street to the truck. When I got there, I climbed in, shut the door, and just sat there and drank the rest of the bottle. I was in a daze. I found it difficult to hold a single thought for very long. When the bottle was dry, I lay over in the seat and slept. When I opened my eyes the next morning, the sun was warming my face. I sat up and examined myself in the mirror. The bite on my cheek was swollen and red. My left shoulder was stiff, and I found it difficult to move my left arm. The Kevlar vest had a hole in it near the edge at the top, so I must have been shot, or at least grazed by that .50 caliber. There would be no way to know until I undressed and bathed. I would be doing neither until I got back to the stables. If all the stink on me was masking my own scent enough to keep the zombies disinterested, then it would stay on me until I got somewhere safe. I looked around and checked the mirrors. There were 4 creatures in the street 2 blocks behind me, but that was all I saw at the moment. I left the truck again and started walking east. This took me through a couple of lawns, across a street, and into a wheat field. It was winter wheat that had been planted before Canton B had ruined everything. In a few weeks it would be harvest time. There were fields like it all over the country, and I intended to get as much as I could when the time came. Eventually, the field let me out onto the bypass. I got on it and walked south until I got to the intersection where Jen had been shot weeks before. I looked up East Broadway toward downtown Clayfield. There were a lot of bodies littering the street. I wasn't close enough to actually see into the streets of downtown, but I could see the tops of buildings, and one of them was burning. The dead, the undead, and the living all seemed intent on destroying the world. There would be no satisfaction for them until I lost everything.
Chapter 46. It took me a little over 2 hours to walk to the stables. I stayed with the roads mostly, but a few times I cut across pastures or empty fields. I arrived around noon. It was a warm spring day and the flies were all over me. I stripped naked in the driveway and left all my clothes there. The water tank in the RV was empty, so I heated some water on the range and took a bath in the house. I had to drain and add water to the tub 3 times before I got all the gunk off me. Even then, I couldn't get the stench out of my nostrils. My shoulder, just above my left collarbone, had been nicked by the .50 caliber. It had cut right through my Kevlar vest. I'm amazed I survived it all, considering the amount of force of the thing that hit me. There wasn't really a wound there as much as an ugly bruise. The bite on my cheek didn't look good, so I started some of the antibiotics I had taken from the hospital. Once I had bathed and dressed in clean clothes, I made myself something to eat. Then I grabbed a bottle from my stores, sat in front of the fireplace, and got good and shit-faced. The first big storm of the season rolled through that night. I thought the wind would take the house apart. It made me feel small and lonely. I had never been much of a drinker before, and when I did drink, I'd always been a happy drunk, but that night, I was a crier. It wasn't fear that made me cry. It was loss. I was mourning. I still mourn sometimes. I slept most of the next day. The day after that, I drove the RV into Clayfield to have a look. I wasn't able to get into the city limits because of the incredible number of infected. I skirted around to the north of the bypass. I couldn't enter on the north side because the streets were crammed there, too. I circled the town to the southwest. There is a water tower on that side of town. I didn't know where it was exactly, but I could see it sticking up above everything else, so I just kept an eye on it and eventually found my way. I used the RV to force my way through the chain-link fence that surrounded the tower. I strapped my other AR-15 to my back, put my binoculars and lunch in my backpack, and started climbing. My shoulder was stiff, but I took it easy. I wasn't in a rush. From the heavy mesh platform that encircled the huge bulbous reservoir, I could see all of downtown Clayfield and some of the surrounding area. The town was overrun with zombies from Clayfield, Singletree, Riverton, and from southern Illinois. A couple of the buildings near the court square were blackened from fire. The dome on the community Christian church had a big hole in it, probably from a tank shell. Seeing the church, Sarah's church, just irritated the wound that was Sarah's absence. I lowered the binoculars and let them hang around my neck by the strap. Then I took it all in. I was probably the last healthy person left in Clayfield. I had inherited an entire town. I remembered Sarah's discussion about Yertle the turtle when she was on that roof. I am the ruler of all that I see, I whispered. There was nothing gratifying about the statement. It was hollow, pointless. I knew if I stayed in Clayfield by myself, my sanity would be tested, but I had to stay for a little while. I needed to be in Clayfield in case Sarah came back. I had to act as if she would return. If she did not, then I could assess the situation at a later time. I didn't know how much later. Just later. I drove into Clayfield almost every day for the next 2 weeks. Gradually, the undead dispersed. They were still around, they just weren't all congregating in downtown Clayfield. Sometimes, I would be out driving and see 200 or 300 of them out in an open field or bunched up on a street. I didn't know why they did it. Maybe they heard something and would zone in on that location. Maybe they went there to feed on an animal. Maybe there were healthy people around that I didn't know about. Later, when I would pass by the same location, they would be gone. In the weeks that followed, I spent most of my time at the stables. The garden had to be planted, the cisterns had to be set up to collect rainwater, firewood had to be gathered, and I worked on fortifying the property. I tried to go into Clayfield every couple of days to look around, but my main focus was on making myself a home. It never felt like home, and I never called it that. In my head, it was always the Lassiter's place.
I'd never met them, but it always felt like I was a guest. I put up an additional fence across the front of the property. It wasn't anything fancy, welded wire loosely stretched a few feet out from the board fence secured to T-posts. I could have used barbed wire, but I didn't see a reason since zombies aren't really slowed by pain. I put in a gate across the driveway, too. Around the rest of the property, I added more welded wire, but I just attached it to the existing fencing. I built ladders on the side of the house from the second-story windows so I could escape either to the ground or to the roof. I also kept my vehicle parked next to the back door, so if I ever needed to get away quickly, I could. I supplied every room in the house and barn with a gun, and every building got a bug-out bag containing at least 24 hours of provisions. Having extra cars parked around at strategic locations would have been nice, but collecting vehicles was too much of a hassle for one person, so I didn't do it. One day, I did drop off a few bicycles around town, but I was never brave enough or desperate enough to use them. I planted the garden in the front pasture to the right of the driveway. It was the flattest area, and it got the most sun. It was also a little lower than the house, and I thought I could rig up a gravity-fed irrigation system from one of the cisterns if I needed to. I broke up about an acre out there using a tractor with a disc attachment I had taken from one of the local farms. On the day I used the tractor, I set off a car alarm to lure the undead away from my location. A few of them still came to investigate the noise of the tractor, then followed me back over to the farm when I traded the tractor for my truck. I left the tractor running, and they stayed with it. The garden was almost too big for me to tend by myself. After that first day, I didn't use any machinery, only basic hand tools like a shovel, rake, and hoe. I committed at least a couple of hours every morning to maintaining it, but that wasn't really enough. I tried to be in it longer when I could, but there were so many other things that needed to be done. I never let the weeds take over in there, but the plot was never really clean either. The weeds did take over everywhere else. By the middle of May, Clayfield in Grace County looked very differently. Grass in most lawns, including the courthouse lawn, was nearly waist-high, and some weeds had gotten even taller. The roads felt narrower because of the growth. I drove by the Sons of the Confederacy cemetery around that time, and I could see only the tallest of the headstones and mausoleums. The grass there was thick and lush, fertilized by hundreds of decomposing corpses. The undead didn't go away. Some of them had wasted away to the point where they could no longer walk, but they didn't die and were still quite dangerous. One afternoon, I came upon one of them that was on the ground like that in the weeds. It looked like a skeleton with skin stretched over it. I thought it was dead, but it grabbed me when I stepped over it and bit my boot. Most, however, were still up and walking. They were finding nourishment somewhere, probably from livestock. I had noticed a huge reduction in the number of cows. The flies were awful everywhere. The vultures, crows, dogs, and coyotes were abundant. I had to be extra careful when I was out on foot because I never knew what predators would be lurking in the tall grass. I planted my sweet potatoes the last week of May. Those shriveled potatoes Jen, Sarah, and I had collected from Walmart back in late winter had produced 33 slips, and would continue to produce them so long as I kept them watered. I broke off the short leafy vines and stuck them in the ground. I had grown sweets before in my tiny garden on 17th Street. The slips